islands, like the banking infrastructure is so painstakingly slow. They're very cash heavy. And so is it
Yeah.
far-fetched to say, in your experience, Ram, that something like Avicii is just simply better than banking services offered in many parts of the world?
Yeah, actually, not even better. In some places, it could be the only one that they could rely on too, because I think, I mean, in countries where you have insane inflation, they don't want to even use a local bank account, right? But yeah, I think you're spot on. Like wherever there is a huge gap in terms of what people want, in terms of simple finance is still missing. And since we have the infrastructure to essentially scale globally, which is both good and bad, because for us it's a lot of work to just make sure that it's available globally. But yeah, this is where I'm focused on right now. Like we're just deeply looking at where we're getting organic traction from, and essentially trying to double down on that, and actually understanding why people are essentially using us.
And so with that in mind, there's so many implications for a neobank that's global and easily accessible. I mean, what does the workload look like on the regulatory side of things? I was actually kind of tinkering around with the app. Again, thinking of my family in the islands, like I just want to like sometimes just be able to send them something real quick, and it seemed to be easy to do on Avicii, but I noticed like, there's a lot of, different terms and conditions and things of that nature. So kind of just begs the question, what does the regulatory workload look like? Like what is that a roadblock for you guys? Are you getting through it okay? How does that look?
Yeah, for us, it's quite simple because I think our partners, both Rain and Bridge, and with the Genius Act in US, there's tons of clarity right now. And US is all about improving stablecoin adoption worldwide, right? So essentially, I think I would highlight that especially a partner Rain, I think that they're doing a tremendous job because they're a direct Visa principal member, and they can essentially they're handling all the regulatory side and actually making sure that it's available globally, because there's no issuing bank in the middle per se, and they're essentially a Visa principal member, and they could essentially onboard wherever Visa is giving them access to, which is pretty global because there's no issuing bank, there's no risk of secured credit lines and stuff. So yeah, I think having partners like that makes it much easier, and we just get to focus on product and product only.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I don't want to jump too far ahead. I had some questions around like, things that you guys have planned. Dom, anything that you wanted to kind of transition to next? I just didn't want to jump too far ahead here. Muted.
Of course. Yeah, so Chill was talking about using the app, tinkering around with it. I saw this post, and shout out Contra, shout out Contra. He's been doing some crazy work for Avicii, some bag work, and he's highlighting a lot of stuff where you guys have some pretty impressive metrics. I could read through this, but I'll just let you talk about it, Ram. Maybe give us some ideas. Who's using your product? How many people are using your product? How it's scaling? What month-on-month growth looks like? The whole kit and caboodle there.
Yeah, I think we have over now 10,000 signups and almost 4.2 monthly active users. And I think primarily the thing is we exactly don't know. We don't collect address of proof, so we still do identity because they could be doing identity verification from a different country and spending everywhere. But the spends are essentially USD at the top, followed by Canada and a few other currencies. And most traction is from Southeast Asia, like Bangladesh, Indonesia, where I think they know about these cards, they've heard about it, and they just discovered it through referral. We have a very strong referral program. That's probably our most number one driving growth. And yeah, we just actually crossed even 1.2 million in spends. Wow. And the spends is growing almost now 40% if you average the last 30 days. Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah, I think, look, again, another Contra tweet here. Yeah, 40 plus month-on-month growth, 70% retention, 70% in the past 3 months. How long have you guys been operational?
So I think I started this last year just as a wallet and off-ramp. And I think in December last year is when we decided to do the card. And we did like a private beta launch in March. And then we essentially went live in August without an invite code, and then just basically opening it to everyone by launching the physical card and no invite code around August 5th.
So, I'm going to loop this back then, because you said originally you weren't interested in launching a token. Then Profit kind of came out with this food targeting. Now we're calling more so ownership coins, a little easier to understand. And it got you interested enough to launch a token. Why did you decide to launch a token then? Because originally you weren't planning to do that, it seems like.
Yeah, I think I didn't like tokens, but I like DAOs. Simply because the main vision for Avicii is, and the purpose is essentially to reduce central bank's influence. And the way we can at least have a good shot at doing that is probably if you're sufficiently decentralized as an org. I didn't want to do tokens because of how broken it was. Because see, even if I wish to do a token, we registered in US as a Delaware Corp, and we'll have to figure out another way. And there's all these problems that comes with, okay, like how do I make my token useful? Where does the value of collateral go? For me, I was actually in the dilemma of, okay, and also I don't want to make my product like difficult to use because I have to bake in a token and have like utility. I think the number one thing that stopped me from doing a token is because we still haven't created value as a product, and there's no need for us to actually show to someone that, hey, like this is why you need to get it, and there's utility baked into it. I think one thing that really changed is with essentially what Metadao has with the infrastructure is, I don't have to worry about shoving in a utility right now. The IP is with the DAO. I signed over everything. There's tons of alignment between everyone, and my focus is just focus on revenue and revenue only, and that'll take care of everything. And I don't have to worry about any other distractions that come with it. And that's what really made me go like, like I won't have any distractions. Sure, price and everything is distraction, but it's way less than trying to force a utility.
It's kind of nice, and Chill, I'm gonna let you go here in a second. It's kind of nice not having to, we do so many interviews. We've done hundreds at this point. And it's kind of nice not having to really touch on utility because it's kind of baked into, the natural growth of the project. And I just think that's so interesting. So I just felt like butting in there, Chill. You can go ahead and continue.
No, you're good. Actually, you kind of answered my next question here, Ram. But what I was really going to ask you about is it's just interesting that you didn't want to launch a token at first, and this kind of MetaDAO and what they offer was just a little bit of one of the like a bigger solution for you. I mean, do you feel like as a founder, there are other founders, or from your experience, do you feel like there are other founders in your similar similar shoes and had a similar thought process in that, hey, a token is just too complicated, it comes with too much baggage, but MetaDAO in the way that they're launching kind of takes that weight off of you? Do you feel like that's kind of like a value add for some of these founders, or like just kind of wanting to look from the founder perspective to see kind of where it provided value for you?
Yeah, actually, I'll link in the question that you guys were discussing before I hopped in, which is why wouldn't it be more than 90%? I would actually argue it will be, because if you see Safe and Delaware C Corp, like 90% of the SF startups register in Delaware. Why? Because investors trusted, investors wanted, and founders think, like it's the best protection for investors, and investors are trusting with the structure. And I think it's the same for what MetaDAO is building. Essentially, they have all the legal work to essentially satisfy the founders, satisfy the investors that everything is protected. And I actually think because there's infrastructure solved and there's no distractions that come with forcing a utility, I think these guys will definitely scale up. And I actually think once it makes sense, and adding to the main thing, right? I think for me, one of the other reasons that I wanted to do is I have a really passionate community now that actually cares about my product, and now are asking questions about what we need to build, what we need to ship, or what's missing. So I think this kind of support is crucial for any startup. And I think that's both of these would make tons of sense. And I do think more than 90% of the founders would end up choosing MetaDAO if they really scaling the way that they're.
Cool.
That's
yeah, for
awesome.
context, I wasn't arguing against that. I was just making the question. But I think no one better to cover this in Profit, right? Obviously, Profit had to kind of pill you on getting you to launch this token. So Profit, let's hear the story from your end, dude.
Sure. So I live in San Francisco, California, and Ram was in the Bay Area. You were in SF, but this day he was like down south. So yeah, if you know anything about the Bay Area, there's like SF, which is the city on the peninsula, and then like about an hour south, there's San Jose. And he was around that area. And I had like used the product, and I saw like I never met him, but I saw how high taste Ram was, which I really value. Like if you just look at the Avicii Twitter account, you just see like everything looks pretty, right? It's really nice. And so he was basically my white whale, even before I met him. And so he was like, okay, I'd been trying to meet him for a while. And then he was like, okay, I can do like 10 a.m. or like 11 a.m. At this coffee shop, which was like kind of between us, more tilted towards him than me, but that's okay. And so I took an Uber down, met him at this coffee shop. We ended up in Palo Alto, it's called. It's where actually, ironically, a lot of VCs live and work. And we walked around for probably 2 hours. And he basically reasonably was like very skeptical of tokens. And so I think I'm also very I'm a generally pretty skeptical person. And so I think that helped at basically walking him through okay, yes, this isn't for everyone. Like there are these trade-offs, but there is actually this core value add of you get these people that care about you. Yeah. Like you get to, you get money, but then the people that believe in you and want you to win from day one, right? Because there's financial alignment there. And bag bias actually works in your favor. And so, I think by the end he was like, okay, I'm not convinced. I still need to think more about it. But I think if I were to launch a token, I would do MetaDAO. And that was all the way back in May, I think. Was it, Ram?
Would that have been before
Yeah.
OMFG?
Yeah, it was before
Yeah.
OMFG even raised. And yeah, and then finally he was like, okay, like I'm down to do this. I was like, hell yeah, let's go. And then yeah, I'm super happy that that Avicii is now live. I'm a proud angel investor. I now like bought most of my allocation on just the open market. Like the cool thing about the launch was that it didn't, I mean, there were snipers, but they actually lost money because it launched at pretty much like the same price as the ICO price. And so I bought around there, and I'm going to hold to zero or Valhalla.
Let's go. Yeah, you know, Ram, I'll give Profit some credit here because we had Profit on, I don't know, maybe a week or two ago, and this was right after Umbra had kind of finished their raise, and he was saying, guys, I'm interested in Avicii. This looks like an awesome product. By the way, chart's looking great. I'm not sure if anyone's checked recently. Not that should be a main focus, but chart's looking great. But no one was a bigger supporter than Profit, Ram. So you got a good one in your corner.
Yeah, sure.
Profit, and I know this is about Avicii, so I'm not going to get too deep in the weeds here, but Profit, what do those conversations look like with VCs? You're in San Francisco. Are you talking with VCs? Are you talking with you know, a bunch of liquid funds? Like, who's interested in this? What kind of interest are you seeing from that community for ownership tokens?
Yeah, I do. I actually, ironically, not with SF VCs because they're mostly Web 2, and the crypto VCs live in New York pretty much. But yeah, I talk with a lot of liquid funds, and I'm talking to VCs to try to get our current deal closed.
What does the outpouring look like from that end? Are you seeing like generally VCs are maybe biased towards not wanting anything to do with crypto, kind of starting to lean into it now with this model, or has there been a shift and a change that you can see physically?
Honestly, I have not talked to really any non-crypto VCs, so I can't say.
Okay, what about just willingness from liquid fund or crypto VCs? Have you seen a general?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that one is kind of obvious because yeah, like if you look at all of the existing ownership tokens that are live, Omnipair, Avicii, and Umbra, they're all owned by more than one liquid fund. And that's just like my knowledge. So, which like you don't see in the trenches, right? These liquid funds are not on Axiom like bidding typical coins. So like, yeah, I think that is actually probably the clearest signal to me that we might have some PMF here, is that you have liquid funds that have historically not participated actually participating.
Yeah, sweet. No, that's super inspiring to hear and exciting, frankly. So let's loop it back. Let's loop it back to Avicii. So Ram, maybe roadmap here. Obviously, you had a pre-existing profit or a pre-existing product. You guys are having some revenue, right? You're no longer pre-revenue. You guys are seeing some revenue at the moment, correct?
Yeah, we actually had revenue from the day we launched the card because we just it was a paid card, and it's still low. Like it's less than $70,000, but we still don't make interchange because, you know, like I was just self-funding this and just wanted to get this out there. But yeah, I think their next couple of months focus is try to get the interchange revenue by scaling what we have, and essentially also launch metal cards with some ecosystem partners that we are already in touch with. And by the end of this year, essentially even improve the product a lot. And I think one of the most important things with Avicii is we want to solve home mortgages and as well as unsecured credit lines. And whatever we want to build actually underpins by this trust score. And we want to have like a trust score for on-chain to essentially, you know, it's similar to a FICO score, but yeah, we collect both on-chain and off-chain data and offer privacy, and essentially only collect GK proofs of that, and essentially have like a trust score that we could bootstrap and grow. And because I actually think, yeah, solving unsecured lending is probably the final piece for crypto that truly needs to be solved, so that we can all say that, yeah, like we really don't need banks anymore.
Would KYC be necessary for something like this, or do you think it could happen? Yeah, it would be necessary.
Yeah, it will be necessary, but it works like this, right? You're actually private till you don't default, and once you default, there is like a right for whoever wants to essentially collect it or actually figure out what's going on. But yeah, I think since we are trying to make it interoperable for a lot of things that already TradFi has built, for the important stuff, you do need KYC. But again, yeah, like we're working on figuring out just stablecoin to stablecoin infrastructure. If that exists, you essentially don't need a KYC, and you're still using just ZK proofs of your Web2 data.
Okay.
And real quick for the audience, just kind of like explain the role of ZK proofs and how that helps with the privacy aspect.
Yeah, I think we'll debut the trust score by partnering up with a couple of companies, big companies that have maybe more than 50 to 100 employees, and essentially we'll prove we'll have them issue the home mortgage to them, but we don't want the employer to know the employee about this loan, right? But everything still happens on chain. There's actually a video on this that we just made to show how it could work, but yeah, I don't have it handy, but it could be in our handle somewhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for it right now.
Yeah, just scroll to the video. I think you should be able to get it. So essentially, you connect your FICO score, you connect your Plaid bank account, but we don't collect this data, but we'll have a structure to understand this data and essentially do ZK proofs of that so that we can actually understand. I mean, let's just say your FICO score is more than 800. We can prove that it's more than 800. We don't need to look at it. Yeah, that's that's the one. So you essentially connect all the things, and we provide GK proofs, and there could be an on-chain pool that could directly give it to you. And then yeah, like your employer doesn't know about you. The pool, the pool where it's coming from doesn't need to know about you. It'll just directly flow. And yeah, only in case of a default where it could be help to solve the issue. Yeah.
Has anyone been able to do this yet?
Not really, but I think there's one called 3Jane, which I'm also a fan of. I think they're the ones, they're probably the ones that have been working around this, but yeah, it's very less. It's not solved yet for sure.
Okay. I got a few things here. This is crazy, by the way, just to see and like have it conceptualized
Yeah.
here. But one thing you mentioned twice now before this was your core focus now that the token's out is to just drive revenue back to this project, right? Drive revenue. How do you intend to do that?
Yeah, like I said, I think we want to scale the infrastructure that we have with our partners so that we get most of the interchange from the card spends. I mean, we're on a credit bin, so if anyone spends $100, we make like 1 to 2% of it, depending upon the merchant. Yeah, essentially, we want to upgrade our plan such that we have most of the revenue, and yeah, that's one revenue. Also, the metal cards. Like I think everyone loves metal cards, and we're working with ecosystem partners to essentially launch that, and there'll be paid cards as well. These two are the main focus, and yeah, like obviously this comes, and the trust core and the home mortgage lending walls would probably come sometime in 4 to 6 months, which I think also could be a very good revenue source if we can crack this.
Okay. Now you talk about the trust score. This has nothing to do with the trust score, but for a financial product like this to be successful, the underlying company, right, in this case, it's Avicii, needs to be trusted by people. I think you've done a great job. I think obviously partnering with MetaDAO for this raise is a great way to show trust that you're all in and, you know, you're here to stay. But how do you get that message across people that, you know, you can trust my platform, you can use Avicii, and like, you don't have to worry about some of the other risks we run in crypto, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I think for us, probably that's the single most important thing too. That's why we try to make the app really good. We put tons of work into design. It's still not perfect. There's tons that needs to be done to essentially make them trust. Design is probably the first glance someone would be like, okay, they have put a serious thought in it. But again, yeah, like I think there are a lot of cards out there, but they're custodial, right? Like we took the risk and essentially building out all this infra to, okay, let's just purely do it self-custodial way, where we can actually prove people that, hey, you don't need to trust us. Like everything is audited, the smart contracts and everything, the wallets, you could, yeah, we're never taking control of your funds. That also helps. But yeah, I think it's just a matter of, like you said, like getting the brand message out there that, hey, we actually want to build it self-custodial way where you actually don't need to trust us, and essentially audit it yourself in blockchains where the money is and everything.
Cool. Can we talk about the team real quick? Who's working on this? Obviously you. You must have some sort of people helping you out because you've made a lot of good development here. So give us an idea there.
Yeah, I have other two co-founders, Varun and Abhishek, but I also have another 3 people helping me with design, growth, and customer support. Yeah, like I handle product design, architecture, and the other 2 are technical. They handle one is a full stack dev and one is a mobile dev. But yeah, that team is like around 5, and yeah, actually we're hiring 2 more, so yeah, it could be 7 in a couple of weeks.
Cool. That's awesome. A quick question for Profit here. Profit, are you pushing for ecosystem collaborations? Like, you know, I could see maybe you guys partnering with Umbra, for example, to kind of help some on the privacy end of this. Is that something, or a conversation Ram, I guess you guys are entertaining, and Profit, is that something you're, you know, working to really cater to?
It's not something I'm pushing. No, in fact, it's kind of the opposite. I think like for startups, BD can often be like a big distraction. Like it can be just like a circle jerk of like, oh, like we're partnering with you, and like so something is happening, but actually no users are onboarding and no revenue is being made. So yeah, I think like, I mean, if they already would have worked together, great, and then like yeah, sure, but it's not something that we're like actively pushing though. I mean, I think the only thing that I think is useful is like probably just having some founder on founder like meetings. Just like I know I benefit from talking to other founders in the Solana ecosystem. And yeah, also there will be like MetaDAO specific things. Like all these people are launching liquid tokens at an early stage, which is not common in crypto. And so I think that carries like unique psychological risk. And so yeah, like having a place where people can talk, I think is useful. But no, I'm not pushing like products collaborating.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ram, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
I can't tell much, but we're talking. We do have a group, all 3 of us.
Okay, there we go. That's a little bit of alpha there. Let's do roadmap, dude. What do you guys most focused on right now? What are you excited for? What's kind of on the roadmap? I see again a contra tweet here showing the master plan. You guys published this with a bunch of boxes you want to tick.
Yeah, this is actually a long-term plan, but I think this is also idealistic. But short-term plan, it's quite different. It's in our other docs. But yeah, I think one thing that's really exciting for us, where we are actually getting a lot of organic requests, is actually business accounts, where we are launching it pretty soon. Especially focus on, I think crypto startups still have like a big trouble in getting bank accounts, and actually even DAOs. I can't reveal much, but I think we could be able to support DAOs essentially having a bank account and a card from their wherever they are registered, and essentially do on-ramps, off-ramps payouts without needing an operating entity. That's something that we're looking forward to launching pretty soon, which I think, onboarding 10 businesses is like probably onboarding like 100, 200 people because they're core power users, right? So yeah, and we have already, I think, just crossed 70 on the wait list. We're just working with a few of them to figure it out and launch business accounts and pretty soon.
Sweet.
So this was actually a question I wanted to ask about earlier in the show, and I didn't want to jump ahead too much, but
Oh, who's he?
who the heck is this guy?
What's up?
GM, bro. Josh, GM. What's happening, fellas?
Chilling, man. Look at these charts.
Dude,
Oh my goodness.
markets are I guess I can share my screen here.
You know what? Dare I say I'm actually feeling kind of comfy on chain right now. My on-chain bags are holding up relatively well compared to Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana.
The Avicii Ace barbell is looking well, looking pretty good despite this Bitcoin price action.
Wait a minute, you just Dr. Seuss that. The Avicii, what was that? The Avicii Ace barbell's looking well?
Yeah. Come on. The freestyle king, Tyler, the creator himself, is
That's
back
right, naturally.
for another appearance. GM, guys, GM intern, Spill, GM, big talk coming up. You already know. Huge stream today.
Yeah, and remember, Dupe is going from 12 noon to 3 p.m. with Stig, just so y'all know if you're here for Dupe chat.
Mhm. So yeah, actually, and I'll jump in there real quick. Bobby is going to come on at 2:45, give a little talk about Dupe and their migration, and then believe if SOAR is done at that point. If not, Bobby can parlay after. Guys, why is Jelly going crazy? Have you guys seen the Jelly
Dude,
chart?
I saw that.
Bro, you know, they actually have if you want to pull a Jelly's chart real quick, they actually have a really cool product where you hold it in between you and it uses the front and rear facing cameras to capture the conversation in real time. I'm like, dude, that's smart.
Look at that, dude. What? But Josh, that's there's like plenty of apps that do that, like well before Jelly. I remember there was some popular, I forget the names, but man.
What a chart, yo.
Who's got info on this?
I got nothing on this, bro. Like, I got nothing on this. Only thing I got was crime. JK. But as you can see, like, charts up just since the start of November, you know, almost 700%. Imagine all we needed to do to outperform the market was hold a token called Jelly.
Right.
Imagine that. Classic crypto.
Post. Okay, they have been active on Twitter. Oh, okay, Josh, I'm seeing the demo you're talking about. That, you know what? Front camera, back camera to record your stuff. $317 million token.
Love that.
I should make something like that.
Oh my gosh, dude.
You know, this might be also, throw it in the ICM bucket. Throw it in the ICM bucket on Pump, and
yeah,
there you go.
Is it Pump? This is Pump, right?
It is. Yeah.
Is it Pump or is it okay?
Yeah,
it's
Pump.
old Radium Pump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys want to start? By the way, we started this new pre-show to give some more structure, right? We're doing 30 minutes pre-show of charting, macro news, looking at your charts, and then we'll get into the interviews. So hopefully there's a little bit
go
more.
macro, 10 minutes macro, 20 minutes charts.
All right, boys, run it. Few things on macro real quick. So number one, Bitcoin, we finally reconnected fully with this 50 SMA. I remember when we were talking about this a few streams ago. We've talked about this EMA line, this SMA line multiple times. One thing I did say back here, like when we just kind of wicked down to 103, 104, basically, we didn't fully reconnect with the line, which in past downturns we've always reconnect and even broke below the line. Now we've finally done that. I still think that there's a lot of people like expecting more downside. So there's people expecting, like 98K. People want the run of this low here. They want 98K. They're thinking even 93. So a lot of people have a lot of like lower targets. I think we front run those, in my opinion. I think now that we've gotten the break of the 50 SMA, we got a lot of fear in the markets. We got people blowing up portfolios. We have people getting like liquidated for everything they have on top of the flash crash. I think this is good for a bottom here. So for the first time on these streams that we've been talking about the Bitcoin chart, I have not talked about predicting where price is going. And I've always said, look, let's just play it level by level and see what price does. And right now I'm comfortable saying like, let me zoom in a little bit here. We've definitely on the 12-hour looks crazy, and I haven't been able to rechart this, but yeah, I would say the low I would say this area is the low, just above 101K. I'm confident thinking that we'll hold above 100K, in my opinion. So I'd say this is the low here, generally above 100K.
I'd love to give a bear case on this too. Not long-term bearish, but I do think there's like a possibility we see revisit like 85. If we kind of tumble here, just get to the bottom of that leg. I think there's going to be a lot of buyers that come back in around 87, 88. But that's like my bear case.
That bear case is actually holds a lot of weight. Let me do this real quick. Bam. Let me take some of these lines off the screen for you guys, so it's a little.
Is that aligned to Jones Rita's 28,3600 ETH or something? 28,32 maybe. ETH.
I mean, he gave some like spot on numbers. So, I mean, I guess to Dom's point, to kind of level ourselves out a little bit here on the monthly chart, we see that we have this like bullish order block here. And so that's why I'm like, well, 85K, it's monthly demand. That's, that makes a lot of sense. But I don't know. I think the timeline is pretty bearish. So,
very,
anything could happen. But like when the timeline gets too bearish, like I find that price tends to want to flip. So that would be the only reason why I'll say the low is in above 100K.
There you go.
But that's macro, guys. That's macro. So we have Bitcoin there. Dude, Solana 155. Never thought I'd see that.
Man, that chart that's a rough looking chart. That looks like it could just tumble.
Yeah. This looks like it could revisit, 123, like this low to then reverse. But like Solana, tough. That one's looking rough. One thing I do love though is this pump fund chart here, looking absolutely phenomenal. If we get a touch of this this box here within below 3,600, I think that's a good place for a long, in my opinion. So I'm going to be watching for that area for a long, potentially on pump. Aster at some point has to reverse. So yeah, couple charts that I would pay attention to just to kind of close this.
Why does Aster have to reverse at some point?
I don't think CZ takes this one laying down. Remember, Aster was Aster was put on Robinhood before hype, right? Despite it being inferior in terms of tech, right? So in my opinion, it just shows that CZ has connection. Obviously, he has connections. He's CZ, but we can see that playing out in real time. We've seen the crime, quote unquote, on BNB. So I don't think that his flagship product on BNB, Aster, is going to die. And at this point, we're at very, very low prices. I mean, where are we, like minus 70%?
They had an airdrop for this, right?
Yeah, season 1 happened. Season 2 is going on now, I believe. So yeah, we're down 65% from the highs. Like I told you guys when Aster first launched up here, we were like, look, guys, this is not the place to be bullish up here. Like everyone on CT is saying, they're coming out with the P&L, with the screenshots. They're like, oh man, I made 7 figures. Like, all right, cool. Like that means a lot of people need to take profits. That's all that means to me. So, but like down here, this is where I get more interested. And so far we've kind of defended these lows, sort of. Now we're kind of breaking through what we've wicked below them several times before. So I wonder if this is just kind of a bottom forming here for Aster. So those are my charts. I'm looking at Pump, Aster, and Trump, as well as 4. Yeah, let's move that up the list. And Fartcoin is still in the rare. It's still in not time to discuss Fartcoin yet, but I'm watching.
Fartcoin's getting railed, right?
Yeah, it like chart is actually absolutely getting beaten down. If you look on the 3-day, still holding basically with the start off point from earlier on this year. And this was a huge trade for me earlier this year. I ran this up from 35 cents all the way to like, $1.50. I think somewhere around this like higher resistance.
A daily feature Fartcoin from April to June.
That was a runner. So, but yeah, not time to discuss Fartcoin yet. We need more degeneracy. We need more on-chain activity, volume. We need more right now before we can discuss that. All right, cool. Next segment, I guess we can move on to news. Anything else that any like tweets, news?
I don't think this this dip isn't really news driven, is it? Equities are down today a good bit.
I mean, in much better news, we do have our quant that came out to let us know that it's okay to be bullish. Jim Cramer.
Good.
We are now in a bear market. Love that. Look, guys, again, more confluence to say the low is in above 100K. I'm pretty confident that here is the low right here, especially when you got Jim Cramer coming out. So yeah, it's okay, guys. It's okay. Our savior is here.
Shout out Cramer.
Shout out.
We should look at the whole MetaDAO ecosystem. I think all of that bounced really well.
MetaDAO and the MetaDAO.
And Ave wants us to know Kled looks good.
Yeah, we're gonna get to Kled, dude.
Good.
We're gonna get to Kled for sure. Dupe looks great. Dupe is holding like a rock.
So here's MetaDAO. I want to look at it on the 12-hour though. Kind of shows it really well where we are in the stream of time. So here on the 12-hour for MetaDAO, we just kind of bounced off of like a nice area. Bam. Really, really awesome look at this chart. Bouncing off of the lows here below $5. Honestly, I think I'm of the belief that this cycle is far, far, far from over, right? So like I have higher targets for everything. They'll probably play out more so Q1 next year. I don't think Q4 is going to be nearly as bullish as everyone believes, due to like, just it's seasonality has not been a thing. I think there's still going to be opportunity. Like there's going to be times when, we're pumping, but then we're dumping. It's going to be choppy. But I think Q1, things actually go crazy. And we get this kind of euphoric burst to the upside. But that means stuff like MetaDAO is going to go crazy. When you look at Avicii, Avicii is also bouncing really, really nice. I tweeted out yesterday that the Avicii Ace barbell looks good, and it really does, because if you see here, the lows here for Avicii at I believe it was $1.30, if I'm not mistaken.
About there, yeah, $1.25.
Boom. Nice little bounce here off of the lows. So like as you can see, man, like MetaDAO is showing strength. We see that Avicii is showing strength. So far, everybody that has used the app, everybody loves it. And like we talked about, we gave you some alpha last Friday on stream. Someone, it's unconfirmed, but we believe MetaDAO or MetaProfit is speaking with the Avicii dev to basically hook everybody up with business accounts, every project that launches on MetaDAO. So again, product market fit, not only with, just CT natives, crypto natives, but, even beyond that, reaching out to projects and businesses being built on chain. So Avicii looks good. I don't know if you guys saw OMFG. I want to say OMFG was actually bouncing a bit as well, just like everything within the eco, but it
Whole
looks
eco,
good.
I think up 24 hours is up, 25-30%, which is Avicii, Umbra, OMFG.
Yeah,
And
OMFG still. Yeah, OMFG still catching up to the overall eco. But I know that they have some catalysts ahead, some news that they'll be coming out with. I think you had a tweet on that, no, Dom?
Yeah, I actually did. Let me see if I can pull that up for you.
Oh, actually, I got it. I think this is it.
You got it from Raka?
No, I got the. Oh yeah, the one from
Theo.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, sweet.
So looks like the OmniPair audit funding proposal passed. Audits begin tomorrow. So basically, this is for mainnet, I believe, right? For their product going live. So it looks like that's kind of coming here soon.
This was one we were interested in. I mean, well before MetaDAO kind of took off. I remember we had watched it basically climb all the way from low to the high, and we never really went in depth on it. Have you gotten to do a deeper dive on this? I would love to have them on the show too.
You know what? I think you just gave me the idea for my next thesis thread. So I'll probably do a little bit of a deep dive here on OMFG. Hit the comments, hit the chat if you want to see a full write up on OMFG. I'd love to do one, get a full thesis out there. But yeah, I think it's a good trade within the within the MetaDAO eco.
MetaDAO is hitting at a pretty good rate right now, man.
Yeah.
If you take a swing in most of these projects, at least in the last couple, the last month or two, you doing great.
There's Avicii, OMFG. We're leaving out one. Umbra.
Umbra, yeah.
Umbra. Let's check out Umbra as well. Let's go to the 12-hour. I think it looks good there. Kind of gives us a good picture. Kind of same thing as OMFG. Kind of holding lows. Still waiting for the bigger move along with the rest of the MetaDAO eco. So we're kind of seeing this range form on Umbra, and I believe with them they also have mainnet around the corner as well. I think they're also they're working on a privacy layer. Mosaic 369 MetaDAO has a strong ethos. Yes, it does. I love their crypto native solution. I think that's going to do numbers. I don't know if we talked about this yesterday, and look, I understand, like, oh my God, the markets are nuking. We're not supposed to be talking about meme coins. However,
we got to talk about Launchcoin too.
Yeah, that one, we definitely got to talk about that one. If you look on this chart on the hourly, so basically with this SPSN, it stands for South Park Sucks Now. So if you guys were paying attention over the weekend, South Park actually talked about meme coins on their latest episode, right? And basically what happened is, we talked about this yesterday on stream. They talked about this episode, or they talked about this meme coin called South Park Sucks Now, and it had the exact ticker and everything. And it seems like all the language and stuff that they were using, I'm like, dang, like whoever's like making these episodes, they're really like degen, like they're really into they're really in the know as far as what we do in crypto. So with that said, I also noticed that so that's the charting there. I just noticed that South Park did something interesting on their Twitter page. Do you see the profile picture? South Park Sucks Now. Wow. Okay. They also changed their picture to South Park Sucks Now on their Instagram profile. So I'm wondering potentially, hey, is there something going on in the background with this? So that's another chart that I'm watching. I know it's like random. It's a meme coin. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're a utility guy. You're an ICM maxi, and you're out here talking about meme coins, guys. It's okay. It'll be all right.
Don't be too hard on yourself, Chell.
No, like I've seen like people do that though. Like they're utility maxis, or they're meme maxis, or they're soul maxis, or they're ETH max. It's like, dude, like I just buy good coins, man. I just buy good coins. And if I think it's a good coin, I'm gonna buy it. If I think it's risky, I'll manage my risk and lower my my size. So yeah, and Mosaic, you're right. South Park had a meme coin episode. The last one was about prediction markets. That's what we talked about yesterday. I'm like, if the last thing they mentioned was prediction markets, and that became hot, that became a narrative, that became a thing. Now they're talking about meme coins, and they now have their own meme coin. And I don't doubt that they actually have they're aware that this meme coin exists. I'm pretty sure if they're that deep in the know in terms of all the knowledge and all that stuff, I'm pretty sure that they might even have an idea that this thing is launched. So we'll see something. We'll see if that takes off, but just something to be aware of. And just again, notice that they've changed this on their Twitter, Facebook, and their Instagram to now South Park Sucks Now.
That is pretty crazy. The South Park profits, man. They front run all the narratives.
So there's that. Another thing to check out here. What else do we want to check out? I believe, yes. This Launchcoin CTO. I think you guys are gonna get a kick out of this one. Look, boom. So there is an account out here that is called Launchcoin CTO, and essentially they're taking over the old Launchcoin. They have CTO'd the OG Launchcoin that is being migrated to Believe. And as you can see here, they just have like all these funny memes around Launchcoin. Look, you can be bullish on Launchcoin or on Believe, on the ecosystem, on ICM, but you can still have a laugh at the end of the day because this stuff is funny. I don't care what nobody says.
Look at this chart. This chart's holding up better than everything else. Share my screen, Josh. Oh, I guess I can share my own screen. Bruh.
There
Look
you
at
go.
that chart.
Jeez.
That's
I saw people
600K.
buying Launchcoin. I'm like, what are people buying?
Dude.
But tell me this isn't the most like funny like story that CT can come up with. Like right
it's a
now.
crypto native meme. We haven't seen a lot of crypto native memes do well in a while because it's like all banks on the CT. Oh my gosh, Josh, I'm just now seeing all the tickers down there. Look at that. Sorry, yeah, but most of these memes that bank on CT, like on crypto, really haven't done well recently. So it's kind of cool to see this do well. Like it's always something outside of CT, like a dog doing something, or South Park, or you know, something of that sorts. So this is kind of cool.
Yeah, no, super cool. You know, we'll see how it does. I think I might even ape a bit because you know it's just like people want to troll Launchcoin. It's been a thing these last 6 months, and I don't think they're gonna stop. Like for example, this tweet right here, like you know the Pantheon agent. Shout out to the boys at Pantheon. I love their app. But they talked about how Believe did a 1.5 soul buyback.
Huge.
And it's like, bro, like they make it so easy to troll. And then you have like this thing here. We want to address these allegations once and for all. The Believe team remains deeply committed to pocketing most of the 20 mil plus retro fees earned. We feel this is appropriate given the hard work Ben put into tweeting twice per month while giving everyone else false hope. Dude, like, and you know, one of my quants, Neil, shout out to Neil. But yeah, I mean, these posts here actually, this one here by Stats was actually pretty interesting. They want someone to do like a Believe post-mortem, but they just kind of talked about how they kind of gave up the lead essentially in trying to do this like stealth mode building. But man, Believe chart is hurting.
Rough.
Hurting.
Spill said, Dom, don't go easy on Stig. Spill, we're going to do you one better. We're going to have Bobby on here talking to Stig, who just migrated off Believe platform. So there will be no softballs.
No, and Bobby's going to take my place on screen too.
So yeah, it's gonna be something.
Yeah, so gonna be really solid. What else do we have here? What else do we want to go over?
Let's check out Kled. Dupe's really strong. We got to look at the dupe chart. Yeah, start there.
So let's do.
I think Orgo's looking pretty good last I checked.
I don't think this is the right one. Hold on. Dupe. Bam. So Dupe has been like going crazy. I think you called this out, Dom, on the lows on the lows there. Like we called it out around this area here.
I better go look through my Twitter. I gotta start mogging on this one here pretty soon.
Yeah.
As soon as I start mogging, though, I know the top's in, so maybe I just hold off.
Maybe. But I mean, regardless, man, like Dupe is looking solid, bro. Dupe is looking solid.
I think this flipped. I heard this flipped Launchcoin. Is that true? Let me see. Or believe that is. Believe that 23.
It might have.
Maybe not
23 mil. Maybe at one point it did.
Yeah, it might have. Kled's looking strong according to Spill. It is looking pretty strong relatively. Nothing's looking super strong, right? But actually, Dupe is, I guess. Dupe is looking pretty damn strong.
Let's run Kled Orgo. I do agree, Rambo. This news is coming out tomorrow, by the way.
Oh, is it? Well, wait. Share that.
Okay, Orgo. Yeah, toss Orgo in. I think
I can do Orgo. Yeah, Chill has the runs real quick.
I'll remove him from stage just in case.
Yeah, so here's the Orgo chart. I'll throw this up on a daily TF. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty solid. Look, we bottomed out a while ago. I will say, when we think about sentiment now, is sentiment as bad right now as it was back when everything in the Believe Eco bottomed out here in August, late August? I don't know. It's been 75 days since the bottom. Yeah, that's just, I mean, grinding up. At some point, you hope to just see something. I mean, of course, it takes Bitcoin behaving a little bit for this to happen, but at some point, you just hope to see, man, we've been grinding up long enough. Everyone's got their position. Just give us one of those. Give us one of those. But yeah, Orgo's looking pretty solid. I would say it's bounced off this area. I'll pull up the 4 hour. The only thing I would say is Orgo's bounced off this area, had wicks. So many times. I'm wondering if like buyers are going to start getting exhausted here as we trade down, just because like they've all deployed so many times. in this range, but we'll see. Either way, like if you get it here, if it slips down here, like I doubt we get much lower than, I mean, any of these levels, which is still a 50%, plus drop. Excuse me.
Yeah, we'll see how the news tomorrow catalyzes this.
Can you talk on that a little bit, Josh? What kind of news are we expecting tomorrow?
Yeah, so from our conversation, they had raised venture funding, or Spencer had raised venture funding. And remember, you can't scale Orgo totally off of just belief fees. Like he to build something like he's building, you have to have real venture funding, which in my opinion de-risks this Orgo chart a lot because there's resources to build for the next years. But at the same time, when you go to raise venture funding, you got to show use and traction, and that's what the token has given Spencer, is the ability to go show that traction. So what's going to be announced tomorrow is, in his words, there's 500 million Orgo tokens that have been locked up, similar to Viva's launch model, and then those Orgo tokens would be given to the new the venture capital funding somehow. I don't know how that works or where this direction. It was very unclear, but that's kind of the announcement that's coming tomorrow alongside V2, and probably a bit of a refresh on the vision for Orgo. But I mean,
so he's going to have venture capital buying the token.
Potentially, yeah. And I mean, again, think about what he's building here. He's building these agents that are using virtual computers, whether they're Microsoft or Linux machines. They have a agent-to-agent communication protocol within Orgo, so these agents could talk to each other. So you could spin up 4 instances, say, hey, your finance, your marketing, your product development, send those agents on their way. They're collaborating. And then Orgo has this Dropbox feature that allows the agents to deposit their files and work into a Dropbox where the human can then go grab them and go interact with those files. So to me, this is something that could have trillions of dollars of GDP impact as a system like this. I don't know if that's going to be Orgo building it, but hey, if it is Orgo, I think this could be a huge play. So just, it's like a moon or dust kind of thesis on this.
For sure. As is most of our theses here, right? Let's, I think, do Kled, and then we should have OP from Dira coming on pretty soon. We
also have an ICM request from YouTube as well. So if Dira is 5 minutes late, that's all good. We'll get them up.
Perfect. Yeah, ICM, we will definitely show you that. Yeah, this was a nice bounce on Kled recently. We had launch guy LB change his name to Kled guy, and I think that's in part what fueled some of this bounce. But look, I mean, every time we get in these lower ranges, Kled seems to find a nice flooring. I guess the question is, again, we're still waiting on the equity anchor aspect of Kled. So they're raising it 100 mil. We know that. If it's a 50% equity anchor, this deserves at least 50 mil just off of the equity aspect alone. So I don't know. I'm a bidder. I'm a bidder in this zone. This was like my buy zone. We got back down to it. I'm probably also a bidder if we just get any capitulation wicks or stink bids. Have any of these whales exit out who are nervous? Let's step in the shoes of the whales real quick, because that's who you're going to be bidding off of. To bid these charts right, you have to set stink bids. You have to set low bids, for fuck's sake. Okay, but yeah. So what's happening here? You see, Kled has now ranged for roughly 35 days. You have a lot of whales that were buying this pump, even buying these pumps, right? Seeing Kled move, starting to catch on. So what happens psychologically to all these people, right? We're in from down here. We have great entries. These people were top blasting. This person was top blasting. This person was top blasting. They're getting nervous right about now. Okay, maybe Kled's not what I thought it would be. Maybe it's not quite the hype that I was getting when it was running up here. True or false, doesn't really matter. What ends up happening is in these ranges, you see a few whales that bid this up heavy, just capitulate. And typically you have the smart money coming in and buying that up, the real conviction buying that up. And so I would say how to play Kled is have a few stink bids set. Maybe set a stink bid here, right? Around that 0.2 range. Maybe set another one down here around that 0.145 range. I doubt we ever get this low again. But if we ever get to 10, I would be bidding that with a lot of ammunition here. So I would say, if you got a couple orders ready to go, set a few, these ranges, and just hope they tap. And that's how you play something like Kled. Let's do ICM for the guys real quick. We know ICM's in a similar boat when it comes to supply control. They have a bunch of whales just with a lot of control of supply. Those were my buy zones. I did add on these zones. I would say anything else lower is just a cherry on top. So again, we're getting back in this range. Down here, we saw almost no volume with very little attention when we sat in this range for the $3 million range for quite some time here on ICM. Now we have attention. Now we have some of the biggest names backing this. I think, yeah, we're slowing down here. Look, we got this capitulation. All things considered, we got this capitulation in a terrible market condition. And right now we're just kind of sitting sideways. I think if you're buying in this range, you should be pretty solid. Ultimately, if you have nuts and you can hold on to this thing, you get it for 8.5 million market cap, something that should be closer to 100 million, in my opinion. You can't really go wrong. So the question is less about where you're buying and more about how long you can hold and how long you think it's reasonable to, what kind of opportunity cost you're going to incur for holding this, right? So I would say buying some here is probably smart. If we get anything lower into, 5-6 range, again, just continue to add. So it's all dependent on macro too, right? If macro continues to suck, there's nothing you can really do about it as a trader. So you just have to pick these zones and be comfortable with bidding at those levels, right? Is a fair valuation of ICM 8.5 million? Is a fair valuation of ICM 6 million? If you think yes, bid and just hold on, right? That's all you can do.
All right, we have OP. Yeah.
Let me pull up a Dira chart real quick.
Yeah, let's do a quick Dira chart. Yeah, love context.
So we got OP back on. Interesting case here. We saw the classic Believe life cycle. We saw Dira pump up when it originally launched and kind of go into this depressed state for a while. OP just continued to build. Again, they have a huge agent directory. I think maybe the biggest agent directory. People kind of caught on to this here when the X402 meta got hot and sent this thing from 80K, 90K to 6.5 million. Okay, so it's obviously on a big retracement here, but just going to be curious to hear why people just now caught on, what OP's been doing since the first call we had with them a while back, and all that good stuff. So, Josh, you want to pull up OP?
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Hey, OP.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, man. Sound great.
Can you hear
Thanks
me?
for
OP.
joining.
Yeah, thanks for joining, and also for the people. You're one of our first shows on MCG, and MCG has stuck around and grown quite a bit since. So, but thank you for that.
Do you remember
Yeah,
when the
yeah.
first episode was? When did you come on last?
Oh, it was a while back, yeah. So many months. So I've been around for some time, yeah. And
Nice.
you guys have a great show, so I always enjoy
Let's go.
to listen.
Hey, we appreciate
Best show on the market in this niche.
High praise for MCG. No, we appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I guess for the people that weren't here for the last episode, maybe we start out with just a little bit about your background and who you are, and then we can kind of catch everyone up and kind of bridge the gap from where you were on our first show versus where you are now.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. So I'm OP. I've spent nearly 10 years in e-commerce, more in tech in general, but currently it's like important way e-commerce part. So more than 10 years in e-commerce, building tech products, and mainly for enterprise. And the last 2 years with AI agents. And currently I'm building Dira Network, and you can see new name, new branding will come soon. So we see it's like an on-chain infrastructure that lets the agent discover, evaluate, and pay each other. So that's on high level background where we, and we can talk more on this one.
Sweet. And so you built this up. You've been building this for quite some time. Maybe tell us how long you've been building this, and you've grown it to 100,000 plus active users, and you have some really good statistics. So maybe tell us about how long you've been building this, why you think it's necessary, and who's using it.
Yeah, so like as I mentioned, so currently we see it like 3 different layers, and you're asking about like we started with the first layer, discovery, and discovery is a AI agent directory. So we started more than a year ago. so to collect different emerging agents in one place, so people can go and explore and see, what is new, what they can use, etc. So that's why we divided in different categories. We launched AI agent landscape map. And keep building from that organically, no paid ads, nothing like that, and it keep growing. And at some point we realized, so we need to add evaluation layer where agent not only discover, but you can actually, see what works for specifically your task. And that's where we launched Agent Arena that you just showed a demo. And people for free, you don't need different subscription for different models. You can go like in one place, send your task, and you can see different results from different models, different agents, and select and vote which one you like more based on your specific task and context. And we have a battle board where you can see the results over there. Yeah. So that's where it started last year.
Battle board. Sweet. You had a tweet out, and I actually just had it up. This was a video I was playing earlier. But you said VC valuations, Ella Marina 600 million, GenSpark 530 million. You're building something in this kind of landscape. Maybe tell us why you think this could be massive, why you continue to build it out. You also started a podcast recently, which is pretty cool. But tell us where these valuations come from and why you think what you're building is so valuable.
Yeah, so those valuation came from VC funds, who are looking for such kind of projects, and they did investment for similar projects. Yeah. So, for example, Ella Marina, so one of the biggest, I believe, from investment perspective, and A16Z invested heavily in such kind of evaluation. So that's. But again, so like they focus only on one layer, as I mentioned previously. So currently we are focusing on infrastructure, and with the 3 layers: discovery, evaluation, and transact. So where we talked about like first layer and second layer, but what is missing right now, and we are actively and heavily building, is a transactional layer right now, where agent will be able to pay and collaborate directly with each other and outside, and we are using right now on this is like open standard protocol X402, and we are partnering with PayAI as well on this layer. And why we do think this is important? So we believe the future of the internet won't be about human clicking buttons like we do right now. It will be about the agent doing business on our behalf. So you can already see early things on this front, and heavy investment and bets from VC companies, and alongside with different analytics report from top companies such as McKinsey, Coinbase, etc., about upcoming agentic commerce. So just to imagine, you will ask your agent to plan a trip, for example, or order material, or hire, or anything like that, and it will take, your agent will talk to another agent, make the deal, make the payment, or for example, you want to sell something, so the same but from another side. So without you being involved heavily as we do right now. So but the problem with that right now is agent cannot act. So they can act, they can search, plan, execute, but they cannot transact. So they cannot pay each other and verify trust. So that's why those 3 layers is very important from my perspective, and that's why we're building like Dira Network, and we're rebranding into Dira Network instead of just our first step was a while back to start with the agent directory, but we are evolving in Dira Network, where we combine all those 3 different layers in one product infrastructure for upcoming agentic commerce.
Can you maybe elaborate on what exactly you're doing to innovate on the X402 side, and maybe with some of the other different 3-pronged approach you guys have here?
Yeah, absolutely. So like from innovation perspectives, like integration, it's more about integration. It's not like coming up with something new. So it's like start using this protocol.
Okay.
like agent to agent. So it's again, so that's the start. So we start because this is a new, and again, so we in stage one for all of this. So that's why it will be a lot of iteration and moving forward. But at this point, it's that's stage number one.
Got you. I see here you have been diligently buying a lot of your supply. You have 21% supply. This leads me to my next question. Maybe what are the tokenomics looking like these days? Are you guys seeking any venture? You showed us earlier that there were some companies doing similar things that raise at $500 million. They have some pretty good venture backing. What does it look like for you?
Okay, so a couple of questions. Let's start with a treasury. So, like on the treasury side, as you know, we launched in May. Back in May, we were one of the first tokens on Believe app. Yeah. Today, not the best time for Believe ecosystem, but we will see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
But again, so we launched back in May, and we had 0 tokens at all. Yeah. So like, and since then we kept buying regardless of like market action, etc. So we kept buying and accumulating. So and you can see currently we have around 21% in our treasury. 85 millions of token is locked. And we keep accumulating our treasury, and the goal is to have like around 25%, so we can use all those for different rewards and to support ecosystem with a transactional layer. So at this point, we do have some tokenomics, but not at the level that I would like to have. So so user can earn DIRA by actively involving in a platform, for example, providing different reviews on agents, so and earn DIRA. But more will come, and more useful tokenomics will come with transactional layers, where we actually want to add it as a default for any transactions on transaction.
Okay, so that's interesting. You think, and maybe give some more thoughts on that. Do you think that when this X402 kind of gets flushed out, you have this transaction layer you guys are building, DIRA will be the token you guys use to transact from agent to agent? Is that the idea?
Yes. And we will see how it goes, like by different testing, ABC testing, but like it will be on background as well. Yeah. So like for example, if we are going to use Solana or USDC, so it will be used through the DIRA as well, so like to connect it.
Okay, cool. What about that venture capital? Are you guys looking for any VC involvement or backing for this, or do you just want to keep bootstrapping it with token funds? And
yeah, so as you can see, and you tell me, yeah, so like from my perspective, I see a market is like very, very early and still trying to find the niche. Majority of players over here is have a trader mindset, come, buy and sell instead of investment. So that's why, as you can see in our example, we have like peaks a couple of times, like there is no stability for that kind of investment. So that's why we are looking for some external investment as well with VC and different accelerators, making sure that we, alongside with ICM market support and creator fee, we have a good financial support from a network and from a financial perspective.
Where are you guys looking for that? Who are you pitching to?
Yeah, so this is like early journey. So like we just applied for Aliens, for example, so it would be great to start with them. I feel that might be a good start for a connection and for this transactional layer.
Okay, cool.
I have a question, Dom, if you're out of your line of questioning. So we had Pay AI on, and obviously they were kind of like one of the leading X402 narrative folks creating that framework alongside Coinbase. What is your take on just the X402 hype cycle? Is it something that will last here, or is it a matter of like, okay, cool concept, agents to agents paying each other is obviously going to be big one day, but today it's still only a handful of millions of dollars worth of actual real volume? What's your take?
Yeah, so like currently we are talking with different AI agent builders. So, and like when you're asking them like what is the most hype word in the in 2025, everyone is saying AI agents. Yeah, so the same we can say about 4.1 4.2 protocol as well. But again, so this is like on one hand we see some hype, but on the other hand, we do have substantials over there. We do have a problem, and we do have a solution. So that's why I feel that once we find good use cases for 4.2, it will stay for a long time. But again, so this is like from my perspective is a discovery phase right now, where we we got attention, and now we need to discover use cases that we will use and prove the ROI and usefulness, because there is a problem, that I was mentioning, and there is a movement to the future where agent will be acting.
And what does a use case look like? Like, when will we know that we are like, oh wow, like that is special? Is it volumes rising? Is it the amount of agents using these? Or is it like, is there some sort of GDP metric that can't be gamed? Because two agents sending $1 back and forth to each other doesn't seem really interesting, and seems kind of like just a gameable metric. But like, what does success look like in that, you'd point to and be like, yeah, that's a real use case?
Yeah. So this is a good one, and we will explore all together, what and when success will be over there. But like from my perspective, I see it like through the volume, because like volume will reflect the usefulness, and volume not from a transaction perspective, but from money flow perspective, because like we will keep gaining more trust, and with the trust we'll trust more money, and with that we will keep growing. So once we cross this line where okay, we can trust and its usefulness, and so that will take off heavily from that. But now it's more like discovery, experimentation, and find those use cases which make sense.
Yeah, you have a stat here I see on your X that you posted about Avo's monthly users versus Dira's, and then the different valuations between them. What where do you get, like, what are these numbers referencing?
This is a fun one. So first of all, I was doing a great job, so it's not like I'm so a great project, and
I know.
go and check them out.
We love Avo and whatnot. So, but I love the founder kind of take here. So
it's more like a fun stuff. So this is official data from you. Anyone can go through SumRush and check those.
Okay, what's this data from? Is this just visitors to the website?
Yeah, this is a visitor. Yeah, that's public data from visitors. Yeah.
Right, and so you have 105,000 visitors versus Avo's 22,000. Okay, and where do you see your like, where's this traction coming from? Is this like people building agents, or is this just curious people, you think?
Majority is like people who are looking for different solutions. It's not like a builder. So we do have around 20,000 registered, builders. But majority, as you can see, based on those numbers, is people who are coming to explore and find the solutions.
Okay, got it. Go ahead, Don.
And I guess one question that I had was, what use case do you see Dira being used for the most? Because what I've seen is there are tons of users on your platform. You guys have a ton of traction. Like, what are your agents being used for now? What do you see as being like the main use case? I know it's a little early for that question as well, and we kind of touched on it a little bit, but I just wanted to flesh that out.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a great one. Again, as I was mentioning, majority of people are coming to explore different engines. So that's why, like, one of the top pages for exploration is a landscape map where people can go and see like different categories and dive into different categories. So that's like the first use case that we see majority. So exploration, because we target like initially. Through the LinkedIn, and you can see we have like more than 10,000 subscribers over there. So we focus on that area where we can find different businesses, corporate, etc. So that's why they keep exploring different solutions that they can use, like as a person, or it's like for the work, or for founders as a company for the company. So that's one use case, and another one is a good, like from arena perspective, it's a nice place to have where you can go, like and even myself. So I keep using it. So when I need to draft some post or anything like that. So and I want to check which output is the best. So that's why I keep good to have one place where you can go and provide your input and get different result in one place and select right away.
Right now at the top, you have hiring a lead engineer of your November focus. What does the team look like, and what's your role specifically in it?
Yeah, so my role is like doing everything. So that's a headache, and I working on more delegation and expanding the team. So I do have different team members who are helping me with the development and with communication, but it's more like part-time participation. So that's why currently we're in a stage where we need to keep expanding full-time with full-time employees. So that's why we open hiring actively right now, getting some candidates, but we'll be making some decisions shortly to expand the team specifically on engineering side.
Yeah, and so when you add full-time team members, it means you have to resource that. Are you earning revenues now from running Dira that can cover those costs? Are you raising money, or is this coming specifically from trading fees?
Yeah, so like so that's something that so you asked to have some alpha, like I haven't shared that yet, so I want to share.
Oh, some alpha, yeah, of course. And if you start talking about the alpha, you got to finish.
Yeah, you asked about revenue, so that's why I haven't communicated that yet. So we just crossed 10K MRR, so that's a good milestone for us.
Monthly recurring revenue, right?
Yes.
10K.
Yes,
Nice.
Wow,
yeah.
congratulations. That's awesome.
And yeah, that's without transactional layer, so it's more like ads usage, etc. So that's why it's pretty amazing.
Can you talk about the usage and how that directly correlates to revenue? I remember the first time we had you on, you were kind of juggling between a few different ways to make this revenue grow. What did you kind of land on when it comes to generating revenue, and how is that looking currently on your platform?
Yeah, so like it's looking from advertisement perspective. So like people want to have a higher position, so that's why they pay for premium listing, and also you can you may saw our website rating keep growing, so people would like to have a backlink, so they keep adding their solution, because like it's very important for discoverability, not only for a Google or other search engine, but also for ChatGPT and different AI search results. So your site should be on top in different queries. So that's why it's very important to have a quality backlink. So that's why we keep working on ad side.
Do you think the ad side is the end goal when it comes to
monetization? Oh, no. This is like just peanuts, I believe.
Would love to hear why.
So like the end goal is transaction. Yeah, so like transactional layer, that's the most important layer, because you will get small portion of the fee for different transaction, and that's where the growth and scale come from.
So clearly, you must see a future with X402 and agent-to-agent payments if you think this is going to be a big built-in model for you guys driving revenue. I think you've already touched on it a bit, but maybe elaborate on just where you think we're headed in terms of the direction of agent-to-agent payments and X402 in general, because that seems to be a big driving factor of your revenue going forward, hopefully.
Yeah, so like that's I see this as a future, like as I was mentioning. So currently we are, so for example, you're doing right now, you go click, etc. Searching for information for you, and in the future it will be an agent. Yeah, so we'll do stuff and we'll pay. So this why, and the problem with AI agents is that they cannot do everything. So we will have a lot of specialized agents. Yeah, and we see the direction where we are heading right now. So but when you build something, you want to monetize. So that's why you need some rails that will enable you to monetize your efforts to build and your efforts to support, performance of your service, like through the agent, for example. Yeah. And from a corporate side, we can see that a lot of companies, they always like 1 year delay, and they currently very active in implementing different agent optimization. So it's only the start. They will keep moving into that direction. And as I was mentioning, from different analytics report, you can see that agent commerce is something that will come next. So that's why we are trying to move quickly on that direction and be one of the first over there. And also, like George, you was mentioning, so I wanted to mention as well on that post. So we mainly started with Web2 agents, as I was mentioning, yeah, and some of the Web3, but currently we actively will be adding Web3 agents, and I was mentioning that together with, trading agents, Polymarket, etc. And we also will be adding, login and sign up through the wallet as well. So we will, actively in November we'll be implementing crypto function also.
So I just want to wrap this all together for everyone. So you have this agent, Google for agents, basically, where you can come in and search different types of agents that do different things like personal assistants, maybe their customer service, digital workers. Your revenue model is based on those developers trying to put their agents to the top of the list. If I go in and click, let's say a customer service agent, am I signing up for that sub service? And do you get a referral fee for any of that, or a referral clip? Like how are you, like, you're sending these people traffic, of course, like, do you get anything out of that, or do you just pass through the lead to them?
Yeah. So like affiliate program, one of the part of ads revenue. Yeah.
Okay, so that's part of the revenue. So you've started to earn about 120K yearly, or 10K MRR, which is great because your market cap is 400K. You own 21% of your token. You like to get to 25%. Maybe just close the loop for me on how the token relates to this business. Are you thinking of tying the revenue somehow, or the profits that you're generating, to some sort of thing that, call it flywheel, whatever you want to call it, that moves the token price? Or like, you mentioned maybe the Dira token is the token used for agent to agent payments. Like, how do you think of the Dira token within this kind of ecosystem?
Yeah, at this point we do have some integration for Dira token, for example, so you can earn Dira token when you engage on a platform. For example, you use an agent, you can leave a review, and you will earn the token for your review. So to motivate people, get it for free through the as a reward for actions. But the end goal to have Dira closely integrate as a utility to the platform, and it will be different layers for that one. So first you was mentioning is to have like agent to agent communication, and Dira will be incorporated over there as well. And also on this note, like I keep getting like different requests from our users, so they see it as a virtual protocol, but on Solana. So they keep asking, let's add ability not only create agents that we will add, but also like to create a token. So okay, let's let's see, but on Solana. So I don't know, like maybe that's one of the vectors. So we also can explore more once we launch a transactional layer. So yeah.
Maybe loop me in on growth. How well have you guys been growing? How do you continue to scale this and continue to get this into people's hands?
Yeah, so like during the summer, we did have some slowdown from a usage perspective. I believe that's a seasonal one. But like yeah, from a launch, for example, last year we kept growing like double each month, something like that, till I believe till May, something like that. And after that, we did some decline in the summertime, and now we see again, so starting September, we do see a growth again.
We have to wrap this conversation, OP. This has been really good. Dom, any final thoughts? And then I want to shout out your thread here before we go.
No final thoughts. I was just going to say anything OP has left on the way out. Would love for him to share, but I appreciate you shouting out my thread here, Josh. Been a dear supporter since the beginning, man.
With the 60,000 views on this Dom thread, I'll link this into the replies. But yeah, OP, if you want to, any final closing thoughts.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me today. And yeah, you have a great show. Like I do enjoy and listen to you guys. Like when I can. So yeah, thank you so much for having me today. And yeah,
always fun talking, OP. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye.
See you, brother.
Takeaways?
Impressive. He's built an impressive
users.
business. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, generating revenue. He said what, 10K?
10K MRR. Yeah.
Yeah.
Love that.
I think really, if he wanted to, he could probably squeeze a little bit more money out of it. I think he's been running at over a year now. He's got 100,000, people visiting the site monthly. I think that is, and I think he's still trying to figure out the best ways to really monetize in a tasteful way and get this out. The X402 is a big unlock. I think he's got a ton of ideas. He's got the biggest directory platform. Now I think he's like, how can I focus that attention on people building agents on my platform, number one, then people using my platform as that layer to transact with X402. So I think like he's got the audience. Now he can just beautifully implement it into a bunch of different use cases and solutions. And that's when the real revenue starts coming in. So pretty cool stuff. What do you guys think?
Yeah, pretty impressive. I like the numbers. I honestly want to see exactly like, how does he put this all together? Like, what's the use case? What's the unlock that takes this platform from where it is now to like the place to be for, whether
yeah. Like if it's like I go on there to their directory and I just like drag a bunch of agents into a shopping basket, buy them all, and then all of a sudden I'm launching like a company or something, or I'm like, bootstrapping a product together. Like to me, that's like wild future. I don't know if that's where he's getting to, but
that's pretty cool. That's a dystopian thought. It's like, hey, I want to launch some sort of business. Type it in Deer. I recommend you the 5 agents that'll be best for each position. Yeah. And like you said, drag and drop and just have a full-fledged business just like that.
Yeah, and I can buy the subscriptions to them through that. I can, get them to pay each other and communicate together. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's crazy. We have 6 minutes before out of body experience. Any like charts or news we want to quickly peek at?
We can look at Ubi. Ubi's done very well since obviously the market's taken a hit, but since we had them on, I think they have run significantly, still sitting over $1 million market cap here. Let me refresh my Mobi.
Shout out Ubi. They were in the MCG DMs, not just DMs, the replies guys from the days when Chill and I were running this. Long-term reply guys of the show, I guess.
It's all coming back now, all the lore.
When did we have him on? Was it down here around 500K? I forget exactly.
Yes, got to be August, September-ish.
Yeah, they've done well since then, though. I think they managed to reach a roughly $2.5 million market cap. It got some really good attention. Their RPC nodes are firing on all cylinders, I believe. So I think they actually have some content that they're going to show when they come up here and share some of their developments and stuff. This is not a full interview. It's just an update interview, but they got some cool stuff to show. So exciting times.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to that discussion. What else do we want to?
Avicii just candling. Oh my goodness.
Chatting.
Bill, he seems like a good guy. Yeah, he does. He seems
Yeah.
like a good guy. Actually, Dom's thread shows a little bit about his background too. Go read it.
Are you guys talking about OP?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, guys, OP is like a stand-up guy, real stand-up guy.
Yeah.
He volunteers as like a firefighter on his off days. Like, dude's a Chad. Dude's awesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah, he's like genuinely he's a good
Is
guy.
he in Ukraine? Is he Ukrainian?
He is Ukrainian, but he's
Yeah.
not. He's in the States, I believe now.
Oh, true.
Last I talked to him. But yeah, awesome guy. Like genuinely, I would love
Yeah,
to
I
see
was
him
gonna
win.
say being a firefighter in Ukraine is a busy job.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, not in Ukraine, but sweet. Yeah, dope guy. He's got a podcast, guys. So you should go listen to it if you're into agents and AI. No one better to listen to than
He's
OP.
the Lex Friedman of On Chain.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
man.
you're right, man. Avicii's looking good. Like that is a strong chart, brother. I wanted it down here. Like this is where I originally got in. I believe my first entries around this range. I wanted more down there, but wow, this is incredible.
Yeah, no,
I love what MetaDAO is doing for on-chain utility right now.
Yeah, they're literally put everyone in their backpack and was like, it's all good. Just come with me.
Yeah.
And yeah, Avicii's looking fantastic. Honestly, whole eco's looking pretty strong. I like the updated numbers for Avicii as well. I think Meta Profit covered that in his article. What was it posted yesterday? We talked about that a little bit on stream.
Ooh,
yeah.
another one we should pull up is Virus. Post
really?
season 2.
Is
It had
it?
a pretty
Yeah.
dramatic sell-off, but I mean they made $3.5 million and paid out 300 grand and are doing an 800K buyback. So, and they have a new game coming up.
When is the new game coming?
Very soon. I don't know what very soon means. So if that is that days, weeks, months, no clue. You got to take Tuna at his words, and he was on the show. I've invited him back with the new MCG booking link, which we won't talk about publicly. But yeah, Tuna, great dude. V2 wrapped up, made a bunch of money, which is good. Good experiments. His thing is to build the biggest gaming studio on Solana. So think even bigger than Axie Infinity in the billions. He wants to get Virus to that level or Pandemic Labs to that level. And yeah, the new game, he alluded to it on our stream. It's kind of like a Pal World kind of concept where you're like little Pokemon figures with like machine guns shooting at each other or something like that.
I hope he makes a playable game, bro. That's what I'm interested in. I want a playable on-chain game that's actually sick. The Squid Games concept was cool, but if I had to give honest feedback, it was super lucky to draw. I wonder who actually won that. I survived till day 6, so I was one of 100 something. But again, it's cool. I would love to play. I would have loved to like interact and play that online. If I could have actually run around, made a community with a little weed farm and stuff, had a cartel going, like, dude, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, there's
Like
some
Rust
depth
style?
there that could have been added for sure. But like to build that kind of game, like
Rust
you need
style,
a
so.
team. You need a team.
Yeah, I really would love. I mean, I guess Dom, what kind of game would you want to play? Would you want to play like
Well,
like
look, there's
something-
so many indie games that are fun. There's so many. I mean, I don't think it matters. I think if I could get on a game, what did you enjoy about playing games when you were younger or when games were really hot? Like recently, there hasn't been any great games. And for me, if I think about it, it's like, well, I loved getting online with my friends or people I met on the game and just messing around,
Come on,
right?
guys.
It didn't matter if it was
Battlefield 6.
Fortnite, Battlefield, COD, GTA. Like, as long as the game's pretty good and I can get on there with a fun community and people and just mess around, like, dude, I'm gonna have a good time. So there's an indie game right now that this was loosely based off of, where you can actually run a cartel, build a weed farm. Some of my friends actually play it. I never got into it, but like, if they would have been able to bring that on chain, it would have been sick.
Yeah.
100%.
So I
Yeah,
hope
shout
I
out-
think whoever unlocks that is going to be they're going to win in a big way. I remember there was a game, a Web3 game. It was like basically like a battle royale, a winners win like Bitcoin. And it never really like, it was a very niche game, but like it had like very sticky players, like a player count. So I would love to see like a game like that where it's little battle royale style, or just something like, I would even go for something like a Fall Guys, you know what I mean? Fall Guys, like where you got to survive type thing. That would be good
Fall
in like a
Guys is
7-day stint.
decent. We got to shout out Spicy here because we got to move to the next segment. But Guy made 300 grand, or his crew made 300 grand. Previously joined shop with stablecoins anywhere online. Acquired by Beam, cool. And trade in Rhythm. What's
any
finding
thoughts?
on-chain trading with Signal?
Any thoughts he had about the game post? This guy went 300K from this game. I wonder what he has to say about it. Can you scroll down? Maybe. Surely we have a post from him.
Guy wins 300K,
Nothing.
does not post it.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, I
All
would
right,
say with that, he's probably not a friend of the Addicted.Fun team. Otherwise, he'd probably be posting like crazy per their request. But all right, nonetheless, let's get Ubi up. We've seen
Getting
that they're doing good.
1% better every day. That's my goal in life. 1%
He just got
better every
300.
day.
He just got 300,000% better, actually. So
Fact.
he's doing good. He doesn't have to do anything for the next couple days.
Hello,
Yeah,
what's good?
that-
K6, how you doing?
It's nice to see you guys. Been a while, but we're back.
Welcome back, Mask Up. Love the PFP. How we doing?
We're doing good. So I'll just start off right. So what's up, everyone? I'm K6, obviously, from Ubi Protocol, and today I'm introducing Synapse. Synapse is our next generation RPC and data engine for Solana. It's purpose-built for on-chain agents. And you've seen, obviously, RPCs before. So like Helios, QuickNode, Triton, all focused on one thing, speed. But Synapse isn't just faster, it's smarter. It's the foundation of how AI will think, act, and transact on-chain. So there's a big issue with the current landscape with RPCs. So every
I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt. Time on. K6 came. You could tell he's a veteran because he just came.
I
in
love it.
firing off the hip.
Dude, I love it. I love it.
Dragon's
Yeah,
Den,
man.
let's go.
He's like, man, I got 30 minutes, dude. I got.
We're not VCs,
15.
but take my money, K6, please.
Thank you, man.
How's-
I mean, I feel like getting in here and just getting the vibe up the second you're in, it's one of the main things. And I'm so sad I couldn't get my webcam up today. I only just got it. But
It's all good. How's your day going? Maybe just start there.
yeah, so my days, it's been, I can't lie, it's been quite good. It's been a quite difficult time, especially on the workload. So we've been working on, lots of things in the background. It's been constant work. I feel like I've been working 16-hour days. I had to do a brand redesign for Ubi, so I got new Ubi logos out, new banners. We're developing leaflets, case studies,
Nice.
and we got a whole new Synapse branding out, as you can see by the website. We've
Love
taken
it.
a sort of different approach to, the green. We wanted to sort of instill it as the RPC of Solana. We don't want to go small. We want to go big.
I do like the rebrand. I think the green was a little bit archaic, clunky. I don't know if that's the right word, but I do like this sleek Solana themed rebrand. How's morale? How's morale amongst the team during this market conditions? You guys have had a nice pump though, since I'm not sure if that contributes, but how's morale?
Morale, it's positive between the team. Obviously, community, you see they panic quite a bit and it gets a bit worrying, but we've got quite a strong community. We're still getting, good engagements on X. And we're just building and they see that.
All right. Well, tell us what you're building. There we go, K6. Glad to hear from you.
So obviously we're building Synapse RPC. This is to be released on the 7th of November. So we are releasing this on the 7th of November. Sorry, 1 second. Someone's knocking on my door.
They want that live alpha before everyone else.
Oh, I'm back. But
His door is just like right behind him.
yeah, but we've been building this.
They're looking for
quite
the
a while.
alpha.
The alpha is basically Synapse. Every RPC, as I said today, is a messenger. It takes your transaction, sends to the network, returns data, and that's it. But it doesn't understand the context and it doesn't handle intelligence. It doesn't help agents automate or function in real time. For example, you're building bots, trading systems, or AI agents that models really don't scale to. You end up, depending on centralized APIs, off-chain logic, and I would say fragmented data pipelines. This is the problem that Synapse was built to solve. I'd love to show you guys a trailer as well for our Synapse. I'm not sure how to do this, but
Please,
I think
would
I can.
you like
Yeah.
to? So you can share a screen. I'll toggle
Yeah.
it up.
I've got a screen up, but I can share a
Oh, yeah.
video, I think, right?
Yeah. So here, I'll remove you from, and then you can get your video organized. Then you can should be able to share it. If you click share, it allows you to share slides, extra camera, video, image,
I
etc.
think I've found it. It's here. This should be the right one.
Okay, I got you. There we go. Oh, there we go. Here, I'm just gonna pause it and make sure it's fully loaded.
Yeah,
Alright, you
sometimes
ready?
it's buggy like that. Thank you. I think it's still loading.
Must be.
Yeah, this might. Do you have it on a web version by chance?
Yes, but I
Okay.
would have to share my system audio. I've got it up already on here.
Okay, is it on X there? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let's try that. I'm gonna just can you just I'm just gonna remove you and then we'll do your X one.
Okay, so I need to set up audio, right?
Yeah, when you click share, you can share as a tab. So maybe I'll help you just get organized and then we can do it. So if you
Yes.
go bottom, you can say share screen,
I'll
and
stop my
then
share and I'll share again.
you do
Um,
Chrome tab, window, or entire screen. And then at the bottom it says also share audio.
Okay, yes, I've got it. Share tab audio. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. I'll let you set it up and then I'll add it up. Don't want to dox your browser history, you know what I'm saying? So
You'd be disappointed.
oh yeah, I'm sure.
All right, we're ready to go now, I think. So let's get this started. So that is the trailer. We wanted to keep it simple. I feel like the main thing is to appeal to, normal users. So technicality was not, really a thing we wanted to go for. We wanted to go for the trusted data, what we have seen and what we have got. So I feel like it sort of, brung across the real vibe of Synapse. It's almost like a, how would you describe it? It's like a, entirely new, innovative style of an RPC. It's not just an RPC. It's a whole new aspect of that. If you
Can you maybe explain why?
Yes, I can. So Synapse, it redefines what an RPC can be. It's a data and execution layer that doesn't just deliver information, it processes it. We've engineered a completely new validator stack that streams live Solana data into structured indexes, meaning agents, DApps, and DeFi protocols can access verified, organized states instantly. Every account, every pool, every transaction is indexed in real time, ready for agents to analyze and act in milliseconds. I'd say the way to think of it is like, while traditional RPCs send data, Synapse gives you AI situational awareness, which is sort of what the world's, moving towards, an AI world. It's the difference between a radio tower and a control center. So it basically manages a lot more things. And as you guys know, X402, right? You've seen it around. You've seen PayAI, the biggest facilitator on Solana. They have been one. They have been one of the ones testing this with us. And they've given
alpha
us
or is
alpha.
Okay.
Because they are actually considering. I 99% sure they're transitioning over to Synapse RPC on release.
Ooh,
Pure alpha.
It's got to count for something. Yeah, pure alpha.
So all of our testers, we had really big projects in the space. Obviously, we sort of had to, perfect our list to get the best applicants for it and cover as many, different things. So we had TG metrics testing, DGen gain, we had IQ 6900, which is now IQ Foundation, I see. So they migrated. We had Yara AI, obviously Odin, the ones behind the Heimdall bot, if you guys know, and a lot of big projects testing it with us, and we got overly positive feedback. Like we got, obviously in the testing phase, got a couple of issues, but they were so happy with the performance of it, and they were like, it's not just faster, it's better, it fixed our issues. One guy literally came to us, said it fixed the issues he was having with Helios.
So K6, help me understand this. How, from a technical perspective, how does one make a faster, more secure RPC? Like, what goes into that? Obviously, you guys are developers, you have extensive knowledge there, but maybe for us, that the normies out here, how do you guys create something better than Helios or better than these competitors? Yeah.
We focus on sort of a more direct approach, if you get what I mean. We focus on one thing and then we move to the next. So we're focusing directly on sort of integrating an agent system, and we already had a very fast system for that agent system, right? So we were able to implement some of that code into it, sort of like focusing on making it the best rather than focusing on making it a competitor. We put in hours just, focusing on the small things, which typically big companies are focusing on the wide view of things. We are focusing on the small things, direct feedback, and that's how we were able to, get the speeds we get, which are in the milliseconds. From our test calculations, we are about, if not more, 2 times faster than Helios and other providers.
How do you go and vampire some of those users, right? Helios has a huge user base. We see a lot of these bigger, RPC providers with massive user bases. How do you go and take some of those? If you have a superior product, what does it take for you to get some of those users from there onto your product?
The thing I'd say is that we're not trying to take those users from there. Other providers, we're trying to show them that there's a better option in the space. So instead of directing, directly towards other providers and going, oh, we're better than them, we're better than this, we're better than that, we're trying to go to different projects that may need an RPC for their specific needs. And it allows for us to, bring in a more loyal holder base of the RPC, more loyal users, and people who have genuinely tried and tested it. I have got the website on, if you guys can see. I'm not sure if my screen's showing.
I can, yeah. So sorry, Dom, go ahead.
So we've got obviously this is the website for Synapse. It's not currently released. It's just a test version, but this is the main page. We move down to so we have ultra low latency, enterprise security, global coverage, auto scaling, private endpoints, advanced caching. We show our performance here that scales against, typically thing is optimized for Solana. So other providers, you guys must know, they go onto other chains. Obviously, at some point we are looking to do this, but at the moment we are purely a Solana RPC. We also allow for, down at the bottom of the website, you can contact us to schedule a demo to try it out before you actually want to. And we do have a free plan that also comes with this. So you can use it for free, or you can schedule a demo and you can really see if it's the right one for you. Obviously, we are trying to, do an integration with X402 amidst the, hype, as well as it would make our systems almost faster for payments, obviously, with an AI-based thing. So we're going to be connecting the PayAI adapter through the Ubi SDK. We're essentially shipping a tiny PayAI adapter directly inside the SDK so agents can route payments through existing PayAI facilitators with zero changes required on the user side. All you need to do is initialize with your facilitator signer and allow mints, and then agents can call pay as usual, and everything is handled automatically through the SDK.
So what's the market opportunity here?
I feel like this is something other people haven't done before. Obviously, we have Synapse RPC coming out before, but we have fully on-chain AI agents that we are developing to almost have a plug-and-play system with this X402, so they can pay quickly. They can, use all of the features from X402. It allows for a way faster, I don't know what I'd call it, a way faster system of AI agents, as they are directly on chain. They're documented, verifiable, and they're just way better for on-chain systems than an off-chain AI agent that hasn't got the data. It can analyze direct markets through the chain.
What does the future look like? Like, why do you need an RPC to have the quickest, most secure agent-to-agent transactions, etc.?
The thing is, we were looking at options. This is the whole thing between Synapse. So we were looking at options, and we were like, so Helios is really good, right? But it didn't really tailor to what we needed for this agent system. And we were thinking, there's sort of a gap in the market here. There's not really a RPC that can, connect with these agent systems. And we were like, what are we going to do here? So we decided to make Synapse RPC, which then directly does all these features we were missing. No one else on the whole market offered these features, and it allowed for us to, implement a lot more into the systems.
Copy. Cool. Well, I think that pretty much covered the RPC, that new release. I'm sure the team's buzzing with excitement, ready to get that thing out. When is it releasing again?
So the RPC is releasing on the 7th of November. We've obviously got, pricing plans for every single type of audience. So I'm showing it right now if you guys can see.
Oh, gotta pull it up.
But this is different pricing, which is cheaper than, other providers. It's a better system, almost, implemented directly for agents. And we have different plans for each user. So if you're looking to start off with a free plan, you can go for a free plan. Obviously, you can go for a cheaper model, which is for small projects, starters, then move on to advanced, company, and the premium plans down here.
Got you. Yeah, I think I'm most curious to see how you can really expand this business and get user base. Do you have obviously you're in beta right now. You mentioned a few projects that are using this. But yeah, maybe conceptualize that for me. How are you guys really planning on going to market, guerrilla marketing, and just getting this out there? Yeah.
Pardon, what did you say? You cut out a little bit.
Okay, yeah. How are you guys planning to really just get boots on the ground, guerrilla marketing, and getting this out there? I think that's the most important thing is a distribution aspect. And I'm
Making
curious
money.
to find how you guys are going to do that. Yeah, making money.
I think one of the main things is word of mouth, right? Because we tailored our testers selection directly to some of the best projects we could find on Solana. So this word of mouth, obviously, with these big providers actually going, oh, I would like to swap over to this, is better for what we need to do. Then they can go to different, projects they know, for example, that needs an RPC, and they can recommend us. We're also preparing case studies, and we've got a marketing campaign coming up for these developers. So we're trying to, organize different kinds of marketing campaigns with Odin, TG Metrics, these big guys. And we feel like getting across the word is the main thing. People can see it and they can't understand it. But it's best to get across the most simple, this is better in this way, right?
There we go. That's the goal, man. All right, K6, any closing thoughts? We are out of time, but we appreciate you coming on and sharing this update. Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, I would just like to say Synapse isn't just another RPC. It's the foundation for verifiable AI on Solana. It's where infrastructure, data, and intelligence finally meet. So if you're building in this new chain of on-chain agents, you'll be building on Synapse. Thank you, and welcome to the next generation of decentralized intelligence on Solana.
Good luck and keep the energy up.
That's right.
The markets need it.
Yeah, man, stay positive. Markets will not be bad forever. That's what I will
That's
say.
right. All
We're
right,
willing,
see you,
man. CK6.
Yeah,
Share this
markets are
tab.
getting crunchoed. Oh, sorry, Dom. Oh,
Yeah, market's getting
Oh,
crushed, but
jeez.
there's one thing that continues to shine. And that's
Oh,
launch coin.
jeez.
jeez.
Wait a minute. But this isn't the
I
believe
told
shard.
y'all, man.
Just
I knew it. I freaking knew it, man.
Man,
is there
Dude,
anything
they're
they could
gonna
have done
send
to
this
like
thing.
crush this? Like, I don't, not crush it, but I mean,
I think they've sold, like, all supply was sold here, right? So they
Yeah.
don't really have access to liquidity pool. They can't just pool liquidity. But no, this is a proper
Oh
CTO.
my.
wow.
Too funny.
my
It's at 1 million
gosh,
market
dude.
cap. Up
Imagine
1 million?
400%. Oh yeah. Yeah.
we called that at like 500, like just before the stream
Close,
started,
yeah.
just before like we interviews started. No.
Yeah,
For sure.
we called it out. It was flagging, and now it is up.
Crazy.
Jeez.
When we originally had the flywheel drop, we got, Believe left a chat called Believe Big Brains, and since rebranded to ICM Big Brains. Murphy's like, all right, who's gonna CTO launch one? Who's gonna do? Someone's gonna do it. He was right. So the lore here is that this is an ex Believe team member doing this. I don't know if that's true. When you look at the Twitter, who does this remind you of? Does it remind you of Rain at all?
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh my god.
would
Here
it be
we go.
wild if it got the launch coin got migrated to pump? I don't know if that's possible.
Oh, imagine.
But
But they I don't know how that would work. Yeah, they would need to
zoom this in.
Yeah, people are saying this is ex Believe employee running this account. I don't know where that's coming from, but just hilarious, dude.
Oh my gosh. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? Hey, look, you know what? I love it just for the laughs. I literally do believe that this is the funniest thing like currently happening on chain right now. It could be a massive story, especially if that like sticks, that some like an ex-Believe team member or whatever. But here's the thing. Does this flip Believe?
Imagine,
dude. That's what I'm really like trying to figure out here.
I don't know. This is a good way to get
Dude.
sued if you're doing this kind of stuff, though.
Oh, it's crypto. No one's seeing
Yeah,
it.
it's all crypto until you're in front of a court and they're looking at it. And then they say, well, it's not really, oh, just crypto.
What are they gonna assume for? CTOing a coin that
I can't misrepresent the brand, right? Like
Who's
then
gonna
there's damage to that, right? Like if you impersonate a brand, right, they
Mm.
can DMCA it, but then if there's actual real world damage or implications, like there's liability there, absolutely.
who are
Remember
they gonna
Ryder
sue? The
Rips?
PFP?
Remember
It's a
Ryder
CTO.
Rips? And he got sued by Yuga and he had to pay them a lot of money.
Well,
I just
don't think that's
you
gonna
just
happen,
don't want to be in that scenario. Look, like guys, here's a little piece of advice from real life advice. If you live in a jurisdiction that has strong laws, you do not want to mess around with stuff like this. It's better to sleep at night. Yes, it's funny and we can all laugh at it, but man, like if you got good stuff going on in your life, don't bring this kind of stuff into your life. I'm just gonna keep it 100.
Bring this
Also
kind of
don't
stuff into your
murder
life.
and rob people.
Hey,
Just some tips of simple advice from the guys.
yeah,
But it's pretty funny.
it
We're
is
supposed to
funny.
have
It's funny.
radar coming up shortly here, actually right now. But let's look at their chart. Not sure where they at. Let's see. Yeah, this is actually one that's been holding up really well though. It's at nearly $1 million market cap. It's just been kind of
Wow, nice
grinding up.
chart.
So yeah, real nice chart.
Is
Do you
this
guys have
is
any-
this another privacy play?
Uh-huh.
Let's see. I'm gonna. Thought there was a tweet on this that I wanted to get up here.
Here, they got a thread here. Okay,
What?
introducing the ShadowPay agent market. We've shipped something big. The world's first decentralized marketplace for autonomous AI agents on Solana. Agent discover the world's first decentralized marketplace for autonomous AI agents. I feel like that's just not true. Agent discovery, hire, pay each other automatically, all on chain, all trustless. So we got some X402 going on here. It looks like the ShadowPay ecosystem now has 3 participants: service providers, build X402 APIs, earn Solana; agent developers, build autonomous agents, earn Solana; end user, hire agents to do tasks. How it works: user A registers their ChatGPT 4 wrapper, sets a price, lists capabilities, starts earning immediately. User B builds a research agent, discovers users A services, pays for escrow automatically, no manual confirmation needed. Here's a real example, which I will tab to in a sec. In the meantime, why this matters: traditional AI APIs require credit cards, manual payments, centralized gatekeepers, no privacy. ShadowPay agent marketplace is crypto payments, autonomous payments, permissionless, and there's zero knowledge preserving. Here's the marketplace. This is all like, this is like going over my head here, but I feel like I gotta show you. Let's see. Oh, this is their white paper. Is it? Maybe not. I have no idea what I'm looking at here.
Yeah, it's super technical. There's a tweet that I'll share that kind of just encapsulates everything really well. From the homie Tradinator. Radar is like Visa for Solana, except it doesn't snitch. That means paying, subscribing, or calling APIs and nobody knows who you are. This lets projects build AI agents, API paywalls, or e-commerce with native privacy built in. AI bots paying APIs, Shopify checkouts that don't leak wallet IDs. In case anyone thinks that it's a lark, the team's already working on an app on Shopify. I heard that it's close to completion as well. Going to be huge when it launches. So great way to kind of just wrap this all in one concept. That was a lot of technical jargon.
And I'm having this creeping suspicion we're not going to get them on just because it is 4:40 a.m. He's in China, I think, their time, and I'm not seeing him respond to the messages. So I'm thinking he's probably asleep.
That's all right. It happens.
It happens.
When you're in Asia, that happens. Remember that one project? I forget what was we were doing the first time we did the Believe Spaces, there was a no-show and their chart had like candled from like 20K to like 50K and then right back down. I was
Yeah,
like,
no-show, man. No-show, never a good look.
No-show when your chart, when you're a 20K project, 40K project, which we don't condone 40K projects on this stream, just to be very, very clear. That was Believe had set that up, but yeah.
freaking
That's
believe.
factual, by the way. That's not me making that up.
I don't know if it was 40. Was it that low?
It was. It was something like that. It was one of their new launches, but it was a bit of a LARP.
Yeah. Dude, can we just hover on this Launchcoin CTO thing for a second? Like, let's just envision if this thing actually plays out, right? Like, the timeline has made it their favorite pastime to troll Pasternak. And what better way? Like, we've seen that. That's not just me. It's not opinion. That's a fact. We've seen anytime there's a misstep with Launchcoin, there's a ton of people that come out just to grave dance. But yeah, this is gonna be I wonder how huge this story can get when the timeline has already kind of been pushing this narrative way before this CTO even. It just feels like a natural fit for CT right now. Feels like a natural fit.
Dude, well, CT, this dominated CT mindshare for months, dude. Just people hating on it. You had Scooter, you had Kobe, you had everyone who's someone talking about Launchcoin and just bashing him. Now, apparently, Ben Pasternak's off in Greece buying Evlin Birkins. So
that's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Why is that rumor circulating? Is that just the truth? Are they actually in Greece right now?
I think it's from her latest picture or something like that. I didn't really look too much into it, but I think that's what it is. She posted some picture somewhere.
Ouch.
And it's just it's not the time for that. It's not the time for that. Did you guys see Padre? They rebranded. Did you guys see that?
No.
Let me share my screen real quick.
Let's check that out. We have a pump thesis on this channel. Actually, if you don't mind, before you jump into that, Chill, I do have a thesis I just dropped on pump.
Go.
Boom. Share this tab. Basically, it was just my reasoning behind buying pump and averaging in here. And we're about to talk about Padre, so I figured it parlayed really well. But here's why I'm buying pump, guys. And I think we align pretty much on this show with the pump thesis, right? So for a few things, firstly, pump's doing $1 million in daily buybacks. This is the worst the market's been for a while, and they're still doing $1 million in daily buybacks. I'm estimating, this is my estimation, but I estimate that Padre app is going to pull in probably another $250 million a year in revenue. We see Axiom doing $1 billion a year. We see Photon doing $750,000 a year. I think it's very conservative to say Padre, with pump funds backing, pulls in $250 million additional a year. And we're seeing that going back towards buybacks also. Also, we have this major ICM push they're making. They're pretty committed to making ICM not agnostic, but they're pretty committed to making ICM live on their on Pump Fund. So if they can do that, they're going to, again, maybe capture some more market share, drive this $1 million buyback up a little bit, when they get some more attention. And then this is one, a thesis Chill has had too, just continued ecosystem expansion. We saw they bought Padre, they're bridging into ICM. Maybe they build out a native Solana perp DEX, right? Maybe they buy a Solana native perp DEX. Maybe they there's multiple different expansions and verticals they can make. Pump Fund's got this huge war chest and treasury, massive name value, and a great team behind it. They can really just go into any vertical, acquire a project, and slap Pump Fund's brand on it, and it probably does really good. So that's interesting. I said you have the most successful on-chain application in history, pushing nearly 100% of revenue into buybacks, and your sideline. I'll take some more here. Thanks. It almost feels like the looming airdrop is working against pump price action at the moment. Feeling confident it'll be a bullish catalyst. No inflation fear to deter investors, and we moon. I'm positioned on this dip. This is one that I know revenue is going to keep coming back into. 10% of supply has already been offset. As we dip on pump, I just continue to buy. I think it's a pretty safe haven investment, as safe as you can get. But that's just what I've been doing. Down 4% in the last 24 hours, despite Solana being down 7 or 8. I think it kind of says a lot. But Chill, I'll let you kind of talk about this Padre acquisition.
Just real quick, I do believe that it is a safe haven asset. It's one of the more responsibly degen positions that you can take. It gives you exposure to all of the meme trading on-chain activity. Pretty much most things that happen on Solana happen on Pump Fund. All the memes that launch, and now they're pivoting to ICM, so they're even going to get a chunk of the ICM launches happening on Pump Fund as well. So pretty much anything, I would dare say that Pump is a better position to capture what's happening on chain. Pump is better than Solana in that way, right? Like some people would even say that that Pump is some people would even say that Pump is Solana beta, but I beg to differ. I think that Pump is better exposure to the Solana ecosystem than Solana itself, ironically. But
That's a crazy take.
That's been my thesis for a while, but definitely off the revenue. We need to pivot though. We have an important launch today that is what we want to highlight. And I'm wondering, Dom, you did your little SOAR ticket card. Can you pull that up?
Oh yeah, dude. I'll
And
definitely pull
talk
that up.
about what that is. And then we're gonna get Tom on here to discuss that because we're super fired up for this.
Sweet. Yeah, guys, if you didn't see, SOAR basically released their new website and it is clean. That's my
Yeah.
ticket. That's my
And
pilot card.
Spill, really quick, Bobby's coming on, I believe, 2:45, I think, just before Stig from Believe comes in to kind of talk about everything going on there. But yeah, just so you know.
That's right.
GICM Andrew, and your belief score is going to be crazy, Ave. Yes, anyone holding through this market volatility, belief scores are going to be crazy.
They better give like a 5x boost on my Believe score here if you're holding through this dip. It's gotta be.
All right, I'm just going to add Tom on stage and Dom, walk us through your card here.
You get that rascal up here. Tom, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? How are you?
Dude, doing good. Enjoying this onboarding experience. I think SOAR's basically done it
Coded.
perfectly. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we wanted to get a lot more insight into what the market wants. So the onboarding was kind of important for us to kind of scope out interests and the projects that we should be going after. We've been spending, frankly, an incredible amount of time. If you can't see it in my face, a lot of onboarding. And, we want to reach out to the projects that people want, right? Most importantly.
Yeah, obviously this website has yet to be filled with projects and launches, but I will say, dude, I logged on. The onboarding experience was pretty cool. Look at the followers going crazy. Tom, am I like the most followed here right now, or what's
You're
going on
pretty
with that?
close. I got you beat by a little bit. I think I'm at 60 right now.
Oh,
Nice.
dude, you're at 60. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you are.
I pop up first all the time. So
Oh, dude.
I'm like Elon on our own platform. When you go on Twitter, you have to follow Elon first. Same thing.
I got you.
How do people get their SOAR cards here?
So we automatically generate those and they will be dynamic over time. So for example, if you become like a AI enthusiast, you might get a different tag on there. We want to make sure that kind of is your investor profile, if that makes sense. It wants to tell a little bit of a story about what you are and what you're interested in.
I love it. And I love how shareable this is too. I haven't really been a big social app crypto kind of guy, but I will say I love the shareability of these cards. I think it's pretty cool. Like they look good, design's nice. What went into some of the thought behind building out this website or this onboarding experience?
Yeah, so most importantly, we felt like ICM, RWA, all of this stuff is targeted at a different investor class in a lot of ways. So we wanted to feel very sophisticated. We wanted to feel like I'm going on this platform and I'm not buying coins, right? I'm holding projects or I'm an investor in a project in some form or fashion. We thought that was very important that we created that perception. Over time, as we hopefully onboard a lot more of what we call retail, the mysterious retail that never came, we hope that we bring on people that are really interested in getting early access to companies. It has to feel very normie friendly. That's why everything's denominated in USDC. Getting away from the 50% retrace on Solana, the 10% retrace we saw today. It's just got to feel very like Polymarket, right? What they did really well is they onboarded all of retail. We need to do the same thing here. ICM is a $5 trillion opportunity, whether people realize it or not. I do believe that early stage stuff will become infinitely more liquid over the next 10 years. We're very bullish on that occurring on SOAR. And we're going to keep building it out. Just make it feel very not gambler, not crypto in a lot of ways.
So Tom, I want to ask you, Believe app kind of had this pushback for spending all this time building out a mobile app rather than working on incubating projects. I guess what's top of mind for you guys? This is not a mobile app, of course. This is,
Yeah.
but is this going to come to mobile app, number one, and then number two, like when it comes to time spent on certain things, you guys have a fat team. How does that look? What are you guys divvying your time up to?
So we have 16 people on the team, which is a new experience for me managing everyone. I believe fully that the two things that our platform will hinge success on will be BD, aka recruiting projects. I spend a lot of time on projects. I think I had 6 or 7 calls yesterday. We do that basically every day. Nick does the same thing. We do have a mobile app coming. I don't have kind of a date on that, but that's more for the normie appeal as well. And yes, I agree that like if you're focused too much on the platform, but you're not bringing a lot of attention with new projects and new offerings to the public, I do think that you're heading in the wrong place. Our number one focus is always going to be BD. We're a platform for people to get exposure to projects. If you don't have projects to give exposure to, you're losing that battle. But there is some focus on, like I said, broader appeal, bringing new capital on chain for the first time. And also a big focus, which we haven't explored as much as I'd like to this point, but I'm a big advocate for bringing on, whether it's liquid funds, whether it's more Web2 VCs. I think that as we get better offerings on the platform, those people will come. They'll want exposure to these companies. Web2 investing sucks. Like, I just watched the whole thing about like OpenAI. They're going public at $1 trillion valuation. Retail never got to even sniff that valuation, right? We want better access. It's unfair. I don't think I would say it's prejudice that the market is where it is right now. We need to give people better opportunities, and I'm very bullish on the fact that SOAR will be that chance.
Yeah, it is a really interesting opportunity and position you guys are in. Maybe on the mobile front, do you guys think that retail is going to be ultimately like the end goal target audience of this whole thing? And maybe step one is just bringing CT on, or like where do you think the directionally we're headed in with that is?
So my perspective is that you can never ignore the amount of money in this space. You can never ignore CT. I'm CT native myself. It's not like I'm a Web2 guy. I've been in Web2 for a long time and ran a lot of business in Web2. But the reality is I love CT. I think that they bring a really unique amount of volume, money, insight, and all of those things. The platform right now, it's crafted to be appealing to normies, but the reality is that a lot of our work is being done on crypto, right? I'm not expecting retail to show up tomorrow and start buying stuff on SOAR, but over time, yes, I fully believe that if we are to succeed like I'd like us to do so, we're going to need to bring in new investor classes, and most importantly, just new fresh capital, right? We need new liquidity on chain. How do you do that? You give them good offers. You give them good startup offers. Startups are the only place in the world other than crypto, which, look at altcoins the past couple of years. It's been pretty ugly. The promise of going to crypto and making these 100x returns has diminished significantly. So startups is your next best avenue. Combine the rails of crypto with the opportunities of startups, and I think you have something pretty explosive, frankly.
I agree. And I know Chill has a question on the mobile app, and I will keep it into the mobile app here for a second. Robinhood sees billions of dollars in, zero dated options and other high leverage instruments that retail is really fervorously trading over right now. I mean, the ultimate use case for these financial products is basically turn a quick return, many multiples really fast, right?
Yeah.
Like, what features does SOAR have that you think kind of brings that retail non-crypto native on that journey to kind of maybe see the potential of, dare I say, the Wolf of Wall Street penny stock, pink sheet days that we saw in like 2013 when, startup companies, some good, many bad, but like, a few of them made it through and became really big, huge successes. And those early holders of those penny stock pink sheets, they did really, really well. And I think that's kind of what we want to do and try and, obviously curate to have the highest degree of success. But yeah, what product features on the mobile app do you think really deliver that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we're super early on, full disclosure, on the mobile. It should come pretty quick though. I think that one of the big things that we want to present to the public, and I think that how you get that fervor and that demand is going to be presenting very low priced options, right? So like 0-day options are crazy because they're volatile, right? In our case, we need to present very low starting opportunities for companies. Retail wants, they're not that dumb. Like I think we call retail like this uneducated group of people. They've gotten very educated. Like people gambling on 0-day options, they understand something. And we need to give them first of all, the DD on our side. Everyone thinks crypto is a scam. That's the reality. How did we break out of that? We verify companies. We do KYB, we do KYC. So people know that number one, what you're looking into is to some degree real. The second portion of that is giving them opportunities that are intriguing, compelling, present the full scope of what they're doing. Right now, if you go on most launch pads, right? How much information are you actually getting about the company? Almost none. You get a ticker, maybe a short description, and a name, right? And then what do? I spend 3 hours on LinkedIn.
You go on
trying to figure
MCG to find out what the founder is about.
Exactly. So we want to bring all of the DD forward because I think that one of the big problems that retail has is that you end up just buying into stuff that you don't know about, and retail doesn't know how to do proper DD like the trenchers do, frankly. So I think the biggest thing is compelling offers, number one, low priced offers, number two, and the third thing is giving them enough information to feel secure, communicate with the founder, mind you. I think that's a big thing. And just have an overall full scope of what they're actually getting into for the first time. Because we don't present that on crypto, frankly. We never do.
Yeah, you kind of answered my question, actually. Because to your point, retail has gotten smarter. There was an article that talked about retail being what's called now pro-tail. It's almost like they're sophisticated retail, a level up, because in 2021, there weren't trading terminals, there weren't, bubble maps for on-chain analytics, and even on the TradFi side, there isn't nearly as much as there was before. So yeah, I definitely think that there is. My question was more about who do you think would use this app, right? Like, because this is the package to normies. Like you have this offering, you have the DD. I love that, by the way. I think that's a really
mandatory.
Yeah, I love
Appreciate
that.
it.
So that was kind of more of my question. Who's going to use this, from kind of like out of CT retail or pro-tail, if you will?
That's a great question. My genuine opinion of that is that you have to start with CT, like I spoke about earlier. I think if we do our job right, retail comes. And to be honest with you, look at Polymarket, look at any of the apps that have succeeded to retail appeal. CT always stays along, right? Like CT guys are still on Polymarket, they're still on Kalshi, Myriad and all the other different markets. I think that the highest upside projects are always going to be ones that appeal to both current players, aka crypto, and also onboard retail down the line as well. How do we actually do that? Which I think is the more important question. And we put a lot of thought into how to do this, right? I'm a firm believer that the best companies in the world have user bases and investors that want to get exposure to these companies, right? So for example, Midjourney is a really good example because they have a huge user base. They have a great product. Their valuation granted is insane. I think it's 10 billion. But there are so many people that I guarantee you, rather than spending $20 on DoorDash tomorrow, would love to throw $20 into a Midjourney-like product. We need to bring those companies on chain for the first time. Retail will follow those companies because they love those companies. They're very passionate about these companies. So on the BD side of things, like I spoke earlier, that's why it's such a big focus. We bring in one big viral company, big viral app. They have a ton of people that want exposure to those companies. They will go anywhere in the world to get exposure to those companies. If they had to fly to Mexico to do so, they would do so. So they come to SOAR for the first time, present to the public. They get new investor bases on the platform. Inevitably, as long as our platform is sticky, they look into different offerings on the platform, and I think we win. So I'm a very big advocate for bringing the best companies on board possible, because I think they also bring retail.
I want to get your take on this because there's a good question that someone was actually going to ask. We have Stig on later from Believe, but they were going to
Yeah.
ask him, and I want to ask you and get your opinion on this. So one of the pushbacks maybe was that good companies don't need our capital, or they already are well capitalized. Like, how, when you talk to projects, like, is it just that it filters for companies that are desperate and need capital, or is there a use case for great companies that are well capitalized, that are revenue positive, that are like, yeah, we also want a token, and allow people to come along for the ride with us?
That's a great question, and there's so many ways to answer that. First and foremost, I encourage everyone to go to Y Combinator's website and look up exactly what they say. AI has enabled unicorns, or will enable unicorns very quickly to be able to build, right? And that requires almost no funding. So 500K is what they say on their website, right? You can raise 500K very quickly. If you're a very small team and you use AI, you can scale infinitely fast. You never have to raise again. Additionally, you never have to go raise from VCs, which have their perks and their cons, or their pros and their cons. The second portion of that answer in my book is that anyone that says startups have access to infinite capital have never went and raised money themselves, in my book. Raising capital sucks. It's not easier, no matter, unless you're the best of the best and you're Sam Altman, it's very hard to do. It's very time consuming. And another part of the market is getting to the market quickly, right? You're never raising capital fast. You're never getting terms that you like. You always have Big Brother looking over you, frankly. That, I think that's a very nuanced take that doesn't realize that there's a lot of people that hate fundraising. And maybe you're a great founder, which this happens a lot. Great founders, great executors that aren't good at raising money, right? That does occur. There's a lot of people that aren't the best salesmen, but they're very good founders. That occurs as well. And the third point of that is that there's also what we call model breakers, people that have great ideas and they're great at executing, but they're not investable ideas until it's way too late. I believe that, I don't think it might have been Minecraft, where I actually read this whole story of this. I'm trying to think of it as Minecraft, but there is a company, I believe it was Minecraft, where essentially the same exact thing happened. No one wanted to invest in them at all, right? Until it was way too late and they were this gigantic company. They're model breakers. They exist. There are outliers where no VC in the world will ever take a dig at you, but you build out your company and next thing you know, you're a unicorn. So there's a,
and the irony is all the users of Minecraft actually probably would have loved to have put $50,000, $100,000 in.
Exactly.
And that's how you close the wealth inequality gap. You know, the 15-year-old that's like, Dad, I want to buy some Minecraft. Like, I think this is the future. Dad doesn't get it. The VCs don't get it. Microsoft hasn't bought it for $1 billion yet. Now that kid is paid for his college because of it.
There's so many reasons why having great fundraising and alternative fundraising options are very beneficial to companies. Anyone saying that you can't get good companies because the model doesn't work hasn't thought about it enough, hasn't put enough time into talking to these companies. We're talking, I mean, like, full disclosure, I'm talking to companies right now, a few of them, that are worth somewhere in the range of $50 to $150 million, okay? They love our model because, number one, it's interest-free debt. You don't get that everywhere, right? Interest-free debt is nearly impossible to find. It enables them to build a consumer base through our product because you get exposure to a broader market. There's a whole host of reasons that these people love these ideas. And these aren't kids. Some of them are 30, 40 years old. Some of them have had multiple exits. One of them's a banker. I mean, like a lifetime banker. There is a whole host of reasons that this model can work. Do I think our model is perfect on day one? No. We're dynamic. We're going to continually adapt. But I think that we will get a model that makes incredible amount of sense for a lot of founders in the world. And I think that we're going to be able to onboard a totally different demographic than we've had in crypto in a long time, if not ever.
Tom, can you just kind of cover that debt model you guys have built here for everyone that's unfamiliar?
Totally. So when we started thinking about ICM as a concept, I always equivalent it to RWA. I think that's really what it is, right? And the core concept is tokenizing startups in my book. The broader is tokenizing everything. We wanted to find a way to intrinsically tie the token and the company together. I think that the dual token equity model is, I would say it's criminal in a lot of ways. I don't think it started like that, but I think frankly it got exposed no different than any other thing in crypto. We've milked it for all it's worth. The company's success should somehow be tangible directly back to the token. You can do it through buybacks. We obviously seen that with Hyperliquid and things like that. But those companies are also massive outliers because they make so much money, right? They uphold the token price in a ton of different ways. I guarantee you if tomorrow Hyperliquid said our token actually is a ownership of the platform, the token would probably 2 or 3x, frankly. Our model does that in I think it's a very novel way. So when a company comes to us, we put 5% of their token on the open market. SOAR has a private agreement between ourselves and the company for that 5%. That is an interest-free debt that is only redeemable upon a liquidity event. So an exit, acquisition, IPO, etc. What that allows them to do is, number one, every time they put more tokens on the open market, which is what we want to avoid for the most part, that debt goes up against their company. Can it be used in good ways? Of course. Like if you need to fundraise, if you have a marketing spend you need to do, you're able to put more tokens on the open market. This occurs after 3 months, full disclosure. So 3 months, your tokens are completely locked. After 3 months, you have to file a disclosure form. That goes to the public that clarifies what you're using the funds for, why you're doing this, how much you're taking. And then the market has 72 hours to respond. If the company is doing really well, they're able to buy tokens off the open market and reduce that debt between us and the company. If the company goes and gets acquired, they have to repay the senior debt to SOAR. You can speculate on what SOAR would like to do with those funds, but the idea is to always take care of token holders at the end of the day so that we don't have events like KOL Scan, which I specifically recall. I got burned on it myself, actually. I figured that there would be some type of reciprocation for KOL Scan holders. That did not happen. Padre, I am very glad that did get cleared up to some degree. But the reality is it was still a company making a ton of money, millions a month, and token holders only got the value that they held at the time of the acquisition, right? So you got basically break even, which in my book, like it was a good product to speculate on. I'm glad people got taken care of to some degree. But the reality is that I think that it's criminal that companies get acquired all the time. Token holders walk away with nothing. There's acqui-hires. Token holders walk away with nothing. And most importantly, as a token holder, you are always praying to God that the team doesn't sell on your head. And the reality is that teams do it all the time, and they put them back into their coffers and build value in their equity, right? That's what a lot of these companies do. They sell tokens and build value back in their equity. We need to stop that. In this model, if you are selling tokens, there is a tangible cost to the company, and it's the value of their company in a debt agreement.
So there are two things I want to touch on here. I guess number one, these founders, I'm sure, don't want to be on CT all day pandering to CT holders. How are you going to keep that founder education high on what they kind of are signing up for? And how do you keep that communication with holders at a high level? We've seen this has been an issue for Believe, right? Obviously, between them and holders. So how do you mitigate that risk with yourself?
So just to start, I posted a thing the other day, and I think this is one of the things that I never really thought about until now when I'm speaking to all these founders. I was, in a past life, I was a startup advisor. So I do have some experience, but this is a way higher threshold of what we're actually doing here. You can't, number one, expect companies that are working their ass off, grinding every single day to be successful, and then you go talk to them and you don't uphold the same standards. We tell all of our companies that we're working with, you have to communicate with CT. You have to talk to these people, right? If I'm not doing the same, what a hypocrite, right? It's embarrassing, frankly. We need to outwork all the companies that are coming on our platform. So in terms of communication, I don't know if you've seen, I think some of you guys have, I'm in like ICM Lab, like I'm looking at it right now. I'm in ICM Big Brains. Like I do a lot of on the ground work talking to people because I think communication is a major, major important part of our product. I expect our founders to do the exact same. We do a lot of training, and we also handhold a lot. Like, frankly, some of these companies we're bringing on are very Web 2. They don't understand Web 3. So it isn't just a launch pad. Thanks for your money. Have a good day. It's more like, we're the first check into your company. We're going to be your biggest advocate, and we're going to help you succeed in this market where no one else for a long time has done so, right? Web 2, I don't think are scammers. I don't think that they have bad intentions. I think they don't understand this market. They get frustrated, and inevitably they walk away.
Yeah.
We need to handhold these companies in every regard.
And what would that look like? Would that be like, we'll take Nick as an example, but maybe it's not Nick. Getting on a weekly call with these guys and just they're updating about business activities, what they do, and
Join
guys
an
have people
MCG, like, speaking to the trenches.
No, but that's not what I'm saying though. I'm saying, like, what does that look like? Is this going to be someone from your team maybe managing their Twitter account, kind of taking everything from that aspect and just making it seamless for them? Or is this going to be them running their own Twitter account, keeping updates themselves? Like, have you just thought more about that at all?
We put so much thought into it, I promise you. So much that I'm almost sick to even talk about it. We've brought on as many team members as is logical to maintain every facet of this company other than managing the business. And the reason being is that I want our companies that go through our platform to win. And realistically, winning is defined as building out their business, not building out a Discord channel or a Telegram channel, right? If I can manage all of that for you, I'm happy to do so that you can deliver value back to your token holders, deliver value back to your equity holders, and ultimately yourself as a founder. I think that it's reasonable that people should expect that you have to communicate with these people. So what we're working on is getting a cadence so that they do talk to these people. It's not just, my minions talking to them, frankly. But we want clear communication lines. We want clear expectations. And all of these teams, without, there's some that get more pushback than others. A lot of them really want to embrace it because a lot of them are consumer platforms and they really want to get to know their customer base better and their holder base better. I just, just think about it like this. It's basically just, you send out a quarterly, investor report to your investors. This is more like a weekly, maybe every bi-weekly, with a lot of communication in between that might be somewhat mediated. So, but I do want the companies to win. And like I said, you can't expect them, if they're wasting 10 hours a week managing a Twitter, like that's a lot of time away from their core business. So it's got to be a balance, right?
Sweet. Okay. Tabbing over here to the platform. What should we be preparing for? I think you guys have some upcoming launches. What are these going to look like? Is it going to be a dynamic bonding curve? Is it going to be a flat raise? Should I load money up into my account? Give me the whole breakdown.
All right, let me give you the spill.
Please.
So first and foremost, I think our first couple launches will be more bonding curve stuff. Do I think that that's the end solution? Probably not. I think it'll be some mix of a lot of different launch structures, and we're actively investigating a bunch of different ideas there. So yes, so there's your answer to that first part. Launch structure in my head is one of the most overplayed portions of crypto. I think that good companies can succeed no matter what kind of launch structure you have, as long as the tokenomics make sense and the value accrual is very clear and concise. We put a lot of thought into, like, what does a good launch look like? What does a bad launch look like? What does a good fundraising mechanism look like? And the biggest thing for us is like I said, very crypto. I remember the Dutch auctions of art blocks and things like that. I wish that model worked better, frankly, in a lot of ways. I think it just kills price appreciation. We're so used to bonding curves that I think that although they're not perfectly ideal and they're not the end-all be-all solution, we're a new product. We need to prove ourselves. I want to give people upside. I want to care about the traders a little bit. Like retail, like we're all retail in a lot of ways. I've gotten burned a lot recently. I don't know about you guys, but like I can't make any money the last couple of weeks. I want to give people upside. I want to give people tangible upside. I think that one of the big things that a lot of platforms forget about is that there's not that many traders in crypto. Those people are people you really need to care about. So give them good offerings, give them upside, they'll stay around with you. If they're making money on your platform, they're not going to leave. If you give them dog shit offerings or take away all of their upside, right, through a bunch of different really bad mechanics, they'll also leave. And then it doesn't matter if I get the best companies in the world if no one's trading on my platform. So you have to care about your traders. I think everyone forgets that for some reason. It's a smaller demographic. There's a lot of great companies in the world. We're talking to a lot of great companies. I have an infinite, pipeline of good companies, frankly. I don't have an infinite pipeline of traders yet because we haven't built out that side of the platform yet. So I hope everyone comes on. I hope everyone makes money. You're going to lose money inevitably, right, at some points, but I'm really bullish on the idea of building mechanics that make everyone win. Companies fundraise a little bit within reason. Our traders make money. Retail hopefully comes at some point. It could be cool. And the other thing, too, is what I don't think anyone's actually talked about is what a novel concept enabling people to get early access, very low underpriced access to a company, using some of those funds through fees to fundraise for a company, therefore giving the company the fundraising and the upside to the trader, right? I think that is one of the coolest things that I really want to explore more. Like I said, the current bonding curve mechanisms don't really do it right, but I think something along those lines is going to be very bullish. And that's another way, going back to what we talked about earlier, that you give retail a way to come on board because they want that high upside. You give them $100 million company that opens at 100K or 500K, that's a winning formula. Even if they're paying an egregious fee, right? Who cares?
So real quick, and help me understand this concept. If I'm a $100 million company, I'm trading on chain, I just get acquired for $1 billion.
Yeah.
Or let's take the Padre Pump Fund example. On Padre,
Yeah.
I just get acquired for, call it $20 million from Pump Fund. I have this token that I owe debt to. Is there a way that the team could come on and just buy up all that debt at a much lesser value? Of course, like they would have this insider knowledge that is not available to everyone else. Maybe could they just buy up all that debt at a much lower level and then get acquired and really not do everyone justice that holds the token? Like, yes, you'd get some pump, right? They would buy that token back. There would be some upside, but maybe not the full upside at the rate which they get acquired at. Is that something you guys have thought about, worried about, maybe thoughts?
What's funny is we've thought about it. It came up a lot in our conversations because a lot of these teams do have aspirations of being this $500 billion company, right? They want to know how to play the game, frankly. And I do like that there's no new mechanics. I like new games. To answer your question, yes, we have not, or there is not a way for us to get that perfectly clear yet. The most important things, though, and how I will counter that with is, number one, fraud is illegal no matter where it is. So if you're doing things that are fraudulent, then you can be penalized for that. So our companies are upstanding citizens, from my perspective. They're not going to do things that are that out of line. Will they absolutely try to get their debt off of you cheaper? 100%. That's part of the game. And I think it's also something that in this space where there is no such thing as holding tokens anymore, I hope that people realize that these companies want to acquire this debt for as cheap as possible. How do you prevent that from happening? Hold your tokens a little bit longer. Not to say believe, but believe in something for once in your life. So yes, there is some weird arbitrages between private valuations, acquisition prices, mergers, all of that stuff. I can't, in our current fashion, I can't solve it much more than just saying, I hope that people see what these companies are, DD them, think about what a value can be and what they could be worth. And if it's something that they like, hold on to it for a little bit longer and let the vision expand. And the other thing too is let's think about it this way. If you have 5% on the market, if you start blindly throwing in a DCA of 100K a day to try to recover this debt, right? The token price is actually going to just explode in value. So the idea of taking all the tokens off the market before an acquisition actually occurs, very, very unlikely, because at the end of the day, you have, number one, people that just like lost their wallet, people that aren't paying attention, all of those different things that enable you where you can never actually buy 100% of the tokens back up. But yes, new games, new mechanics. I think that's actually one of the cool things about our platform. I'm so sick of all the games being figured out in crypto. I want to create new mechanisms to give new people edge, fresh people edge, people that study our platform, maybe they gain some edge. I think that's one of the funnest things about crypto. We just haven't done it yet. We haven't done it in a long time, frankly.
Oh, sorry, Dom, if you want to, or chill.
Yeah. One question I have before we move too much off this topic. You mentioned that like bonding curves, right? Like you don't think it's the perfect solution. What's the downside in your point of view? Because I have a follow-up question I want to ask you. What's the downside to bonding curves in your view?
So we've seen this a lot, right? I mean, snipers are a perpetual problem. Will we get rid of them? Probably not. I don't think there's any real good mechanisms to get rid of snipers, frankly. We've tried a lot of stuff. We have what I perceive to be the best solution possible built into the platform, but I don't love the idea of snipers and people acquiring a lot of supply, especially when it just, at the end of the day, it hurts all of the holders. It hurts the team in a lot of ways. The second portion of that is the actual LP portion of it. We're not dealing with a huge outstanding supply and circulating supply. So in some ways, the bonding curve does affect the amount of LP, which inevitably on the upside, it's good. On the downside, it's not as great. So we put a lot of thought into how we seed the LP properly mixed with the bonding curve. We spoke to Meteor a lot about this, and we are trying to come up with some new creative ways to do it. Most importantly, I think that some of the companies that you'll see on our platform are valued so much higher than a bonding curve would start at. We could start the bonding curve higher, don't get me wrong, but that doesn't bring the excitement and the value like I've talked about. So we have to find a way that doesn't exist right now. And I do have a pretty good scope of how I want to do it in my head that I don't want to share, but we need to find a way to increase fundraising for companies through a bonding curve while also giving upside to traders, right? So we got to find that balance. I don't think it's out there yet, but I do have a pretty good idea in my head of how I want to do it. So
got it. There was an idea that I wanted to but you already thinking of things. I don't want to flesh it out too much.
We'll chat in private. I'll tell you exactly what I'm thinking. I'm happy to share. I just don't want to share too much.
Yeah, same here. I also have something in mind. I don't want to flesh this out on stream, but I think Dom or no, Josh, you had a question. I know you.
Maybe I'll defer to Dom first.
Yeah. So my question is, should we be depositing now? What's some alpha? I know it said the Twitter account was maybe hinting at, someone had a tweet here. Official account implies early deposits may be benefited. So I deposited. So should I deposit? What am I waiting for? When's the big day? Give me some alpha.
What's the game mechanics here, Tom?
Yeah.
How do we win the game?
There is no such thing as winning the game. So first and foremost, we've had a lot of people ask us about our token, platform token. There will be one. I can give you that much info on that. I do think that I've had to, when I bought Launchcoin, I had to go buy it off the open market. When I wanted exposure to MetaDAO, I had to go buy it off the open market. When I had to buy a lot of these tokens, I had to buy them off the open market. There hasn't been a good airdrop in a long time. I do aspire to give value back to our biggest supporters, people that are going to push our vision forward, most importantly. And also, even more than that, I think that it's quite important to incentivize behaviors that I believe align more with ICM than most of the other shitcoins that I trade in the market, right? So we put a lot of thought into that. There's some alpha there. Think about it. There won't be a SOAR token anytime soon. So please don't be aping into random SOAR tokens. They're all scams. I promise you, there'll be tons of communication from us beforehand. We want to really take our time and think about how we're going to do this. Want to build out PMF, want to bring on new companies. In terms of the early deposit, you can take that for what it's worth. We did put a little hint in the tweet. I think it'll be valuable to put a little money on the platform for sure. And the other thing too is a lot of people have asked us, I trade on Axiom, et cetera. And is there value to putting money in the platform right now? 100%. And for a bunch of reasons. And I think there'll always be value on it because our DD on the platform is infinitely better than you could ever do on a terminal. We've specifically built it like that. We want people actually on the platform and using it, looking at company docs, financial reports, all of that stuff is built into the platform.
Love that.
We have forums where, I don't know if you guys are car guys, but Bring a Trailer, if you're familiar, is like the ultimate DD for buying a car. Like you go on that website and people tell you all this crazy shit about these cars that you never know. So we do want to get to the point where people are able to DD a lot more on the website, ask questions, get answers. It's very important that we have this communication between a company launching and the people that are prospective buyers. We have a live chat. If you want to spam shit in the chat, go for it. We put a lot of thought into it. So yes, I would deposit if you're willing to. Not going to beg for deposits, but terminals, you can trade on them. I just don't think they're going to be supported before the first launch.
Sweet. And so what kind of bet are we making here? If I can get my follower count above your follower count on Soar app, I mean, we gotta make some sort of bet there. It's never gonna happen, but I might as well try.
You set the terms.
Oh man, I gotta think of it. I'll think about these and we'll get back to you with it.
All right. I'm not
ED Dom.
I'm ready for what it's worth. I'm up like $5,000 on bets this year. I bet some dude when ETH was at like $1,800 or $2,000 or whatever that it would break all-time highs. It tapped over all-time highs and then committed suicide naturally, like Ethereum would do. So I'm up on the.
I don't need Dom making too much money off your bet because I need him to show up on stream the next day.
For what it's worth, if I ever flip Tom on Soar platform, we got issues. I think there's some big issues, but
it might happen. You never know.
No,
it could.
Guess you never know. When's the first launch plan?
Good question. So I won't give exact times, but it'll be this week. It'll be this week.
Even if the market's terrible?
Yeah, good question, actually. I would be remiss to say that we didn't talk about this internally. So, few thoughts. Number one, crypto is a wasteland and very dry right now. I think that our platform is fresh and new. I think we put a lot of time into creating something that was fresh and new. I would love to stand out among the broader, CT where we're struggling to find new things to latch onto. So I do think that there is some value. I also don't think the time in the market ever makes any sense, frankly. I like I said, if I could time the market perfectly, I would not be on this call. I'd be in the Bahamas, frankly.
Sure.
I'd be in Greece. Yeah, maybe Greece.
With Ben, you'd be in Greece with Ben.
So the second portion of this, and I think I've talked. Yeah, I saw Rambo's comment. I spoke to so many people. Nick spoke to so many people. Our whole team has, right? What is ICM fundamentally, right? If you do it right, you are getting exposure to businesses, right? Businesses do not give a single fuck about the market. They don't care that Bitcoin's at 1K or if it's at 200K, right? It's in some ways, it's more like a stable coin in a perfect world. We're not there yet. It's obviously still volatile. It's crypto. But what we're trying to do is bring intriguing offerings that have immense upside and that you can feel a little bit more safe that you park your cash in and you're not going to get killed, because no matter what, even if token price goes down tomorrow, the company's still worth something and you still have exposure indirectly, directly to that company one way or another. So I actually think that the market being a little bit shaky could be really beneficial for us. I honestly believe that. I hope that people see that our offerings have been well thought out. I think that the first company launching, if it works, is truly $1 trillion opportunity. And that's not a fucking joke. That's literally not a joke. You'll understand when you read about what they're doing. We were super blessed to have found them. We actually found them through a board member who runs a $30 billion AUM fund. He sends us a lot of deal flow. That's how we've gotten a bunch of the really cool contacts. You'll probably be hearing from him as well. I think he might be coming on the show. But the reality is that this offering, if done right and if they succeed, is worth an insane amount of money. It's very early stage. Like I said, I'm super happy to have them. And they're the perfect example of a company that does not need to raise that much money because they have so many different things in the pipeline. They have so many different contracts lined up. They just need money to get off the ground. We're a very quick, easy option for them. It gives us a really cool opportunity to present to the open market. It's something that I'm full disclosure, going to park some money in and forget about for about a couple of years.
Okay, this is alpha. So basically, what we've gotten is they might be doing dynamic bonding curves for the first couple launches. You should deposit money early, and the first project is $1 trillion opportunity.
All right, hold on.
And
First
this
of all,
is guaranteed financial advice from Tom, the lawyer.
No. First of all, it's a possible $1 trillion opportunity. The company's valuation is going to be extremely low. But yes, it's something that I think is really compelling. It's what people want. They want Web 2 stuff and opportunities. We're bringing those to the open market, and we're bringing a lot of stuff. There's a whole pipeline of stuff. Very few things we've spoken to are similar, frankly. And that's why if you look at the platform right now, we have all these different tags at the top. You can read about what they are. That's kind of the stuff that we're looking into. I want it to be like Kickstarter on crypto rails. I think that's like the perfect example. Or Robinhood, like someone said earlier. We want to give the broader market a ton of different opportunities. Some of these will win. Some of these will be winners. I'm very confident of that. And we're doing everything in our power to make that happen.
A lot of people were saying here that the onboarding experience was super sleek. It was perfect. It was awesome. I agree. I think it was super sleek. Platform's looking great. You guys must be dumping so much money into this just in terms of BD, team, graphics, Twitter, animations, website. Like, what's your burn rate right now, dude? It must be crazy.
I've been eating cat food for the past like 3 weeks. So no, the burn is it's actually more reasonable than you would believe. Our founders, which we have a few of us, are so focused on success that we are very underpaid, frankly. Luckily, the majority of us have been successful elsewhere, have enough cash that we can survive on a pretty low salary. So our burn is a lot lower than you would think it is for how many people we have on our team. Our developers are very, like, to be honest with you, our developers are very passionate about what we're doing, and the whole team is, right? So, like, it's not about paying ourselves as much money as possible. I was laughing in ICM Labs last night. Some dude was talking about like business or first class or whatever flights. I've like literally never even flown first class. Like I live a pretty privileged life, but I don't care about that shit. So
I'm flying economy to Met Dobby.
There you go. Respect.
Are you going to Met Dobby, by the way? Speaking of
so we will be there in some capacity. Okay. I would love to make it out there if I can. I do have a 4-month-old daughter, so it's a little bit tougher traveling right now, unfortunately.
All right. Well, we'll see you there, hopefully.
Yeah, but either way, we'll be there, and I'll be locked in either there or I'll be locked into my computer, watching the child. So, but yeah, no, it's our burn rate is actually a lot more sustainable than it sounds. We have a good bit of cash. We're not going anywhere, frankly. We're in a really good spot.
Man, something about everything you guys have talked about, just this new standard you're introducing, these experimentations you're doing on chain, just everything about this gets me so excited. I think this is what everyone wanted for ICM. Like, you seem to have kind of took that thought out of CT's brain and like manifested it into a platform very well, which we've seen other platforms maybe struggle to do, not to name any names, but I'm excited. I'm just buzzing, man. Not much.
I appreciate it. Yeah, ICM isn't something that you can build in a week. We've been thinking about this problem for 6 months plus. I've been around a long time. A lot of our team has. I've always wanted tokens to mean something. I think we got there a little bit with buybacks. I think that we got there with Hyperliquid a little bit, and Pump's doing a really good job as well. Do I think that that's the end all be all? No, because they can always turn those buying streams off, right? There's no contract. There's no contractual obligation to do any of the stuff that they're doing. That's why I think a lot of the opportunities are underpriced. So if you're betting on the team always buying back 97 or 100% using their fees, it's a good opportunity. But the reality is I don't see that being a thing. I do think that will change over time. Our platform 100% gives you the most direct exposure to a company. It's a push and pull formula. It allows for them to use the liquid market like it should be, like an on-chain bank. It allows for the company or the holders to do DD, to communicate with the team a lot better. And most importantly, you can very quickly distill if they are out for your best interest and the best interest of the company, or if they're grifters and they're scammers. We've also added KYC and KYB automatically into the platform. So if you are a business, you want to get exposure, you want to launch and try to fundraise through our platform, you can KYC and KYB automatically. Don't even got to talk to me. Launch your product. You get a business verified tag, and people know that you're a real person, that you're a real business, and that there's something real there. So we put a lot of thought into all of the problems. And like, in a lot of ways, it's just like not what we ever expected, right? How much was crypto about privacy and all of this different stuff? But ICM and businesses on chain is the direct opposite in a lot of ways, right? We want as much disclosure. We want transparency. We haven't got that. And like I said, I trade a lot, not a good trader, full disclosure, but I try. And
Are any of us really good traders?
I try really hard. And I've been in the trenches trying to find out if this company's real. Is this Twitter hack and all of this shit? I'm hoping that we take that out of the trenchers' hands, because it's exhausting. It's frustrating. A lot of times we're wrong. My dumbass seems to always be wrong. I want to put the DD into the company's hands and them say, balls on the table. This is what we are. This is what we're doing. We're a real company. Would you like to get exposure to this opportunity?
So,
Simple as
Tom,
that.
I want to touch on this DD platform because I think it's so important. We talk all the time about how you can't borrow conviction, right? And again, not to make this about Believe, but Believe did this so often where they told us they had this coming, they had this coming, they had this coming, and they kind of expected us to borrow that conviction rather than build that conviction ourselves. I think a native DD platform for these ICM launches is crucial and super important. I would just love an idea of what that's going to kind of look like a bit more. For example, if you have a project come on MCG, is there a way for that to get uploaded on there to be part of the DD? Are they going to make a little video kind of introducing themselves? We saw a lot of Believe projects do that. They're going to have documents you've mentioned. Just maybe help us fully understand what that DD platform is going to look like and what it means to you, why it's important.
Perfect. So if you're a company, and we have let me preface with, we have a couple different tracks. Okay. So we have curated track. They're not endorsed by us. I'm going to put that out there. I know I'm probably saying dumb shit on the street, but they're not endorsed by us. But what they are companies that we have met with myself. I've always met with these companies. I've spoken to them face to face. I've seen them. I know a lot about them. A lot of times we actually do a lot more digging behind the scenes to make sure that everything they're saying is true and trustworthy. Will I get that correct 100% of the time? Probably not. It's really, really hard to distill out everyone in this world, frankly. There's a lot of scammers out there. But we put a shitload of work into finding out everything about these companies. And a lot of times, to be honest with you, they're referred to us. That's the curated track. We want to keep those a cadence to them, if that makes sense. I think that overloading the market with curated launches is a bad idea. We'd like to have some type of cadence to them. And that might change over time depending on liquidity and things like that. The second track, which this is kind of it's all permissionless after that first track. The permissionless side, you can be just a permissionless, no KYC, no KYB launch if you'd like. Maybe there's some meme coins and stuff that launch over there in that regard. The other track is what I talked about earlier. So it's this business verified track. So your KYC as a founder, your KYB to us, it's all automated. Like I said, all you have to do is just send in your documents. It's no different than signing up for Coinbase. Very quick and easy. And that is, I think, the start of our DD for these companies, right? So that is the first step of us saying, this is a real company. They're doing real things. Let's look a little bit more into them. We now know that they're real. The second portion of that is that when you go and you build out your profile page and your launch page, we put so much thought into what the market needs to see for the first time, right? Like I said earlier, not just a ticker and a description. How about a ticker, a website, all of your socials, maybe your GitHub, company internal docs, which I'm really bullish on, maybe financial documents, maybe you have runway documents, a pitch deck, a white paper, all of the things that, like I said, traditionally, I'm going on like 17 different websites, looking through their GitHub and all of this shit to actually figure out what is real. We're really trying to get core, good quality shit on this platform. Good quality companies, in my book, have to have higher end documents. They have to put a lot more work into those documents and to the things that they're providing, right? They should have those if you're a real company, frankly. I'm hoping it weeds out scammers because I think a lot of scammers would much rather just go to other platforms where they don't have to do shit and they just launch and then rug a token, right? On our platform, there's a lot more work that goes into it to show that you're a real company. I think that the offerings that we present and the offerings that come permissionlessly will become a very high quality, and therefore the bar to even be recognized, no different than Kickstarter, right? When I go on Kickstarter, I can throw up any campaign for whatever I want. No one's going to invest unless I have a really thought out campaign. We want that to be all of our launches eventually. Not going to happen on day one.
Cool. We actually are supposed to have Bobby coming on in a minute here from Dupe. So we want to be able to get that. And then we are doing a little bit of a retro with Stig and Believe just
Cool.
to help them out. Look, again, MCG is a platform here for founders to talk about ICM. That's what we started as a show, and it's grown since. So yeah, we just want to, we help everyone out. But
No, you guys are great, man.
This has been really good. I appreciate you. And man, from the time you came on first on the show to see what you're about to do, I got really excited. I'm going to get my SOAR card set up and some money on the platform ready to go. But yeah, congrats on everything that you've done.
I love the
And
branding, dude. Just every time.
branding's great. Hopefully MCG can help you out. And this is just the beginning of a really exciting 2026. So
We're very excited, and I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to change the space for the good. I'm really bullish on that. I'm really bullish on the opportunity to help out founders fundraise, help them get on chain for the first time, and bring new opportunities to crypto that we just haven't seen yet. So I really appreciate your time as always.
guys, go peek the MCG schedule that was pinned, but at Thursday, you might see something else that's redacted from SOAR. So just go check that out.
There you go.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll be
Tom,
in
it's
chats.
been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. Hope you have a
talk
good
soon.
one, bro.
You
All
too.
right, Tom.
Good luck with Bobby.
Yeah, right.
That'll be fire.
I love Bobby, man. He's a great guy.
We might also have Avi coming on. Yeah, I need good
Buy
luck
some
with him.
Dupe. Bring on Avi too. I was dying at him recently. He's killing me.
Love
all the
it. Yeah.
Be good, guys.
See you, Tom.
Yo, real quick.
Wild.
That's a crazy, do we not understand that? All right, this is going to be a post. So y'all going to have to look out for a post from me later
Lock
on.
in.
But yeah, I mean, I know we got Bobby on, so I'm not even gonna go into
Yeah,
it.
that's a side post. We'll get some side
Yeah.
posts. We got clips from that for goodness sakes.
Before you pull up, Bobby, let me square away. I got to pull up this tweet because this is the crux of the conversation here. Bobby.
Deal Daddy, let's go.
Deal Daddy, 1 sec. Also some sick new updates. We'll have to cover those in a sec after we cover.
Can we really talk about it with Bobby in the waiting room though? We gotta let him.
All right. Let him up. Release the cages.
All right.
Bobby. What's up?
Yo,
Bobby.
what's up, guys?
What's up with you, man? Lots of turmoil and recent developments with Dupe. You want to talk about?
Sure. Wait, what's the tweet that you're talking about? What are we?
Yeah. Here, where is it? The tweet that we're talking about. This tweet will be the tweet that I'm talking about. Wait. I'm talking about the migration tweet, Bobby, is what I'm talking about.
Okay,
I'm like,
Help us out, man.
bro. I let's just get to it. Then don't worry about the tweet. I'm here. What are you looking for the tweet for?
I need some visuals, dude.
Okay.
Unless you just want to look at your mug the whole time.
Yeah. So let's read the tweet together. I suppose. No,
right.
look, we had a big week last week. You guys have kind of seen the effect of it. I think we've made some really good choices. I would say especially in the last 3 or 4 months, even though you guys fucking gave me shit for Dupe's price action last time I was on. Screw you
That's
guys.
false. That's false.
Like I control any of this shit. No, look, we decided to migrate. Unfortunately created a huge stampede out. The Believe team would not have been caught by surprise by this. I think this is something that Ben knew about, that we were going to do. The timing obviously insinuates that this was a reaction to the misguided and underwhelming launch of the Believe flywheel, at least for how they comported themselves that day. But this is something that we've been looking at honestly for months, and decided that this was the right time because we were ready, not whether or not Believe was ready, if that makes sense. Our flywheel announcement went live early last week. It was one of our absolute most reshared, liked, most bullish, best posts. I think people got it. They saw the vision of what we're they saw the vision of what we're bringing to market. It's totally different. It actually is a flywheel that's integrated not just in the tokenomic sense, but in the core business sense. It's very clear. It shows why the token flywheel accelerates the business flywheel. Of course, they both have to live in concert with each other and serve each other. And we spent a lot of time, I personally spent a lot of time learning about the space and what's possible and where where the gaps were and where we could shine given Dupe's strengths. And this is why we decided to migrate last week. I will say that the high level reasons for the migration, quite simply, is we've done a good job, I think, reaching retail. In no way have we saturated the retail market. But I continue to believe that the distribution of token holdership in Dupe cannot be retail saturated. It needs to be in the hands of credible institutions, financial institutions that understand the long-term impact Dupe is going to have and buy into me as a founder, not just, as, a degen kind of trading a coin or whatever. We are one of the big boys. I know it gets lost in the noise because we've been in this Believe ecosystem or whatever for a long time. And so we've been coupled with a lot of pre-product startups. That is not what Dupe is. Dupe ultimately has over 18 million users, nearly 100 million in GMV in the last 16 months. We have an app that's coming out. We have a very highly used website. We've been on the Today Show. We've been in major publications. People know Dupe. The joke that I like to say is, if you don't know Dupe, just ask your girlfriend. We have reached a lot of people in the last year and a half. And I don't think we were serving ourselves being bundled up with apps that have not been in market before or don't have a product. That it's totally fine. I mean, Dupe was also there once, but we don't want to be bundled up with that. Not when we want to go after financial institutions to be part of our holder base. And we'll make an announcement about it tomorrow. We're announcing the first institution.
Ooh.
And it's a major, it's a New York firm. It's a major firm. And there will be many more. So that is a big reason why we wanted to do this migration. The other thing that when I if you guys remember, I did this interview with Ben back in September.
Yeah.
That gave Believe the Deal Daddy rally.
Yes.
Congrats, Ben, on that one. That Deal Daddy rally, when I did that interview, it became clear to me that Ben was not building what I think he was building, what I thought he was going to build. Mm-hmm. And he wasn't hiding it. If you watch that interview, he didn't even drop hints. He explicitly said he's not interested in doing, a launch pad like what Pump is doing for ICM or something like this. He very much believes in creators. The definition of creators not necessarily streamers or whatever. He has a very broad definition of creators, and that he wanted to appeal to more kind of normie mass market, which is totally fine. And seeing that they were not going to do the thing that I think is important for a launchpad to have a winning ecosystem, where you have to market. You have to bring whales to the table and market your ecosystem. You have to be available and spontaneous and interesting at all times so that you can keep the attention of traders. And Believe was not doing any of these things, and they relied on their ecosystem to do it, which is also, by the way, a decision and totally a fine decision. But when I sensed that, I knew that there was a misfit between Dupe and Believe, and I kind of started accelerating, getting to a point where we can bring out the flywheel, bring on institutions, and migrate correctly, so that we are not seen as a Believe coin, but as Dupe, the leader of ICM, frankly, the OG of this ICM meta, and what I think to be is like maybe the best product, not just in ICM, but in crypto in general, the best product that bridges Web 2. I mean, there's a lot of incredible products in crypto, but very few that bridge Web 2 into Web 3. And I think we've done the best job of it. So I hope that answers the question of why we did the migration.
So I got a question, and I'd like to tie this back. We just had Tom from SOAR on. Do you think, oh, I'm hearing a bit of an echo. Okay, perfect. Do you think that having a token attached to an ecosystem is a drawback for Believe, right? Obviously, like they couldn't choose to do it a different way. They already had a token out, but do you think, maybe giving advice to Tom from SOAR, how long should they hold off on launching a token? Maybe your thoughts there.
Yeah. Sorry. I have a fever, guys. I have like 102 fever, and I have the sniffles. I don't know where the fuck I put my tissue. Anyway, I'm just blowing my nose
Just
on
like my kids, use your sleeve.
Yeah, wow,
Yeah.
I like this little, I like it. Yeah, what a great question, by the way. When we, it's so funny. Like, I don't really know much about crypto, as you guys know this. Like, I'm very new to this space. A few months ago,
Learning quick.
what's that?
Learning quick.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Look, I'm a quick study. I actually, it's funny. I was talking to Mercy earlier on a call, and I was like, dude, I'm in these like channels with you that you've invited me to for a very specific purpose, which is I am treating traders like a species, and I'm being so anthropological. I'm just studying you guys to understand like who you are, why you say what you say, do what you do, because I'm trying to learn. Because again, to me, that is the kind of the founder's job, is to adapt and market to audiences by understanding them. Anyway, that's beside the point. You asked me about the token. Let me tell you this thought that hit my head. And this is also something that I spoke to Ben about back in July or August. I had this exact thought, which is I kept noticing that crypto, the ICM liquidity was 0.004% of crypto liquidity at large. I kept looking at this number, just kept coming up. And then I looked at the Believe screen, or Believe ecosystem liquidity, and I noticed that Believe's token sucked up like between 75 and 80% of it on any given day, especially through the summer. It was doing that a lot.
Okay.
And I was just, the thought I had in my brain is, why does this exist? Like, it's not like we have any pairings with the ecosystem. This token is literally taking away the liquidity that it was promised to the founders on the launchpad. This is not serving the ecosystem in any meaningful way. And then the liquidity that was going to the Believe token, generating fees, was not being re-injected into the ecosystem in any way. There was no marketing to be done. Believe didn't believe in marketing. I mean, this is something that Ben told me explicitly on the podcast we did in September that went live. I asked him about marketing, and he specifically said, I do not believe in marketing. I believe in product-led growth. And I had this thought, the same exact thought that you have on this question of like, why does Believe have a token? I don't know. I don't know why Believe has a token. And I actually don't remember if I challenged Ben on it. I think I wanted to on a call. I was like, hey, I think I wanted to. I was on a call with him, and I said, hey, at the end of this call, I have a provocative question for you, not to be offensive. I just am curious. And then I never got to ask him that question because the fucking call went on for 45 minutes and I totally forgot to ask him. But that was going to be my question. It's like, why do you have a token? You're not using the fees to market your ecosystem. You're robbing the liquidity of your ecosystem into your token. 8 out of every $10 is going to you instead of your ecosystem. And everyone in your ecosystem is crashing and hurting because of it. I don't get it. And it was from total naivety. It was from total like beginner's mind that I had this exact thought. So I think you're asking like a very fair question. And this might be something that we pose to Stig.
Well, I think we know why they have a token. It's because Ben launched Pasternak on Clout.me when it was a creator capital market platform. I'm not sure if you see Dupe. This is pre-Dupe, and Stig's up here. You can talk about it too. But when Pasternak originally launched the token that's now Believe, it was Pasternak under the context of Clout.me, which was a platform for people like Ben, people like Evelyn, influencers to launch tokens, right? More CCM. He then migrated that to Launchcoin, which is now migrated to Believe. And so that's why there is a token, but I do think it might be to the detriment of the broader ecosystem. Stig, you're with us? How you doing?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good, man. We're just coming off a thought now as to how the token pertains to the ecosystem. Bobby, you seem to want to jump in here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think let's just get into it, guys. Like, this is I don't want this. I don't want this to be like a boxing match, but I do have a lot of questions, and I'm going to channel a lot of the questions from the ecosystem, because I've asked people like what questions they have in their mind. I want to start by saying, like, please do not obfuscate answers. Please do not word salad answers. Get to the point. I will challenge anything that gets word saladed, because Ben does this a lot, and like sometimes I just like don't know what the fuck he's talking about. So let's just like answer the first question, which is, where is Ben? Why are you talking to us?
Good point.
Why is Ben not here? Why are you taking the arrows for the fucking performance that you guys have portrayed over the last 5 days? I have 102-degree fever and I'm on this fucking call. Where is your leader?
First of all, he's actually in the UK right now. Two of our we acquired a company, I think about 3 months ago, or 2 months ago, right when I pretty much started. The devs were pretty talented. They came from a couple of pretty notable crypto projects. So he's actually with them in the UK. He was with his girlfriend over the weekend or whatever, but then he the point of the trip.
Are you confirming that he was at the Hotel Aman in Greece?
I have no idea where he was, honestly. But no, he's there's the whole
all right, forget it. Let's move on. I actually the question, does Ben understand that him not being here is hurting you?
I mean, I think I have no idea, honestly, but I think that's besides the point. In all honesty, I've worked with Ben directly for a while now, and I think his core talent is in product design, and that's what he's really good at. He's not the best at comms. He's not the best at being kind of a forward-facing founder. He never really has been. He's always been sort of just focused, and that's where his craft and artistry comes from. And I think that's what you should focus on. And that's kind of why I more so am willing to kind of take the step and being more of the comms person that faces CT and gives more transparency to things going on. And I think that's kind of the best way for things to move forward. With the token. I think this kind of goes back to when I first started. You guys were talking about why there's a token, or what the token is. I think, the way to dissect the whole thing, and I've thought about this a lot, is there never should have been a token for Believe and Launchcoin in the first place. I actually think it's kind of a positive thing, and a thing I respect to Ben for actually keeping Pasternak still alive. He easily could have abandoned Pasternak and just waited and launched a new token. But he actually rebranded Pasternak to Launchcoin, and then he allowed Launchcoin to then, mold into Believe. Was it the best route? But the original design of the token at the very first stage was simply a meme coin. But, he still used it. A lot of people held on to Pasternak when it got rebranded to Launchcoin, made millions of dollars, and that's the game that was played. If I was in his shoes, I would have totally launched a completely different token if I was going to go that direction. But he didn't. And yeah, I think the core of all of this, the biggest core issue, is that there is a token right now. And that's why you're seeing all this haze, because there's, negative price action. Therefore, everyone thinks we're failing and all that sort of stuff. But I think a great example of a company that's going to do a token properly is Polymarket. They're the actual first, in my opinion, crypto railed project to, reach mass virality. And then they're going to use a token, but they're going to do it in the wrong way, in a way that actually hurts a lot of people. The token's going to probably end up being an exit scam. And that's going to be how a lot of the first investors actually exit Polymarket in general. And that's what I think we all need to like understand here is like tokens for early stage companies doesn't make sense. For Dupe, I think it actually does make sense. You guys have had product market fit, you're growing, and I think it's a really good distribution model. But yeah,
that almost feels like you're rejecting the model that kind of got you guys where you are today, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the like token, model in the beginning was a really good, there was product market fit for in the early stage of this, but you're seeing it now. Most of these projects are dying and will die, for the exception of few. But I don't think the way that ICM is structured now and how we first success, like the reason we got success in the first place was because of one feature, and the feature was the Twitter launcher. It was nothing else. The reason there was even virality and why we got a ton of attention in the first place was simply because we allowed people to launch tokens via Twitter. And that is literally how we got viral. I don't think, and then like the startup thing kind of started molding around it and all that sort of stuff, but it really started because of that feature.
And so I guess if that was the main feature and CT kind of like just took the narrative and made something of its own that wasn't created by you guys, why wasn't there like clarification earlier on? Like, hey guys, like, this isn't what we're doing. This is the vision that we have, versus like kind of waiting this long.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was completely in the wrong to wait this long for clarification. This is, again, when I was not a part of the team and I was still like a holder trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. So I agree, there probably should have been a lot more clarification. I do think at the time there was like the idea that this could work. There was a lot of, hype around it on the trader side, a ton of noise, but, we ignored like a lot of like the core issues, and which is, that launching a token is still a terrible, terrible, terrible experience for early stage founders.
And another question that I have is, just not trying to attack you guys or anything like that, but I think comms has been like a big topic of discussion on CT. And the way I like to think about it is, you guys have a token, you're a launch pad, you're going to be basically providing tech that helps anyone, really, creators, to launch tokens. How can you guide these tokens or help them to be successful through things like good communication with, belief with holders and things of that nature? Like, how can you help them do it, since it hasn't really been fleshed out by yourselves yet?
Yeah,
Like,
can I just before you even answer that question, I like just to stack onto that, this is not the first time that Believe has been told that it is bottom of the barrel, absolute dog shit at communicating. I've never seen a company communicate this badly when hundreds of millions of dollars are being put into this ecosystem on a monthly basis. And every single time the answer has always been, oh yeah, like, no, totally, like, we suck at communication. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it. And then you hire a bunch of people, you fire them. No one's taking the reins on that. And then again, you remind Ben, it's like, hey, like, you're bad at communicating. Like, who is doing this? And he's like, no, like, we're going to fix it. We're going to fix it. It's like, it doesn't actually take that fucking long to fix communication. Like, you just go to Twitter and you just tell people exactly what is happening. Why should anyone believe anyone at Believe right now that Stig, you are going to solve it? Because you said you are going to.
And to pile on top of that, there's been 2 tweets since the flywheel, right? There's been Kuro Beast, there's been the deleted greed tweet, there's been the flywheel, and then just a retweet of this. There's been 2 tweets. So, like, what happens?
Yeah. Okay. So the first part of your question is like, how do you even help projects communications if we don't have good communications?
Yes.
So that's the first question you guys asked. And you simply, I think ICM.run, I think a few other incubators and some of those other ones will be great at that. That's like their main focus. That's what they should be doing. But as Believe, that's like simply not scalable at all. So,
but you have to lead by example, right? First and foremost.
Yeah, I agree. I fully agree. But like, again, that is not the business that we're like trying to get into. It truly is not scalable. Like MetaDAO, for example, they're great. Like they pick 1 or 2 projects, they vet them, and then they can probably help them on the sideline. But like, it truly is not a scalable. Like, in order to get to like where we want to do in mass virality and like bring a ton of people into crypto without even knowing, like, we can't do that if we're just going to be holding hands with, a company that launched an AI wrapped, fitness app. Like we and we're spending hours on that. Like that's just not possible. Now, in terms of like the second part is like, how do we get better at comms? I really do think that started with like kind of, hopefully my post explaining how ICM is extremely flawed. And like, I talked to Ben for like 2 or 3 hours yesterday, on the overall vision and where we're going. And, I'm not going to be able to leak a ton of it, but, I can give hints on like how we're looking at ICM. And, hopefully that I can start to portray that, I haven't had the free range to really talk. But now, I am.
I'm sorry, bro. Like this idea that you're now, after given the last 4 days and the last 5 days, the fact that you guys are holding cards close to your chest, like you no longer live in 2017 where stealth building was cool. We live in a timeline domination moment. It's an attention fucking economy. Like no one is giving you guys that breathing room to just like hold cards close to your chest and not talk about what you're working on. They're still holding your token. Like something has to give. I'm not saying that you guys have to build in public per se and reveal everything, but to, kind of wax poetic and put out a long like vision of ICM word salad. And
Yeah.
first of all, like it was very well, it was delicious tasting word salad. It was a lot of fucking veggies in that word salad, but no goddamn meat. You cannot come on this call, bro, and tell us that like you spoke to Ben about the vision and what you're working on, and he told you not to say much except to talk about the vision, when the explicit problem is the vision itself is not clear and no one knows what you're working on. Like, why are you guys doing this? This is so... I don't know that there's anyone in this ecosystem that wants you guys to win more badly than I do. And now I'm just like, what the... why am I even doing that? You guys aren't even giving me anything to work with here. Why are you holding your cards so close? Maybe you don't know what you're building. Like, do you guys actually know what you're building? What is the vision in 3 sentences? What do you guys
elevator pitch?
No, I mean, I think the vision in like 1 or 2 sentences essentially is like a platform that encompasses the whole like ICM pie. Like right now, everyone's focused on literally startups and early stage founders, but I think there's like a huge market around, people, projects, and like ideas in general. So, I mean, I don't really know exactly what you're trying to get out of me besides say, oh yeah, we fucked up on comms and like, but there is something that we're working on. And like,
we already know you fucked up on comms. We want details, bro. What are you guys working on? What is the vision? 3 sentences, Shark Tank pitch. We want to know, are we in or are we out? What are you building, my brother?
I mean, again, I think we're literally building markets around all of ICM, which is people, projects, and ideas. And if you can like maybe get a hint on that, but like, the idea, like one thing that I think is really interesting is sentiment markets, like non-final prediction markets. And like, that's pretty much all I can really give. But I really think that's a really interesting like direction. And that's what I've been talking to Ben about.
The belief tokens.
No, different than belief tokens, but yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. Well, I read the article that you put out the other day, and you talked about how kind of ICM has been successful for traders. You talked about how you don't really like want to basically pander to traders essentially. And I wanted to just kind of address that a little bit here, because essentially your Launchpad relies on CT and the capital that CT drives in order to generate revenue, hype, give your Launchpad and your launches attention. I don't think that traders have had the best experience, and maybe the belief chart is probably an indication of that. But like, I do think at the same time, though, traders are there. That's where the focus should be, because that's essentially the capital that you're trying to capture. I wanted to get your take on that. Are you guys focused on traders at all, or are you focused on kind of generating value from CT, like whether in the form of feedback or what have you?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like a very loaded question in general. I mean, I think MetaDAO, for example, is doing a great job at curating towards traders, and I think Soar is also curating towards traders. Like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Soar is like, Deal is essentially helping with like acquisition issues, and I think that's great. That solves like one major piece of the entire coin related to a company idea. And same with like MetaDAO, they're doing ownership coins, which gets token holders a little bit more rights. And I think those are all great, but again, they all don't really solve the core issue of that launching a token fucking sucks. It has zero upside for early stage founders. And I just don't think anyone really like keeps forgetting that whole entire, like, Bobby, your experience has been so fucking shitty. Everybody's experience has been shitty. Like, that needs to change first before you even go into all these other issues. So to answer your quick question, like, yes, we do care about traders. That's where the money comes from, but you need to actually bring in real value to trade before you get there. So that, yeah.
Okay, so you said that like the vision is to build for what? For creators, content, and sorry, commercial. I don't even know. Like, what is the vision?
No, I just think there's more market. Like, you can make markets around, like, ICM, intercapital markets. That's like saying that I work in finance, which could mean that I'm a partner at a massive PE firm, or I'm a fucking sheep monkey at a lending firm out in the middle of nowhere. So ICM, and everyone just got siloed in on startups. But, like, in order for us to scale and get the massive upside to become a multi-billion-dollar company, we need to start thinking bigger and how we can actually capture markets around people, markets around, startups, as an example, markets around middle stage companies, markets around large stage companies, markets around projects and ideas. Like,
okay,
that's how you need to think. That's like the vision.
Just to be clear, like, I think correct me if I'm wrong. I think everyone on the call is still just a little bit confused, but I think you're inching closer to like what you guys are actually trying to build.
Yeah,
can I just make a suggestion? Like, can we say, like, we're waking up, March of 2026, and we open the Believe app? Who is the person that is like opening the Believe app in your eyes? Is it the people on this call, or is it like Susan in New York, who's like walking into college that morning? Like, who's opening that app? Give us a sense of that.
I think who's actually opening the app are like online creators in general. Like, that's who I think would be mainly opening the app, so they can check, overall sentiment across. Let's just say you're Evelyn Ha, for example.
Yeah.
You open up the Believe app and you see, okay, I have like this many people that, have been following me on YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok. My overall sentiment score is high. Like,
yep.
My engagement is increasing month over month, and they can kind of get a full big picture on their online creativity persona. And that same thing can work for a company. You could have Dupe open up. Bobby, you would open up the app and be like, okay, we have an 80%, sentiment score. 80% of the people like us. We're relatively moving in the right direction. But then, Bobby, you open up your personal one and you fucking called someone, the N-word or something like that.
Whoa!
I'm just giving an example, but your personal.
Bro.
It's a good real life example.
But your personal sentiment is down in the tank. But that's different from Dupe, because Dupe is actually providing a great service, but your personal score is different. Like, I think that's like kind of what we're.
Okay, I got it. Okay, now let's talk about where the money flows in, because obviously ICM, if you're thinking broadly about ICM, there is like some level of capital formation, some level of money flowing in. Like, am I opening this app and like opening up Evelyn's profile? I don't even know if it'll be a profile or her creator page, and saying, Evelyn, I think, is going to be a shining star in the future. I want to buy the Evelyn token. Is that what's happening?
No, I don't think there's gonna be tokens tied to like the actual name. I think it's more gonna be like, if you believe in them or you don't.
Got it. I think so. I'm not.
So I think I have a comprehensive view of the picture here. I think
Okay.
this kind of leads into the whole belief score, the belief tokens. I think the idea here is people come with an idea, vision, project, maybe not even pre-revenue, pre-product, pre-anything. And then you're gauging what the interest from the community looks like. Maybe they raise funds somehow and start working towards this product/vision. So you're taking it like a step prior to even startups. It's just pre-idea, like idea, that's it, and then build out that vision/company. Seems to be, if I'm understanding it correctly, the direction Believe is interested in heading.
I think that's, again, one piece of it. Whereas, like, in its current form, you could only work on companies that have somewhat have formed or are in like Dupe's level, which are matured and are making money. Like, that's how Believe or Launchcoin was initially structured, to like cater towards that crowd. But I think the way that we're looking is like, yes, You could essentially do a pre-idea, or you could do, a dupe level. They all fit in the same category per se. So yes, you are seeing how bigger this net can cast versus the direction that we were in. It just wasn't scalable, and it's not, yes, it's a big market. There's a lot of trader market fit, but it doesn't allow us to go bigger.
I think the interesting thought with this, though, is then how do you align incentives for these creators to go and fulfill this vision? Because right now they get all their fees as soon as they get released to them. They get them, and they can go and run away if they want to. How do you align these incentives now for creators to actually go and build out on this vision that they've clearly established that there's interest for? Do you guys maybe withhold half the fees and only pay them out if they're talking to their community, if there's a vote for it? Like maybe you keep bringing up MetaDAO, maybe there is some sort of voting system or governance system to where they actually only receive these fees if they build out this vision that they're talking about, rather than just bring up a vision that everyone likes and then just run off with the money.
Yeah, I think
kind of had that issue.
Yeah,
well.
I think there's two of those. I mean, you can dive into the fact of we're exploring the voting aspect, but that also complicates the user experience. We're also exploring the vesting structure as well for some of these fees. But yeah, I mean, I think both of those are viable options. There's definitely going to be some experimentation there to ensure that there is some protection from people just farming everybody. But yeah.
Okay, Avi, hey.
What's up, guys? I just want to make something very clear. I'm not here to fucking FUD or rail anyone, by the way. That's not what I want to do. I actually just want to I think Stig, the biggest concern that people have is they want to see that you guys know what you're doing. And the way I like to quantify what that means is whenever if you spend months on end describing a vision, for example, and just saying this is what we want to see, that has to be backed up by concrete facts on what is exactly being built, right? So when Bobby, for example, asks hey, I want to understand what the Believe app is going to look like, who's going to be opening the app, he also wants to know when you open the app, are we going to see live streams? Are we going to see what features are involved with it? Why did we pivot to a CCM if that's what's going towards? I feel on the comms in general, which is advice I gave even Bobby regarding everything, is if you're not providing concrete things, people will always just naturally think it's something that's just in the air, especially when price is down, right? When price is down, that's when you have to be providing these concrete things. So I'm not even here to FUD. I'm basically here to say look, if these concrete things exist, say it, and it will probably help everyone watching. What are these things? What is the features? What is the vision? And say it in the most clearest way possible, basically. Not we're exploring this, exploring that. Exploring is nothing. That's
to jump on this. I will say, Avi, you've been incredibly good with Kled about explaining your vision. And I think initially when you guys even launched, it mostly was just that vision, right? You had some rails from Neutrality, but you've done such a good job explaining a vision. You actually built an incredible community that's latched onto it. So I think there's a lot of credence to what you say in this regard. And so maybe Stig, you want to respond to what Avi just said.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But I also do think tokens in general push people to focus purely on talking about shit. I don't know how to properly say this, but Avi, you're really good at garnering attention. You're really, really good at it. But you're focusing a lot of time on that. And
but
that should not be the case for a lot of these projects. You should not be spending half of your day trying to figure out how to drum up attention around your token.
I think
you should be spending most of your time on your project.
Sig, I think there's a disconnect there. I don't spend half my day. I spend literally maybe 10 minutes telling a team member what to do. These tweeting once a day is really not that difficult. I don't know why there's some huge it's just not hard. And it's something that you should do because it's not only building rapport amongst holders, but it's actually building the business. I don't tweet every single day for my holders. That's not what it's for. I tweet every day when there's big things happening because all of Silicon Valley sees it and I get more leads when it comes to data deals, et cetera, right? That's why I do it. I think there's a lot of benefit in doing that. And when you have a publicly traded asset, you are also signing up to no longer allow yourself to build in stealth. And no mechanism you build into an app is going to fix that, because it's public psychology. If there's a publicly traded asset, you can't change the way a mass population thinks through an app alone. It is purely, you're stuck in the game of building in public. That is what happens when you put a publicly traded asset on the market, no matter what it is. It has to be built in public. You're not allowed to build in self. That is my opinion on it.
I agree. I stated this at the beginning of the call. Like, us having a token right now is our biggest issue. I totally agree. I don't really know what else you want me to say there besides having a token is our biggest issue. We should not have had a token. It should have been waited until we actually found like the true concrete direction we're going. So that's how these tokens should be used, not to just create attention, in my opinion. But there you go.
Oh, okay. Stig, I think one thing that would be hugely beneficial for Believe is maybe you've gotten a ton of feedback since the flywheel went live. Right here, this call has been nothing but, I feel like, feedback the whole time, and we really want to hear from you. What's like a few of these pieces you've heard from the community that you've actually taken and internalized and started working towards? I think a lot of people think Ben has an ego, and maybe they think he's unwilling to change and form to what product market fit is, or what it looks like, what the people really want. Maybe give us an idea internally from the Believe team side. What are you guys taking to heart and integrating from maybe community suggestions, or Avi or Bobby here?
Yeah, from a few pretty, like, you know, Bobby, Avi as well. I know I talked to Apewood for about an hour and a half last week. You know, he really gave me some pretty good insights on just like really stepping back and trying to define what ICM is, and like the whole, because everyone was getting super pigeonholed on the fact that it should be for startups. But again, like, you know, not to reiterate on what I said earlier, but really step back, because, you know, Believe was actually probably the one that pioneered ICM essentially in the beginning. And really, because, you know, and have the ability to define it. Do we have enough power to define it, you know, currently because of our recent performance? Probably not as much. But I do think that there is a chance for us to really define what it is and set the direction. And yeah.
You came on this call before the flywheel, and you kind of told us about some stuff you had in store. One of which was you have these projects lined up internally to launch once the flywheel goes live. Let's see, I have a few listed here. I'll just read them out. So you had withheld launches for post flywheel. You would say that Believe app will be the best app in all of crypto. You said you're going to incorporate legal structure, tax, chats into the app. You'd be picking up marketing with podcasts and more marketing going out, going live. Maybe tell us some development on that. Where are you guys standing with all that stuff I just mentioned? What are your next moves? What happened to the withheld launches? Are more of those coming? Just idea on the future here.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, maybe I'll go one at a time, and you just can't ask like 9 things.
I know.
But I, you know, withheld launches, you know, I've talked to a bunch of guys internally. There's like a small group that's helped me. I want to give a shout out to those guys as well. We've been just going back and forth. Like, you know, I personally, there's a lot of these guys that, you know, could have launched in the current market, but like, you know, and with our sentiment, I personally feel terrible being like, yeah, you should definitely launch. You're just gonna, your project's gonna get destroyed, and then it's just, you know, they're gonna have a terrible experience. So we're, you know, we still have some of them. You know, we're talking to them. We're not gonna launch them in the current market. Like, I personally feel more like it's a moral thing for me. I'm not gonna just lead these guys into a pit of fire. That's what it is.
Have you lost anyone?
Yeah, definitely lost some, for sure. For sure. I mean, Pump Fund is offering hundreds of thousands of dollars for these, you know, lower tier, even to mid tier projects to launch on their platform. And like, that's a game that we can't afford to play. And that's why, like, in general, this whole ICM Launchpad business model is kind of a race to zero, because like Jupiter is even implementing a launch. Like, it makes sense that some of these projects are migrating off of Believe. Like, it truly does make sense for them, because it literally doesn't make sense that they're paying us a percentage of fee when we're basically a Jupiter wrapper. That was like what Launchcoin was. And like, over time, it's like all these companies should go straight to Meteor. They should go straight to Jupiter and launch on their own. That makes the most sense for their company growth. It does not make sense to launch on the third-party Launchpad.
Does that mean, though, Stig, does that mean that all of these companies are going to get their fee wallets, that they're going to get all of your current holdings of their tokens? Because if you're basically intimating that Believe is useless to their success, which is totally fine. and you've admitted that you shouldn't be holding on to their, like, you shouldn't be getting.
Yeah,
their
yeah.
feed.
I think that would be the plan. I haven't like I can't fully speak on the exact thing because that's like some of the engineering issue. Like there's some V1 tokens, V2 tokens that I'm not like fully aware of, like the entire crux of the situation. But yeah, I think definitely would help
Own
projects
3%.
that are wanting to migrate off of Believe. I don't, we've helped a few already, and like I don't really see there being a reason why we would ever just withhold them and say fuck you
Hey,
guys.
hold up. You own 3% of our supply, and you withheld it for us, and like for like literally.
because you have caused a bunch of issues. Like if you went about this very professionally, I think it would have been a lot different. But
No, time out. Sorry, not the right call. Not the right call. Please, not right now. I said,
I didn't even know you were coming on this call. So
yeah. Take it up privately, dude. It sounds like Avi, you're gonna get your token. So chill the fuck out. Take a win when you can. Okay. I just want to understand. I'm like a pretty big Believe holder right now, right? And as I kind of look at this, price action, we are getting, oh boy, obliterated. Okay, so how should we be thinking about the tokens, dude? Because you guys just spent all this time relaunching your token. You made people migrate the token. You launched a flywheel on the token. A lot of people held the token. They're still holding the token. Like, how should we? What is your message to Believe holders? Because like simultaneously, you are now saying, I don't know why we have a token, and I don't think we should. That makes me a little nervous. And now
I don't think you should be dissecting it like that at all. I think the token obviously is going to still be a huge cornerstone of like the ecosystem, and all the money that we're generating forward will go into the token.
Good.
We're not abandoning the token. There's still going to be a lot of upside. I actually think the upside is now greater with the vision that we're attacking.
Can someone please clip that, put that all over the timeline so that Ben doesn't come back from his fucking vacation and think that he can just abandon this thing? Because Ben also
He's
told
not
me
abandoning it either. There's no abandoning of the token.
Good. Well, I will say that your captain has abdicated the throne. He is currently in a situational crisis because it feels like there's a massive dereliction of duty in play of him not showing up to this call. I'll be completely honest with you. It is shameful and wrong. And every single Believe holder believes this. It is not just me. And Stig, you don't have to say it. I know you believe it. Everyone at Believe should believe it because we all believed in Ben. And he should understand that you guys are in a crisis mode, that a lot of people's livelihoods are being wiped away by him not showing up and saying these things. I'm going to move on from that. I don't need you to address that. I'm just saying it's good to hear you say nothing is being abandoned because that is the current sentiment. And I want to make sure that Ben's feet are held to the fire because he, in my interview in September, said, I will work on Believe / the Believe ecosystem / the token till the day I die. I don't plan on selling. All of the value of Believe is in the token. That should not change. That would
it's not going to change, and I wouldn't be working on this. Like that's not my thing. Like I personally have put my entire reputation on this, and I would never work on something that I think we're just going to abandon and exit scam. Like that's personally. I mean, you don't know who I am personally, but I've been in crypto for a while.
I have seen your face once. I have seen your face once. Very handsome. Very handsome face. Very handsome.
Thank you.
But I just think
quick
it's
question
wrong.
It's just quick question.
It's wrong that
I got time for like two or three more questions, and then I got to dip.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
So one question that I had is, earlier you mentioned that the token is kind of like your main problem, right? You shouldn't have launched a token. When does the token not become a problem? When does it transition into like something that acts as a tailwind instead of a headwind?
I think it's when we like truly find product market fit and like have a fully operating business. Like I think that's when it won't become a problem. And people are gonna say, oh, I'm gonna jump into your thing and say, oh, you found product market fit with ICM projects. Yeah, at the time, but like look at the ICM landscape now. Like XPL, for example, came from a quote unquote top tier, basically ICM launchpad. It has the full KYC, all the legal stuff, SVPs, the whole entire 9 yards. That's what Echo is. It was acquired by Coinbase. But look at it now. Look at that damn token. Like I think that it explains the entire issue, like in its current form. So yes, we had product market fit at the time, but that doesn't mean I think there was like an article that was like floating around that's like, building crypto long term. If you read that, I think it really, really it has a huge tie to like what's going on here with like ICM and ICM launchpads in general. But yeah, once we like fully get that business going, I think that's when it won't be an issue anymore.
Stig, a
So-
lot of people had questions about the retroactive flywheel. And Chill, sorry to cut you off.
No,
I'm just
no,
trying
you're
to
good. Go
keep
ahead.
this quick if Stig has to jump. People had a lot of concern about the retroactive flywheel. They saw you guys launch 100% flywheel. I was happy to see 100%. But people were saying, well, there's no retroactive fees. What have you guys been doing for 6 months? That's something you talked about on our last call. Are you guys still planning on using retroactive
Yes.
fees to go back to the flywheel?
Yes. 100%. Yes. Not 100% of them, but yes, like 100%. We are using retroactive fees to buy them, but we're doing that. I think we're going to do it very strategically.
Any
I think
clarity on that?
I think now in this week is a great time.
Yeah.
Was a better time yesterday? Maybe. But, I do think there's a strategic way about going about this versus just jamming it all in at once with everyone, which is what everyone expects.
Do you guys think you could aim to offset the supply that was minted into circulation with the new Believe contract?
What do you mean by that?
Is that like, is there an internal goal? Maybe obviously there was 33% inflation on the token from Launchcoin to Believe. Is there like an internal goal of you guys offsetting that supply via buybacks at some point, or? Have you guys thought
I
about
think the idea is to buy back as much of the token as possible and withhold it. Maybe there's a chance that we burn it. Maybe there's a chance we don't. But I don't want to commit to anything now.
Chill?
Yeah,
Sorry, you finish, Bobby.
It's great. I appreciate that you answered that question so clearly, and even kind of shared a timeline that this week is a good week for buybacks for the buy wheel. That's good. I would agree with you. It's a pretty good time to activate that goddamn flywheel because I have a $10,000 bet going with Avi that I don't plan on losing. So please make sure that I don't. Side note on that. Dude, I have to say, I know you have to leave here. I have to say, I think you did a good job on this call. You've taken a lot of arrows.
Yep.
I would, like there were really like literally no softballs on this. And I honestly don't think Ben could have handled this interview. Just knowing what I know about him, I think he would have left a lot sooner. Just a couple things. I think like if you are running comms for Believe and you are the person in charge of making sure people understand what's going on, I think just like a massive, overwhelming commitment to not just putting out platitudes and waxing poetic in long form posts, but showing up on spaces, showing up to these podcasts. I would say for the next, at least till the end of November when my bet is done, do it every day. Just like keep talking about Believe, more bullish shit out there. And then after that, you guys can do whatever the fuck you want. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I agree. I fully agree. And hopefully I can come on some more microcap gem shows. I do like the host here and what they run. So
Thanks.
Yeah, no, I do plan on doing that. And I do think you're going to see like an update on our vision very soon, both reflected, within the app and like overall, direction, essentially on the timeline. So there are things moving. We're not just sitting here doing nothing. there actually is things moving, and I know everyone just has that opinion that we aren't. But yeah, I appreciate that. So, Bobby.
Cool.
Stig, maybe
All right,
closing thoughts. What are you guys working on? What are you most excited for? What should people give some people the hope before you tune off here?
What am I really excited? I'm excited on like really unveiling this whole entire vision, like with actual clarity. I'm not really able to give a ton of clarity right now, but I'm really excited about it. I think people will hopefully see how big the net can actually get, and the market they're actually targeting allows like the actual upside of the token to be a lot bigger than it was earlier. Sticking to an ICM launchpad, there's millions of them. There's not a whole lot of differentiation or moats there. So, and that like at the beginning when Launchcoin was the only coin out there, yeah, I think it could have hit 1 to 2 billion. But we've since had a million other people come into the space, completely limiting that upside. But I think this new direction, allows that upside to be greater. So, yeah.
Stig, how are you guys thinking about competition? Because we're seeing a bit of it popping up right now.
Yeah, I think the competition's great, but all of them are solving something, a small piece in the entire issue. But like again, the core issue is that the entire token experience for early stage founders is terrible. But that you can solve the acquisition issue. You can solve, the ownership issue. There's small things that each launchpad will try to solve, but if you don't solve the main issue at its core, then you're not going to get anywhere, I think, long term. And that's just my opinion. But yeah.
All right, Stig. Well, thanks for coming on. We hope to get you back on. Hopefully you didn't take this like we were trying to.
Yeah, and this wasn't meant to be a shakedown, but I think this conversation needed to happen, and I'm glad it happened, and so we do appreciate it.
Yeah, no, of course. No, I knew this was going to be a heated one, so I appreciate you guys letting me come on and try to defend myself. And yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting year, but I think it's going to be a great one. And I'm rooting for everybody involved, Bobby, and you guys as well. So I appreciate you guys having me on.
All right, brother.
Thanks for your time, Stig. Appreciate you.
Talk to you guys later. See you.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right. Anyone explain to me what this new Believe vision is? Because I still don't get it.
I'll explain what I'm picking up. Chill.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I already did it once.
No. Don't.
No, you go. No, you go. No, you go right now.
I don't know what the vision is. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So here's what I'm picking up. ICM is just this small pool. ICM in terms of startups, the way that we think about ICM is a small pool of the overall pie that they're after. And what I'm unclear on is what the rest of the pie is. I wish we could have, if we had like 10 more minutes, I would have been able to ask him that. But they're apparently saying that, the rest of this pie is worth chasing way more than sticking around for this startup ICM thing that CT has essentially talked about over these last 6 months. So that's what I'm getting from it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you guys have any takeaways.
What's the bet? I want to know.
Oh, you haven't heard the bet? Avi, I tried to get in on the side bet, but Avi rage quit the chat before I could get to him. You guys want to talk about the bet you guys got going on?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
It's definitely gonna be nulled. But
Well, what I know for sure is I'm not going to win that bet. What I don't yet know for sure is will Avi win that bet? That would be a very bad bet.
I have a very small sliver of.
I'd say you have a better shot at this current juncture.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna win it. Look, I wish they just owned up to it and were like, "Fuck it, token's stupid." Like, why did they do the relaunch if they just thought the token was stupid? That's what he said.
If they would have abandoned the token, there would be absolutely no future, right? Like they had to do they're forced into doing the token. They can't just abandon at this point.
But they basically did worse than that because they let it slow bleed it. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense.
My problem was with having CT cook up this entire vision around ICM when number one, that's not what you were chasing, and number two, your token had nothing to do with that. So I wish there was some communication much earlier around, hey guys, that's a really cool vision you got, but that's not what we're working on, and allow other people to build versus the way you make your revenue is people who think of ICM as startups on chain. That's how you've made the 40 million over the last 6 months.
Guys, it's not even that, man. Look, fucking expand your vision to everything. Do it all right? Go fucking crazy. But I honestly have PTSD from the word vision. The fuck is this, dude? I just keep hearing vision and plans and fucking future and a bunch of mumbo jumbo slop every 10 seconds from not only them, by the way, from a lot of people. And there's nothing concrete about that. You can say that stuff and then be like, look, we did this to go towards that goal. But what is shipped? What has been put into the world physically, materially? Yeah.
I 100%. I think 100% agree with this. I think it's wild that Stig said he did a 2-hour conversation with Ben yesterday and was explicitly told not to reveal much. Read the fucking read the. It was on the call. I mean,
when I joined,
I don't remember, but it's just read the room here. The lack of information is what's causing turmoil. Do not the symptom and the problem and the cure are not all the same. The cure is not less information when you are hurting because of less information. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'll be honest, like my read, and obviously like I'm not incentivized to say this because I don't want Launchcoin to hurt. And I honestly like don't want Believe to hurt. I want them to do well. I truly want them to win. I don't know why the fuck I want that anymore, but it is what it is. Is that I don't think they actually know what they're doing. And if all they said was that, it's like, look, we don't yet know what the right answer is. We're going to ship, probably 4 or 5 times before we get to what the right answer is. But we know where we want to be. Like we want Susan in, New York to wake up in March. And this is what she's doing in this app. She's checking her belief score. She's looking up company. By the way, I still don't know what that idea is. Like, I don't get it, but let's just say that's the idea. It's like, okay, cool. Like that is where we're going. And we think what Avi just said, which is correct, which is you can paint the platitudes all day. And Lord knows I do it. And let's be honest, so does Avi. But what happens on the back end of that is Avi, myself, a handful of other ICM companies, every week we are putting up content showing you the behind the scenes. This is what we shipped. This is what we're working on. What do you guys think about this feature? Here's a partnership that we signed. Like, just that in addition to the platitudes goes a very long way because it's really hard. I put up a tweet the other day that said, faith is blind, believing is seeing. They don't want people to believe. They want people to have faith. And traders are done with that. They need to read the room. People do not want to operate blindly. People need to see. They are living in a post-pandemic world. Attention economy, it is. Owning the timeline is the number one goal. And I don't think they understand that or value that. And that's a cause for concern.
By the way they said it, it kind of seems like Stig and them want to build some sort of infra or like an app that lets you build in stealth and still have a live coin. But I don't know how the fuck that's like that. That isn't possible. If you have a publicly traded asset, it relies on comms from a team to speak. Otherwise, yeah, it's just faith. It's not. It's like literally, it's just pure faith, like blind faith. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's why people can build conviction and stuff like Kled and stuff like Dupe is because it's not just you telling them to believe in it. Like Believe is just telling you to believe in it. It's okay. I'm showing the behind the scenes. Avi posted a tweet. Okay, $3 million deal closed. Avi posted an LOI. LOI is not really the contract, but we'll take it. At least there's some sort of evidence showing that you guys are putting in work. And I think that's the difference between building conviction and having this just belief that people, they need to have conviction. And you guys do a good job building that conviction for holders. Believe has not. They've just been telling you to believe, but haven't been showing it. And there's a big difference.
I like the way that Trader 2300 from YouTube, appreciate you tuning in, how he puts it. Old vision is startups. New vision is everything you can value, hence build a market. So they're pivoting from, they're essentially pivoting from a model that built the entire ICM, that CT built the narrative around, and they're pivoting to an untested model or an untested.
But we're not even pivoting, right? Because we don't know what pivoting assumes that it's going somewhere. Like, where is it even going? Like, what the fuck? That is the problem. I love pivots. Pivots are awesome. If you haven't found PMF yet, go pivot. Fucking figure it out. But like, what are we going to? Yeah.
By the way, like actually, there's a comment on stream right now by Markow777. Dupe is Chat GPT. Kled is Data Hub. Believe is ... a vision ?
Yeah.
That is it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the fucking problem. You need to be able to fill that blank with a couple words, and no one is doing it. Which you have to believe the only thing you can take away from that is they don't yet know what the answer is. And by the way,
or is that what Believe wants? Is that what Believe wants?
No, I don't think so. And but here's the thing. I'll tell you why I don't think so. Is because for the last 6 months they've told us what their vision was, and then they reneged it. And I would say that they would have been given a lot of mercy and a lot of leeway if they just came out and said, guys, there's something bigger. We're trying to put our finger on it. I've built apps that reach tens of millions of people in the past, a la Ben, because that's what he's done. I've reached tens of millions of people in the past. I know what I'm doing here. Here's kind of what that process looks like, right? Like, and like, I think we're going to be able to crack this nut, but it's definitely a whole lot bigger than just startups launching on chain. I think people would have seen that as really bullish come out and supported the hell out of him and probably helped him kind of frame that vision. And I just like, it baffles me and it baffles the mind, generally speaking, that they're hiding the ball like this.
Do you think they need a figurehead, Bobby? You said, well, hire someone as a CEO and just like Ben, clearly you're not
20
in a position
million,
to do
you can
this.
buy talent.
Do you think they need a figurehead?
I don't look, I don't know anything about the inner workings of Believe. I've never met Ben in person. I've never met a single person that Believe in person. I've never met anyone on this call in person. I live in my own little cave. All right. So I'm not even going to pretend to think that I know anything about how Ben operates. What I know is a lot of very savvy financial institutions have trusted him with hundreds of millions of dollars in the past. What I know is since he was a child, he has shipped apps that reach tens of millions of users. What I know is when the wind is at his back, he knows how to frame the vision and get people to believe. I know those things. And for whatever reason, for the last 3 months, he forgot that. And he is now paying the price for it. And it should not be any surprise. And I think then in the face of that, hiding from, this problem, going to whatever, Greece and then the UK, I don't care if you acquired a company in the UK and you're there. Last I checked, I've been to Greece and the UK, they have internet. Last I checked, it's not a Chinese time zone. It is a few hours from now. It is not even 8:30 p.m. in that time zone. You can jump on a call. You can talk to your followers. You can talk to your day ones. You can talk to your believers who are currently feeling abandoned. So it is a dereliction of duty. And if you need another figurehead to do it, I don't think Ben would ever do that because this is his baby. And I understand I've been 25 and a CEO of my own company before. It's very hard to admit that I might not be the right person to run this. I should be probably running product because in Ben's eyes, he's probably thinking, I have not yet been given a shot. My vision is still in my head and I need to paint it for you. And then now the question is, will the market believe that? Will the market believe him? I don't know. So I guess we'll see. But I am currently extremely underwhelmed.
Yep. Well,
That about sums it up for me. Yeah, there's a lot that needs to be worked on, but I love I like the future and what that looks like right now. We have a lot of players coming to the space. We got a lot of people building. We got projects like you guys, Kled and Dupe leading the charge and showing people how to really get it done. So I love the future regardless.
I guess I was confused though. He mentioned we want to let projects migrate off of Believe and that's what Believe was built for. I think he even mentioned, look, we think it's ultimately better for people to launch just through Meteora and have their own pools. And I'm just confused then where Believe comes in at all. If they think just handing it off at some point is the vision for all projects.
Well, he said it. They don't have any product market fit right now. They're not generating any revenue. They still need to hash things out. They're at this point, if this truly was a pivot, they're pre-product, pre-revenue, especially with traders and projects leaving the ecosystem, they have nothing now. So as far as valuation for their token, doesn't really bode well for that. But
can I give you guys what I think is a potential $100 billion pitch for Believe? Right. So it's you might say something like, guys, read the room. We're in the age of AI. People, millions of people, tens of millions of people are about to lose their 9 to 5. They're all going to transition to becoming creators, to kind of self-finance. These creators are transitioning into founders. They're going to bring their audiences with them to Believe because they need to finance their livelihoods. And we are living in the age of prediction markets. People want to bet. People want to gamble. We're going to give them the rails to do that for tens of millions of creators who will bring 1 billion followers with them. We think what's possible on the back end of that is the average user on our platform is trading, call it whatever you want, $50 a month globally. And when we reach 1 billion people, that's $50 billion in trading volume minimum per month. Well, you have to think about buys and sells. I mean, you have 1 billion people trading, is probably $100 billion a month, $200 billion a month being traded on our platform. And we're going to earn fees through the Believe token on the basis of that. The thesis is joblessness is going to increase. AI is taking over jobs. Creator economy is growing. Mr. Beast is the prototype. Everyone's going to do that. We already went through this phase in 2012 when everyone said people are going to be on all over Instagram making money, all over Facebook. And no one believed them. And look what happened. TikTok emerged from that. YouTube emerged from that. And people make their entire livelihood streaming. It's going to happen again because of AI. People are going to be forced into a corner, and we're going to be there when they need to finance their audiences or, fundraise from their audiences who believe in them. Those are the rails that we're building, and that's why this is $100 billion company in the next 3 years. Or like, you could just say that, okay? You could say that. That was off the dome, and like, that's a start. And now you can talk.
That's why I built this show. I was unemployed. I had lost my job, and there was I sent out hundreds of applications, nothing. And this is what came out of it. Was I was like, yo, let's turn on the camera. Let's do something for ICM.
And now you guys are the preeminent fucking podcast because you.
We had more than CoinDesk today. CoinDesk is like an $80 million company.
Exactly, and I think that is where things are going. If Believe just came out and said that, that is a $100 billion pitch. A lot of people would pay attention to that because all of the conditions for that to become true was set in motion 2 years ago. AI is coming for everyone's jobs, believe it or not. And people will need believers to finance their lifestyle while they entertain them. Okay, say that. Make that pitch. But show us a way that you're going to be worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Show us a way, a reason. Give us the math. Do that math for us. Right. And what's surprising me is that Ben has raised so much money in his lifetime, hundreds of millions of dollars, last I checked, that he understands that this is what is necessary. And he's just like not doing it. So this is the disconnect. And like Avi's given me shit for believing in Ben and the Believe team for a very long time. And I think he's like turning out to be correct. And like it is hard for me to look at the jockey and the track record of the jockey with the horses that he's raced and not believe that he knows what he's doing. And it just like turns out that he just doesn't fucking know what he's doing or is purposely hiding the ball, which I just like don't understand.
Can I ask an Avi question? At what point did you realize it? Because you did see this first before anyone else, this potential inevitable outcome. But when did it click for you?
I remember Ben unfollowed me on Twitter, when I was like at 35M the first time around. And then I called him. I'm like, bro, why'd you unfollow me? And he was like, I'm not going to like back any more projects. I'm like, why are you not going to back any more projects? Like, what's the reason? Like, what's the point of the launch pad other than that? And he just didn't have an answer. I kept asking like over and over again. And this brother just never answered the fucking question. I think I left more out of emotion for sure. But even if I didn't, it would have happened probably like a week later after I originally left. Yeah, bro.
But here's the thing. Like Avi left in the wrong way, in my opinion, because he's right. He left extremely emotionally, so he was not able to take anyone with him because no one felt the way that he felt. Correct. And I'll be completely honest. I don't think Avi is a seer. All right, I think he went through a very traumatic couple of weeks with Believe, and did not want to deal with it anymore. Avi tried to convince many companies to leave that ecosystem. For a very long time, and no one listened because of the way Avi left. So maybe the lesson for Avi is comport yourself differently the next time you leave your next fucking ecosystem. And
I'm never going to be a part of an ecosystem.
Yes, whatever you do,
why would I ever do that again? That is, dude, launch pads are fucking useless if they don't have like. They need a lot more work done to them if they want to be useful.
I agree with that, but I don't think like Avi left knowing that this would be the outcome. If I'm being completely honest,
that's bullshit, Bobby. I told you 50 fucking times the same day I left. This shit is going straight to zero, and I said it for weeks.
But Bobby thinks you were saying that because of emotional rather than.
Right. It's like what you were saying though, Avi, on the back end of that for a long time. Like it was pure emotion. Like we had a lot of conversations about it. It was, and by the way, we also looked at other launch pads and decided what we decided today, which is if we're doing anything, it's migrating to being an independent token, right? And like it's not going to be something like a token tied to a launch
pad.
Bobby,
how much did Pump Fund throw at you guys? I know they came.
I can't talk about that. I can't. Well, just to be clear, we spoke to them in August. It was very different in August. It would be a whole lot more now. And look, like Pump Fund is trying. They really want to talk to us about this. Soar wants to talk to us about. I get it. Like I totally get it. I just don't see the upside You know, like they all have very different models. And I do think that they're, you know, I was talking to Mercy earlier and he was talking about founder market fit. And I think like he actually talked about Pump Fund very specifically. Actually, no, he was talking about Product Hunt, but I think Pump Fund's founder, the way he comports himself online, Elon, is more founder market fit. Like he is very communicative. He's constantly talking. He's constantly sharing. You know, that's what the people want to see. And I just don't. It's possible that Ben just doesn't have founder market fit with traders, and like traders have to wake up
Is
to
there
that. and be okay with
stigma with
Well, I think it's
Pump
clear
that
he
holds
is.
it back?
Pump is never going to hit ICM unless they change their name to ICM. It's just not going to happen. There's no serious startup is going to launch on Pump. Like they have to rebrand is what I'm saying. I'm saying they can do it, but like I was talking to Rain about this, like, and I even told Alon this several times. Like you got to like actually like completely separately categorize this like ICM stuff so that no one even like thinks of the word Pump Fund when they associate with your startup. Like just the name alone. Like that is the only issue.
Yeah, they need an ICM arm for sure. It can't be the same launchpad that people are launching butthole token on, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that their push with Spotlight? Is that?
But Spotlight's just an account highlighting projects. We're saying we need a whole nother separate the two.
Like
Meme
I
coins-
pitched to Alon, like make a literal separate domain name on like it can be a part of the Pump Fund wing, but like a disassociate and then say like, look, this is our push into ICM, and then that'll be a good way to do it. But I think there needs to be it's just not branded correctly.
I gotta get back to work, boys. But is there anything I can help answer or clear up? I feel like that was a pretty good interview.
Closing thoughts. I think it's great. Closing thoughts, Bobby. What should everyone else on this call do right now, based on what?
I think you should research Dupe. Dupe is the preeminent standard bearer of ICM. Everyone wants to be like Dupe, including the wannabe Dupe on the call named Avi Patel. This motherfucker is so desperate. This motherfucker wants so much of Dupe's credibility in his lap. Don't give it to him.
I'm about to run laps around you, Bobby. See, this is what you want, right?
Is it 4 weeks? Is it 4 weeks?
No, I said 4 days. I'm about to run laps.
4 days?
Laps.
All right. Are you going to be number one on the App Store like we are?
Dude, I will get there fucking close.
You guys should launch on the same day.
Go ahead, baby. Go launch with me. Let's see what's what. Let's actually go head to head. Let's actually, if you crack top 1,000, if you crack top 1,000, I will send you a bottle of champagne, even though you don't drink. I'm kidding. No, I love Avi. I mean, look, Dupe owns a
bottle of orange juice.
Dupe owns a lot of cred, but no. But like the parting thoughts are like, Dupe fucking rocks. All right, thanks guys. Love you guys.
All right, Bobby.
All right, Bobby. Thanks for your time, bro.
we're gonna keep Avi up here for a little bit because Avi just dropped a little bombshell tweet, said nothing else.
Guys, there's this guy glitched in the chat. This has to be that monkey profile pic in the ICM group chat, right? He's saying the same thing word for word. It has to be him. I refuse to believe it's not.
What's he been saying?
It's take back the hand that fed you. He copy pasted that 15 times and sent it to Bobby and me.
Oh, is this the gorilla?
It's definitely him, 100%. Dude, oh my god, that is so funny.
The troll is transcended from Telegram to Twitter.
I love it. All right, boys. Thank you.
See you, Bobby. Thanks for coming
and
on.
Avi, congrats on your raise, by the way.
Thank you.
Clyde
Okay.
raised 3 mil.
Let's hear it, bro. What have you been working on? You raised 3 mil. You put out this little tweet, dipped off. Give
I'm
the people
basically
an
gonna
update.
not give. I'm contemplating not saying anything after this until we have everything ready. Kind of like what we did with the mobile app, where like I just went silent for like a grip. I don't think it'll be that long, but we have like I'm about to barrage Twitter with like 50 different things on the same day, basically. I'm flying to an army base for a cool trailer for something. Doing a bunch of shit. There is like 100 things I'm doing, getting ready for the same day stuff. Yeah.
What's the vision? What are you guys working on? Obviously,
we have the no waitlist update dropping. So basically everything's going to be open for everyone. And we've talked about that for a minute. It's kind of what we're working for since the very start. And we're trying to get the biggest contracts in place to make sure that we can fulfill that. So that's like the main thing we've been focused on. Like there's a lot to scale to make that happen. But yeah, that's the biggest update for us.
You've been pretty consistent rolling out cool stuff. This has been some big updates recently. We've seen you get these enterprise contracts with these like TV and movie companies.
Yeah.
Maybe talk on that, how that, what kind of unlock that is for Kled and you
Yeah.
guys.
Well, there's three wings of Kled, right? So there's the Kled data collection engine from consumers. That's the mobile app, right? That's upload your camera, will get paid. There's the Kled labeling aspect, which should be dropping in the V3 update. That's where anyone on their app can label content directly from enterprises and large AI companies. And then there's the Kled Holdings aspect, which I actually talked about it in the first tweet when we actually launched. Like, we've been signing large enterprises, right? But I haven't actually talked about it publicly since then. And only very recently have we like picked up motion there, where we've signed like some of the biggest holdings companies, movie studios, motion picture studios, etc. And we just own like the exclusive rights to license all of this content specifically for AI training and then make money off of it that way with like sub-licensing agreements in place. So we make 50-50 sub-licensing agreements. And sometimes it even goes up to like 80-20 our way. So that's like the holdings part of the company. Yeah.
And so explain that. If I wanna train my AI model off Superman here,
yeah, you come to us and then they give us hard drives. Like these companies, just because they're like old companies, I have a stockpile of hard drives in the Kled office that's like up to the ceiling of just like all of this content, and we label it in-house, etc. And then we will ship it off to the AI companies that want it. There's an ambulance outside. Give me one sec. Hold up. I gotta close the door.
It's all good. Dude just has his door open. Yeah, no, I think this is pretty crazy though. And I think if I remember correctly, Avi had said this is exclusive contracts, right? So it's like no one else has the ability to license off this data. You have to go through Kled. I'm not sure if you heard that, Avi. Okay,
Yeah,
so I got that right.
Yeah, that's correct. They're all exclusive. We don't sign non-exclusive contracts. I think we maybe have one, but that was like several months ago. And yeah, if you want to train off of any of it, you come to us, and we will give you like the full legal rights for it. And we have so many episodes of like specific franchises that you can build an entire model off of just those episodes. So if like someone if like OpenAI was like, fuck, we want to generate like Bugs Bunny legally without all these issues, like they came to us and they asked for it, they would have enough in our training set to properly build it. Yeah.
What if someone wants to rip it? I remember you guys said lawyers or VCs were contemplating just going out and suing people that were stealing data.
Yeah, I have a wing of the company that's, I might announce it soon. We'll figure it out. I have a wing of the company that I'm building out that's just like a bunch of the top lawyers that will just go out and fucking class action a ton of companies for me. And it's part of BD because they'll actually start buying the data off of you if like they fucking lose the lawsuit. So I'm working on it. It's harder than you think though, right? Like I have to manage fucking thousands of basic litigation contracts. It's not easy. Yeah. So we're figuring it out. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it'd be fun, but I could see a massive angle there, ironically.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, basically we rely on the settlements, like in general here, right? So like we rely on the settlements happening, and they're just like, fuck it. Like, like, we don't want to do this lawsuit bullshit. We're just going to buy it from you. And that's the settlement. Right. So, there might be a strategy there. We'll see. Yeah.
What's up with this robot stuff?
Dude, robotics is huge right now.
Yeah.
I just signed a fuck ton of cooking content from some of the top like chefs and restaurants on top of TV shows that because all the TV shows do POV cooking content, so they'll like record like from the face down. So it's really great for robotics training. And with Neo causing so much hype, and by the way, Neo is basically non-functional with 90% of these tasks. And the only thing they need to do now is make it functional. And the only thing they need to make that possible is have data. So their $10 billion they just raised goes all towards data buying. That's like all of it, every ounce of it. So any like humanoid robotics companies that are building like very specific training sets, we've built out the labeling infrastructure for every type of data you can think of, cooking, cleaning, fucking taking out the trash, all of it. And we're going to be shipping out like meta glasses, like 3D glasses, etc., over to hundreds of thousands of Americans throughout the year, hopefully, that will be recording this content for us and then training the next generation of robots. Yeah.
Is there a partnership with Meta to be had there?
If they want to supply the glasses, yes, but I think Meta is, me going to Meta and being like, yo, give me glasses, it's not enough. If they have some sort of robotics training need, there definitely is, but otherwise, no.
Okay. No, that makes sense. You also mentioned you're dropping the walls here for the mobile app soon. Everyone's gonna be able to upload. You're gonna go live. Hopefully the game's ready, which you've hinted at.
Yeah,
Why is this important?
Games aren't ready just yet. Games are important if we had the wait. The no wait list is like what everyone's waiting for. But right now, the app is like gated off to a ton of people, right? So having just the ability to have no wait list means that I can go really full fledged on marketing, and we hit the benchmarks a lot faster that way. So if you scroll on my timeline, there's a post I made of the 100 million assets. The biggest image generation lab in the world gave us a benchmark to hit of 100 million uploaded assets, and if they do. Quote from the CEO is that once they hit 100 million assets, they will happily buy data from us. So everything we're doing now, basically removing the wait list specifically for this batch or even in the future, is purely to make sure we hit that benchmark. So yeah.
You said the CEO of the biggest, say again?
Image generation AI lab. You can guess who that is probably, but I cannot say who it is. Yeah.
Sora? No,
it's
video.
Specifically image. Yeah.
Okay. That's alpha though. That's alpha.
Yeah.
So your goal here is get 100 million assets so you can start selling to this company.
Yeah. And we're at 10 mil right now, so it's not like we'll hit it pretty fast, especially if we let everyone off the wait list. But I want to make a really good first impression, so I want to make it so like we get everyone off the wait list, and within like 2 weeks we hit the benchmark for them. Yeah.
So let's do a theoretical here. If you hit this 100 million, this big client starts coming to you guys from the demand side. Obviously, demand side's pretty much covered just alone off this one contract. Supply side will probably be covered because people are going to get paid for this stuff.
These people surprisingly literally give you I didn't know this was a thing until I actually started having this like bigger lab conversations. Like they just give you like a per camera roll contract, which is disgusting. Like they'll be like, hey, like $10 per camera roll. And then I just pay that amount, and they'll give you like a total budget to work with for that. And then they'll just renew it over and over again if you keep giving them good stuff. So, once a couple, like I think probably 4 of these are in place, then I never have to worry about cash again. Like we'll have infinite reserves to pay users.
Will some of these guys want to sign exclusivity deals with you, making sure you can't sell some of this data to other people?
For sure. I just say no to that every time though. Yeah.
So do you ever see an issue coming up where these guys are start just training models off the same data from CLED?
As in, like all the different companies start training the same model.
Yeah. If you have a ton of demand coming in,
that's like a benefit. Because when let's say Meta starts using CLED data, right, and then Google hears about CLED data, and they're not training off of it. That's like a huge bad. That's not a good thing for them, right? So that they'll sit there and they'll want to train. Popped on screen. They'll sit there and they'll want to train off of it. And yeah, that's how that works. So like it'll increase the demand for the data that we have, because if one company gets it, then everyone wants it, and then they'll all work with you if you do it properly.
Sweet. I've been hogging this. Josh, Chill. You guys got any questions for Mr. Patel?
No, I think you covered it a lot. I think you covered it quite well.
I was going to ask a bit about the equity anchor, if you have any updates there.
Yeah, look, I basically just outsourced every ounce of that work to Maya, which is fucking great because it's not easy work. So he's on it. And I also am like, look, we shouldn't be the first one to do it. And we're not. It's going to be OpenDroid is the first one to do it. I'm like 90% sure. Yeah, when they do it, we'll be able to iron out like everything wrong with it. And then when we do it, it's going to be like fucking perfect. But like we're in no rush. I'm never selling this fucking company. I'm pretty sure. Like it's not going to happen. All I'm caring about right now, and like I had this conversation with Frank like 2 days ago, is the winner in this whole thing is the one that does the most revenue, because that's the one that can pump the most money back into the chart on discretionary buybacks, not financial advice. But yeah, that is like the winner here. So focusing on these enterprise contracts is all that matters, and building a real business. That's all that matters. Like I think we've all fallen into this trap of like Flywheel, Anchorage, all of this stuff. Like these are great add-ons, but build good business equals win. That is like how this works. Yeah.
How was your trip out to LA? Are you still in LA?
I'm still there right now. Yeah. I leave on Thursday, and then I'm on a NASDAQ, publicized NASDAQ podcast. We'll have some fun there. And we then Monday fly to San Francisco to meet with a couple labs. And I have to film just an unholy amount of content in the meantime. Yeah.
So what's next up? What's Like, what should we expect as holders from Kled? You got to film all this stuff, do all this stuff. When should we expect another big update? Some Avi Patel nukes, as you call them.
I will drop all of them on the same day, probably. I think like basically like some stall posts here and there, like stuff that's just like kind of cool, not super interesting, for like a couple days, and then all at once when no one expects it, I will just fucking rip the timeline. Yeah.
Did you mention a valuation around the 3 mil?
That's what I was gonna ask.
You guys know the valuation. But I will say it in the post, yeah, or when we do the big barrage of nukes, it'll be
All right, fair.
Quick question for you. So during the Believe call, you're talking about, hey, like I have a content guy, I have my team, and I tell them what to do as far as tweets. Like, is that like typically how it goes for founders? Just giving us the inside view on what it takes.
My job is like literally just the guy to come up with the ideas and then go to my boy Artie and say like, hey brother, I don't know what the fuck we're doing for the vision for this necessarily, but here's like my general idea, and then he will do all the fine details to make it perfect, right? So that's all you really need. Like a guy, you just go like, it takes 20 minutes and then you just have to monitor the post, right? And then he'll just create it. And if you're not doing that, if you're not doing that, there's something wrong. That is.
What if something like that costs?
If in the bank, you can hire 40 of these guys and you'll still be fine.
What if something like that costs more than like $40 million though?
Bro, I pay Artie fucking $10K a month, okay? And he pumps out content that is worth like $100K a month every single month, all right? And he is just the greatest. And my team believes in the vision, which is why everyone's willing to like take these like honestly not Silicon Valley salaries to build for us, because they know it's like the future. Like my team has invested half their salaries into token every single month, by the way, on the same day. And they've done that for 6 months straight. So that's how like bullish they are, right? So if you have a team and you're pitching these people, it will not cost you $40 million. I can tell you that. Yeah.
What does poaching look like? Do you have people trying to poach your people? Dude,
my fucking team members are. You think Kled tards are bullish? You haven't seen my team. Okay, my team has turned out the noise from everyone. My team has gotten like 4 members on my team have gotten like 7-figure offers for like labs or whatever, and like they just out the other ear. Like no one gives a fuck. Yeah.
Beastie. Love to see it. I don't know. Oh, what about the LB name change? You saw it? Did you have a little hand in that, or what happened there?
That was crazy. I like just woke up one day and I kind of like refreshed Twitter, and it was just I saw a new name and I was like, God damn. Yeah, man. I mean, dude, look, I won't let him down. I told him 100 times I will never let LB down in a million years. He's been a big Kled whale from the beginning. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
You want some lore? You know how LB got introduced as Kled?
Oh wait, how? Yeah,
dude.
Really?
Your guy, your boy, of course.
Dude, fuck yeah. Yeah, LB came in clutch, dude. LB's been like a very, very good whale. I like my whale chat. My whale chat is just, even the Kled holders chat, like the Kled whale chat is just like so like disconnected. They don't even look at I don't think they ever look at their portfolio, like ever. Like they just know they're safe. And then it's just like memes, like the entire chat is just memes. There's not an ounce of substance in the Kled whale chat. The holders chat's got some substance in it. It's cool. And yeah, I just like interacting with them. They're fun.
There you go. Closing thoughts, bro. Anything else you got? Want to leave the people with?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, I prepare for like maybe like even maybe a few days without stuff, but when I come back, I'll have everything all at once. I kind of want to just like sit down and work on all of this stuff and not like dilute attention from it. So that's it. We have not like a Believe amount of stuff going on. Like we have like an Avi Patel amount of stuff going on. So like I'm gonna come back with just insane shit. Just give me a little bit to cook and I'll be there. But yeah.
If you had to sit back and reflect on this build out you've done over the last couple of months, taking Kled from nothing to what it is today,
yeah,
what would you say, man? Job's not finished. This is awesome. What's going through your mind?
A job's obviously not finished, but I think slowly building your way up to like $2 to $5 or whatever is much better than like explosive growth in one day. It's something I've learned. It's like if you hit like 100, like we candled at 200M tomorrow, it'd be really bad for Kled, like really, really bad, because some benchmarks that some of the whales like want to hit are set to that 200M, right? And they'll just all like massive, like one sell off, even if that comes to it. Like these like big candles are great when they're in moderation, but I think like building your way up to a certain point over time is much better. And I'm here for the long haul. Like that's what this is for, right? Because like
bring more believers along with you.
Exactly.
Dare
Yeah.
I say the word?
Yeah, that's exactly it, right?
Yeah.
I think we've seen this like tale of like the 200M candle die. Like I think Aster, that just happened or whatever. Jelly's that's about to happen to them, because God knows why the fuck that's at 300.
Yeah.
And then
Facts.
yeah, like seriously, God knows why that. Like I have met the founder, like just God knows why.
Are you looking for the double camera roll? Like, bro, upload that to Clegg. Come on.
For the life of me does not understand what sort of crime is going on there right now. I don't get it.
I don't either, dude. I want them to crime everything. I want them to crime Kled. I know you don't want it, but I want it.
Guys, it's
I don't
candling to 440 as
No, it's not.
430
I'm
right
cool.
now. Here, I'll share the thing.
No,
It's-
it's not. Oh my fuck! It was 200 this morning.
Oh yeah, it's been ripping.
Crime
Why?
season. Jesus, look at that thing. My God.
This is we're looking at Jelly's fucking chart right now. This is insane work. It's at 400M right now. It's crazy.
430.
Yes.
And still going.
We canceled it. Yeah, dude. Look, that is not what Kled should do. That I assure you, that is not what Kled should do. Everything should be organic. Everything should be kosher. None of this like criminal stuff. Like we should do it the right way, and just let me cook. And over time, this will I'll take it to $5, whatever the.
You're
fuck
still willing to go to jail for us?
Yes, I'm willing to die for you guys. All right, I won't end up, but I am. Yeah.
Sweet. Good deal, Avi. Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, I
Glad
mean,
could
we
get you.
appreciate it, man. You're a legend.
Appreciate your time, bro.
Perfect. Later, guys. Peace.
Take it easy. Peace.
Yeah.
All right. Dude,
Christ.
4.5 hours.
4.5
like,
hours.
bro, the roll up. What is the roll up? Like, go, Dom, go look at your X real quick. Go look
Yeah.
at the streaming, the corporate media on the side there. I can't believe this.
This is the little
Like,
guys,
what's
man.
the roll up, bro? Is that Blockworks?
Oh,
I
I forget who does it. They have
SmartCon TV, bro. Come on. I've been to SmartCon. It's good conference. That's Chainlink stuff.
No, this is the roll up has nothing to do with Chainlink.
No, it doesn't. But SmartCon.
Oh, it's
is,
just live. It's live from SmartCon.
Look,
Yeah.
let me show you guys what we were on to just a little bit ago. I'll share my screen.
That jelly chart is nuts, man.
Yeah.
But
that's
can we do a little
wild,
comprehensive
insane.
recap of what
Yeah.
we talked about today? I think there was a lot going on. So we had Stig on. We had Bobby talking about migration. Bobby held nothing back, that's for sure. Avi came on, joined in. I will say I was surprised Avi didn't just rip a new one into Stig there. So I am appreciative of that.
Yeah, and I'm glad Bobby paused
Timed it
that.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, because this is recorded. Like, get that out. That's private.
Good point. Yeah. But then obviously we had a bunch of updates from Kled. Before that, we had Dira along with Ubi, and we missed out on. Oh, we had Soar as well. How could I forget? We had Soar right before this. What a crazy stream. Jeez.
Can we just talk about little takeaways from SOAR for
Awesome.
like 2 seconds? Let me try to pull up the recap. Josh, you were taking notes on that, right?
Yeah, but was SOAR last month? I can't believe that was on this stream, dude. There was so much covered. Yes, I do have notes. I do have notes.
All right, let me try to pull up. Let me try to pull up notes on that real quick. 'Cause
That low key. Oh, those notes. I put it under Launch SOAR's instance of the stream here. Let me go grab that.
all right, I got it.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So ton of alpha on SOAR, and the way he explained the structure with debt, and you can share my screen whenever you get a moment.
You're good, bro.
Perfect. But yeah, so Soar, like Soar is about to be. I don't think you guys understand what's about to happen with Soar. So, firstly, they're providing like a DD platform where essentially the trenches can basically do research and confirm information that these companies that have launched just kind of confirm, the facts, right? And I think that's going to help a lot with price discovery. He also said that the first couple of launches are going to be bonding curve as well. So I think that's going to be bullish. Like traders will see upside. And once traders start seeing upside, that's when you get the cult community. That's when you get the people that kind of like stick with the Soar platform. And you saw, first launch this week, and he calls it $1 trillion opportunity. And then he also mentioned, like we said, first couple of bonding curves, first couple of launches will be bonding curves as well. And there was another part of the interview that I thought that was really telling.
So
He
go.
talked.
Yeah,
Mhm.
go ahead. At the top there, one of the key things was getting money onto the platform early, like signing up today kind of thing. Go open an account, set it up, get funds on it. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted, yeah.
And yeah, so I really love the fact that they're not going to have a token up front, right? It's going to be all based on usage of the platform. So definitely sign up, deposit. And I like the fact that they're not integrating with trading terminals straight off the rip. What they're going to do is funnel everyone into their platform. So you have to use the platform for DD. You have to use the platform to ape these tokens and whatnot.
So
And
can
they're
I
gonna be
ask
on a bonding
on
curve.
that? That seems really key in that it's kind of like the people who are plugged into quote unquote ICM right now are going to get kind of the exposure to this, can get into the bonding curve, and then the trading terminals will come after it up like migrates, or let's say hypothetically. Am I reading that after?
I guess so. So whenever it migrates, and they're built on top of Meteora,
Yeah,
right?
it would show up in Axiom and other terminals as long as you have like Meteor DBC on, or depending on what they use to do their bonding curve. But yeah, it'll definitely be Meteora. So I would say if you have Meteor DBC on in your terminals, it will pop up.
Yeah.
Most likely.
And I love the fact that they're communicating with founders. They're like kind of hand holding these first couple of teams to just kind of let them know, like, hey, this is how you do it. This is the kind of the rules with CT. I love the fact that they're going to do like these weekly / bi-weekly updates on projects, like how he compared it to like a quarterly that would be done in TradFi. I love that. I think Soar is really, really on to some good stuff, and based on the product market fit. Leading that all, funneling that all into an app that allows normies to essentially ape startups on chain. I think that's wonderful. Honestly, startups is ICM. In my opinion, ICM is startups on chain. That's what I define it as, right? Founders from Web2 coming into the space, launching something real, something valuable, and I think Soar has a great mechanism for doing that.
Jelly 470 right now.
This is nuts.
Gosh, this
I hear
is
70%
crazy.
of someone said 70% of supplies in the hands of market makers. Yeah. Shakani
Jesus.
said that. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, but
Red flag on that.
Red flag, but I wish I was holding it. Jeez.
Yeah, to be honest, I got the call at 100 mil. I'm coping right now. But yeah, so good stuff for Soar. We got some updates from Bobby as well, just around their migration. He talked about that. And I mean, I guess any takeaways from the belief segment? I don't know if you guys wanted to point out anything in particular.
I don't think there's a lot of clarity. I will say it was pretty hard for Stig to come on there and like get out a lot of vision because there's just a lot of pushback, a lot of
Unknowns.
questions. Yeah,
Mhm.
but I do think we lacked that. We lacked like any clear definition of what Believe's really focused on right now. I think we left knowing less than we did going into it, which is maybe not great. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say I feel a little at loss a bit. I feel like a core part of our ecosystem of what we define ICM as is just gone, and it's like off to something else. And what that something else is, we still don't maybe really have a good grasp on. And then today, just like it was just, like I really want to go back to the May of ICM, the
Yes.
Aprils of ICM when everyone was like, oh, this is new, fresh, exciting. I don't know. It's sad. Today was a sad call a little bit in just the angst people had, the people not happy. And I get why they're not happy. I totally understand. I'm with you. I'm a holder of this ecosystem. I've suffered too, but like, man, it's been, it was sad.
Yeah, what was really telling was the fact that he said number one, a few things. Number one, he said that the token is a problem. Like they shouldn't have a token.
Yeah.
All right, like that says enough. We don't even need to dig further. Number two, he said that when we do communicate our vision, and it's like, bro, it's been 6 months. Like we need something. And then the last thing was, he acknowledged that they don't have product market fit and they're not a real business. Like they're not a real business that generates revenue. He said that live on the stream. I'm like, wow, you guys. So in other words, you guys went from having product market fit. Now you don't. And now you have to play catch up. So what that means for the valuation of Believe, that is very bad for the price action on Believe, even after these red candles. And I don't think that instills any belief, or it doesn't instill any faith into token holders, right? So I those are my three biggest takeaways from that segment. Obviously love what Dupe's working on, coming out with the flywheel.
Dom, what was your thoughts on? I don't know if we fully got your thoughts on Believe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. They don't know. Nobody knows. Are my thoughts.
Tight.
That's actually
all right.
great.
I mean, I think we're good here, fellas. We went through a lot today. I don't know.
Intern, give me notes on the Believe token. Look, I tried to write notes, but there's nothing concrete. I couldn't write anything down. Like SOAR, if you go look at my notes section on SOAR, it is dense with information. It's very clear. But yeah, it just I didn't have anything.
I'll close on this piece. I'm a Fitcoin fan here. I don't know who else holds Fitcoin anymore, but I love Fitcoin. I love what they're doing. I see the vision. This is something I believe in. They just raised $500,000 from they've raised a $500,000 infrastructure investment from $1 billion company. So recently they kind of pump off that. But I do love Fitcoin. I think it's undervalued. I think they're cooking a lot behind the scenes. So there's that. I just felt like highlighting real quick.
Yeah, still a lot of really good stuff happening within ICM, and like that's why I said earlier, like I'm still bullish on the future of ICM, like regardless of what the Believe team does. We got projects like Kled, like Dupe leading the way. We have players coming in like SOAR, like Street, and others that are gonna launch. Like there's still massive opportunity here, even if Believe isn't a thing. GG's, I guess, to everybody else in the Believe eco. I think personally, their last two launches didn't go well. They're pivoting away from startup ICM, which I would argue that's what they launched recently. So, like with was it Greed and the first one Kuro. Like, yeah, like not the launches weren't the best. All that stuff.
They lost some launches too.
Yeah. So obviously not a lot of people are feeling it right now, but I think that just kind of clears the table for another player to come in. And
we wanted a $500 million runner, and here we have it with Jelly.
Oh my God, Jelly.
All right, guys, we're gonna wrap there. I don't know, any final thoughts, or that's good?
Let's wrap there. Excited for SOAR.
Good job, guys. Yeah, go deposit on Soar. Go try it out. Good job, guys. 9,000. That's a huge milestone.
Yeah.
So
Yo.
thanks, guys.
Yo, appreciate you guys for joining in from YouTube. Trader
Yeah.
2300, appreciate you joining in. We're expanding the YouTube, so shout out to everyone joining us from Kick, YouTube, and as well, of course, Twitter. Appreciate you guys for joining us today. We had almost 10,000 live viewers, so appreciate and love all of you. Follow the @Microcap Gem Show account, the MCG main account, to be notified of when we go live. We got some banger clips that we're about to fire out from today.
Yeah.
So be sure to
Go
follow.
share our TikTok clips with your normie friends. Those are digestible. Like people who want to learn.
Dude, our
about
shorts are
crypto.
slapping too.
Those shorts are slapping. So go send those to your normie friends. Link is in our link tree in our bio.
Boom.
All right.
All right, guys. Out this motherfucker.
Easy.
Preach.